Well, good morning everybody. Welcome to Chester Street, day 2 of the Bob Willis Trophy, Durham against Lancashire. A little overcast today, not quite as bright and sunny and with blue skies as we had yesterday, but the forecast is okay. I think we're going to be rain free, which is excellent news, and a good day for Lancashire yesterday. They were asked to bowl first. They bowled Durham out for 180 and they got to 33 without loss at the close of play. Paul Allott's alongside me. Decent day, Paul?
Yeah, pleasing day, especially after the Leicester game at Worcester. It was good to see the lads bounce back. I think nobody more disappointed than the team about the performance against Leicestershire last week, and I was really pleased to see how they came back yesterday. I think we bowled aggressively, intelligently. There was no rubbish, and I thought we were excellent in the field as well. An exceptional run out from George Balderson. It's that sort of thing that just sets the tone and gets the players up and firing. So yeah, it was a thoroughly good day.
3 wickets for Richard Gleeson. We'll hear from him shortly, but he comes back into the side. We mentioned last week at New Road the 3 young lads on debut did well, but clearly it looks a stronger 11 this week.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're going to get players returning from England, they're going to slot into your side if they're fit and well and firing. And Richard Gleeson is obviously part of our frontline attack. He's got pace, he's aggressive, and he bowls intelligently. And of course, we're pleased to have Liam back. Liam Livingston will strengthen the batting order and also provides us with a spin option. So it's great to have those 2 guys back. That just gives us a little bit of added depth and strength and seniority.
And a debut wicket for Luke Wood as well.
Yeah, debut for Luke Wood. He was extremely disappointed not to play in the first game of the summer. But he bowled a really good opening spell. It's great to have the variety that a left-arm seamer provides to your attack. And I'm pleased to say that Luke fitted in really well, and we were pleased to have him back. So with Wood and Gleeson added to the squad from last week, or playing in the side, it does give us a considerable boost to our bowling resources.
And just finally, you're 9 overs into the allotted 120 overs. Just how is this affecting how a team goes out to bat? Are you looking at overs left? Are you putting that to one side? Just the tactical thoughts of that.
Well, it obviously comes into play that you want to bat your 120 overs out. This looks a good cricket wicket, and the aim, of course, is to bat those 120 overs and see where we get to. I think you address and assess as you go through the day as to how much acceleration or how you attack through the day. The initial spell this morning will be to see off what's left of the new ball and then reassess at lunchtime.
Okay, we're not too far away from the start of play. Last night I caught up with Richard Gleeson. Really good game of cricket against Leicestershire.
In comes the bowler. Oh, that's into the pads. It's worth a shot.
Game, hasn't it? Barely to Dixon. Oh, that's a great delivery. It's edged and taken superbly by Alex Davis.
He went the wrong way and he's somehow changed his direction.
Well, it's no longer a thing, is it now?
Is it not? Right.
Bailey bowls a beautiful delivery to Lees, who plays forward.
10, Durham 14 for 1. Oh, Steele's padded up. There's an appeal. He's out. Well, he didn't look long for this world, did he? He's played it too that he wasn't sure whether he should have played it. Cottons or whatever. In comes the bowler. That's through the slip cord, and that should go away for 4. It was along the floor, and it does. Croft holds the ball a long way from his body as he comes into ball, and that's pulled hard by Lees and out through deep mid-wicket and up towards the pavilion steps for 4 runs. Nice shot.
Gleeson from the Lumley end bowls, and Bellingham is edged behind and he's gone. It's a
dreadful shot.
It was a loose shot.
Gleeson from the Lumley end to Hart. Oh, that nips back in sharply, but there was obviously a bit of bat on that late. With a back to the batsman. Or his back to the camera. That's an edge along the floor to first slip.
Sets himself. That's his little trigger movement. Balderson To Hart, down the leg side, he gloved that. It's taken by Davis.
Woods to Hart, who's on 7. Oh, Hart pushes at one outside the off stump there.
80 for 3, Durham.
Oh, where's that gone?
That's off the pads by Lees. It's just in front of square on the leg side. It's rattling its way towards the boundary. It's timed beautifully. Lovely shot by Lees, clipped away.
North hands bowling here to Hart. Hart cuts that one, and he's gone behind point, and that's a nice shot. That might run away for 4 down to third man. Hurt's chasing it, and it's beaten him to the boundary.
Next to the name. Hurt around the wicket. Oh, big appeal for LBW. He's convinced. To Lees. Is that stopped at backward point? It is. Pick up and throw. That could be a run out. It is a run out.
Hart's run out. What a throw.
I think that's George Balderson, I think.
Never run off a misfield, and they've just...
The Finkel end of the ground. A couple of slips are in place. It's nicely hit. Driven straight. That's 4. It's a glorious shot. What a lovely way to get off the mark. Hurt into Lee. Just flicks this one off his pad down towards fine leg, and he'll come back. He wants 2, and that will bring up a... Well, bring him to 50. Bring him to 51 to be precise.
Gleeson in bowls. Edged, and did that carry? As sure his last test was. As Gleeson comes in and bowls. Oh, that's worth a shout. And there's the end of Burnham for 5. Another sorry departure from him. Played around the ball. Nipped in low. And he goes. Hurt comes in and bowls. This has gone wide of the keeper off the thigh pad by the looks of things. And it's gone for 4. Oh, it's off the back.
Lumley end. Slip in a gully waiting. Into Lees. Edged. Oh, and put down by Keaton Jennings. Playing away from his body. It's a rare loose shot, really, by Lees.
He's surprised by that at the time. As Balderson comes in and bowls. Ooh, now he's... In comes the bowler. It's turned off towards mid-wicket. Eckersley's got to be quick here. If that had hit, I think he would have been out. Hurt, though, has missed the stumps from mid-wicket, aiming at the bowler's end. And that was extremely risky. Balderson comes in. Oh! Ooh. Well done, Ned. Falling backwards and not hitting the stumps. Done well. Oh, now then. Alex Lees is in no man's land there, and he's out. Well, what a silly mix-up that was, and to lose another wicket like this just before tea. Long on as he comes in to bowl to the right-handed Cars. That's a beautiful drive through the covers for 4. What a way to get off the mark. Second ball, wham. 110 cut off. 110 over cut off. Alderson in again, edged, and that is the end of Ned Eckersley for 8. So he ran Alex Lees out just before tea, and he hasn't had any run since.
For 14 from 8.2 overs. Well, that's 4. It's cracked away by Ben Ray. George Balderson, he's bowled very neatly indeed. Back in over the wicket. Oh, that'll be 4 more. I spoke too soon.
Ball stuff.
Hurt in, short ball. Cast takes it on. Is he caught? He is. Caught at square leg. And Dane Villas, the Lancashire captain, with the catch. Well, Liam Hurt as well. Here's Livingston. A little bit flatter, a little bit quicker. I think that's come off an edge which will disappear down towards the boundary. Won't quite reach the rope, I don't think. Has that come off an edge or not? No, it's been given as byes. Nothing on it. Swung and a miss from the bat.
7.
Gleeson in, big appeal for LBW, and he's given it. Salisbury out. I think that in the end was a low full toss.
Livingston again bowls, and he's caught behind, and that's the end of that. So Durham all out for 180, and he'll lose this over, so that's 11. So there'll be 9 overs tonight, as we've just been saying.
Cast over the wicket to Jennings. That'll be 4 runs. I'm not quite sure off what.
Oh, there's been a wicket.
It's a no ball as well. It's a quite expensive delivery, that no ball, and it's gone for that left-hander. Here he comes. Again, it's down the leg side. It's gone for 4 wide.
It's rush with balls to Davies. Davies drives at that one. It was a half volley, and he's got that away nicely. Oh, just sprints after it down the far end of.
Cast to Jennings. Oh, and that's gone flying past the outstretched glove of the keeper.
Jennings drives at an over-pitched ball from Rushworth, and that's away past the bowler at the far end of the ground, probably for 4. The rope's in quite a way. There it is. It's gone.
So close of play on day 1 here at Chester Street, and Richard Gleeson is alongside me. Richard, how are you assessing the first day?
It's always tough to say when only one team's really batted, but we're pretty happy with the start we've had. Being non-down at the close as well, that's tends to be quite big in these situations, so looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, it felt like a good day for Lancashire. They've won the toss, wanted to have a bat first, and you've knocked them out for kind of 180. Is good work, isn't it, I think?
Yeah, I think we're still a little bit rusty, maybe, as a bowling unit. We've had 3 guys today that are coming in for the first games. So we maybe weren't quite our best straight away, but we grew into it well and took the wickets and put them under pressure.
And right at the end there, that was quite a tricky little spell, wasn't it, for Alex and for Keaton? So nice to get through that without any damage done.
Yeah, I think they were probably looking at the scoreboard when we were getting 8-9 down, just wanting a few less overs to have to face, but a great job from them too to get through to close.
Obviously, with the team losing last week against Leicestershire, I guess there's a little bit of extra kind of importance on this game, isn't there? You've got to kind of win it, I suppose, haven't you, with only 4 games left?
Yeah, it's not a lot of cricket really. So, like you say, 1 out of 5 already that we've lost. So we do need to bounce back, and I think we've started well there with that, but there's still plenty of room to keep improving and keep moving forward.
And for you, Richard, you enjoy it with the ball back in the hand today?
Yeah, nice to bowl some balls in anger, as they say, and just nice to be contributing and taking wickets.
Yeah, that's the most important thing, isn't it? I guess you chipped in with 3, you must be pleased with that.
Yeah, always nice to get off and running in a season. Again, a little bit rusty at the start, but built into it as the spells grew on, so happy.
So I was saying on commentary, is this the first time you've bowled competitively since the Big Bash?
Well, I had some Lions cricket as well in the winter, so I had a few games, white ball games there, and 1 red ball game. But yeah, it's the first one since about February time, I think. So it's been a long wait, but nice to feel good and get the ball coming out in some nice areas.
How difficult is that, Richard, when you go such a long period of time, particularly as a bowler, to get back into the rhythms of bowling again?
I felt good because I had quite a long time at Chester building up, because I was named in the 55 for the and the white ball stuff. And then I had plenty of time in the bubble, but it can getting out into a proper game is quite different. And I was happy with the way the ball was coming into today, but obviously it's in a competitive environment, and you never know quite what can happen. So overall pleased with the way it's come out.
I guess you can play into squad games, you can have as many net sessions as you want, but until you're out there, I guess it's a different thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit more adrenaline, a bit more pressure, and stepped up to it hopefully today. We'll
just kind of park this game for the time being and just reflect on what it's been like for you over the course of the last few weeks in the biosecure bubble down in Southampton. What's it been like for you?
A different experience. Really good to get involved in that setup, and obviously the World Cup winners. They've got a great setup there, really relaxed. A lot of onus on what the players want to do, so great to be involved in that and to be named as one of the reserves. But it was strange coming back out of the bubble and into normal life. We knew we were all tested there. We all had our own timings to do stuff, and we knew we were safe. But now back out in the public, it's a bit strange and takes a little bit of adapting to again. But so far so good. So
it was just a case of being in the facility in Southampton, wasn't it? You weren't allowed out. Just give us a little bit of details. Yeah,
they got us a lot of. So we had. Like a Formula 1 simulator, golf simulator, and a few other bits and pieces, and obviously we had a lot of cricket and stuff. But yeah, it's nice to be able to get out, a bit of fresh air and things.
What was it like being away from the family?
Nice to get a bit more sleep, but obviously tough. I've got 2 little ones at home and the missus, so it was tough, and they've changed a lot in the 3-4 weeks that I was away. But it's nice to get back to see him, and but yeah, a few more nights of sleep whilst I'm away again.
In terms of the original call-up, you must have been thrilled to have got it. What was your kind of your reactions when you were first included?
A bit of excitement, I think. Obviously I'd played a bit of cricket in the winter with the Lions and thought I'd done okay and quite well, and I thought I'd shown kind of what I could do, but not my best. So to get that opportunity again to go and work with the guys that I was working with, and it's just an opportunity to try and impress, and you never know, do you? I mean, it started with minor counties cricket and playing for Northampton, and managed to impress, and it's built from there. So everything's an opportunity to try and push for that international honours that everybody wants to try and get to.
And all that's happened relatively quickly for you, hasn't it, as well? Has that taken you a bit by surprise?
Yeah, I suppose 4 or 5 years ago, if you'd have said where I'd be at now, I probably wouldn't have believed you. But I've got to keep doing things quickly before my career's over. So hopefully, you never know if I can keep impressing. See what happens.
Was it a little bittersweet, the experience? 'Cause it was great to be involved, but obviously I'm guessing you were desperate to have a game.
Yeah, it's a bit so close but so far kind of thing. But I've shown a little bit of what I can do, so never know, if an opportunity arises, then my name's hopefully in the heads.
And what was it like being in the environment amongst those England players? How much did you learn from that?
They were really good. There's obviously a lot of experience in there, but they make it pretty comfortable. You know what's expected of you, what's asked of you, and it's good to put yourself up against them players, and you kind of learn what you need to do to hit that next level. And I've come away from it with some things I want to work on, and to try and improve and try and get to that next level.
And when you look back to your time at kind of minor counties, you're a lad from Blackpool who's now in and around the England one-day squad over the course of the last 3 weeks. Does it take a little bit of time for you to kind of compute that?
Maybe at the end of my career I'll have a little look back and reminisce on it all, but it has been very quick, and the things that I've done in the last few years have been great and exciting, but games of cricket to be won, and that's what I'm focusing on.
How much do you think you've improved, Richard, as a bowler since you joined Lancashire?
I think I've probably not bowled my very best whilst I've been at Lancs, but I think I've adapted as a bowler to be able to keep the pressure up and contain a bit more, and when it's not doing quite as much, I've definitely learnt as a bowler of how to contain and keep pressure and build pressure, so I think it's still better to come.
And just finally, is it good to get some, you mentioned the competitive cricket, but actually there's a trophy at stake as well. It's quite intense now, isn't it, over the course of the next kind of 6-7 weeks? Is that good to look forward to that?
Yeah, you want to be playing competitive cricket, and I know Paul Allott was really close friends with Bob, so he's really keen for us to push hard and try and go all the way with it.
Cool. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was Richard Gleeson. I hope you could hear that clearly. I just suddenly got this panicky moment going on there. Suddenly hear this dance track in the background, and I thought, Scott's iTunes. And it's not, it's Q from the studios in Newcastle. So, we're ready to get underway. The players are just coming down the steps here. It's 10:55, BBC Radio Newcastle with you, BBC Radio Lancashire. And the Durham players just having a little chat. The boundary edge at the foot of the stairs. Of course, no members of the public in for this match either. They were hoping this would be the game when they could allow a few hundred in the ground as part of a test experiment. But unfortunately, the government decided against that a week ago and said it would be at least a fortnight before they would consider allowing spectators back to sporting events. But I mean, that you would imagine that's a fluid matter as well. Umpires haven't quite... Well, here they are now. They're coming down the steps. I was just wondering where they disappeared to, but they're on their way out now. Neil Mallender and Neil Pratt, who is a local umpire, but he's been making his way up through the ranks. He's taken some second-team games last year in the county system and some ladies' matches in the Kia Super League, and I think some international matches as well. But he generally has, if you play your cricket in the North Yorkshire South Durham League, you will know him from there. Neil Mallender, of course, a former county player with Notts among others. So we are about ready to get underway on this Sunday morning. Always nice to hear from you wherever you are. At Marty Cricket on Twitter, or we at cricket@yahoo.co.uk if you want to get in touch with us. And I've tweeted the links as well, so the link for the internet commentary via the BBC website is out there on my Twitter feed, and the link for the live stream, the live camera stream, which has our commentary woven into it. And looking at my computer, it shows me Alex Davies and Keaton Jennings walking out into the middle. So there's two cameras on the roof. I went up to have a look just a few minutes ago, and I've put a little film on. I haven't been up there since about 2013 during the Ashes test. I went up to take a photograph, and more than anything, it's the view behind the ground that we never see when we're in the media centre. It's looking along the weir back towards the Finkel Abbey area, and what you can see from that view up on the 3rd floor of the media centre is the Durham nursery cricket ground, which they've developed, and some excellent nets as well on the far side of the athletics track behind our media centre. So I know a lot of people will not have seen that before, so if you want to have a little look at that, that's on my Twitter feed as well. And Ben Rain is going to start the day's proceedings, and he's going to be bowling to Alex Davies, who resumes on 8 with Lancashire 33 without loss after 9 overs last night. Rain comes in now and bowls, and that's left alone. One of the questions that you didn't hear when I was playing out Ben Rain a few moments ago was after I'd finished my part. One of the other reporters asked him why he hasn't started with the new ball this season, and he said he's prepared to do whatever, but he does what he's told. So he said he hadn't been asked yet, but as soon as he's asked, he will do it. So and he is starting this morning with a relatively new ball, which is only 9 overs old. First ball was left alone. Here's the second now from the Finkel end, and Davies forward tidily deals with that one, plays it up to Matt Salisbury at mid-off. It was so cold in our room yesterday that by the end of the day I had a coat on as well as a jumper. So I've brought thicker clothing today, come prepared, and I've dispensed with the shorts as well, because we're sitting with the windows open and we're generally in the shade all day. Good to see Vic back on his deck chair, Vic Domain, the groundsman. As Rain comes in and bowls again here, edged and gone. And I don't know what Alex Davies was doing there. He was trying to leave that one and the ball just glided along the edge of the bat. And he's got himself out in an awful manner there. And he'll be rather upset with himself, I would imagine. And a wicket. Third ball of the morning. Caught in the slips. And the Durham lads are doing that kicky ankles thing now as well, which the Lancashire lads were doing yesterday.
Yeah, you could tell just how disappointed Alex Davies was when he edged that and kind of stood just for a few seconds, didn't he? And
David Bedingham with a catch.
Looked up towards the sky and said, crikey, first over the day, I've edged one to second slip. And it was a pretty routine one, wasn't it? I mean, that's the tap you want in the first over. If you're going to get an edge, something like that, nice and gentle, kind of chest, yeah. Maybe stomach height, perfect for the slip fielder.
Well, they didn't get a wicket last night, but they've got one first thing this morning, and that partnership of 33 comes to an end. Third ball of the morning, 9.3 overs gone.
It was a long walk off, wasn't it, for Alex Davies? He's still not off the field. A long walk back towards the dressing room. But perfect start for Durham. Wicket in the first over of the day. Ben Rain, who ended the bowling from this end last night, he replaced Bryden Cast. Cast just didn't quite get it right yesterday. He struggled a little bit, particularly his line to Keaton Jennings, the left-hander. And the change was made pretty early on to say, right, it's not happening for you at the minute, Cast. Rain, you come into the attack. He bowled one over last night from this end, looked quite tidy, looked quite threatening. And then he's picked up from where he left off. It's a really good start by Ben Rain.
Going to do an update for BBC Radio Newcastle in a few minutes. So Lancs are 33 for 1, and the new batsman is Josh Bohannon facing Rain, and he leaves the first delivery. It's well wide of off stump and goes low to the keeper. So a good start from a Durham point of view. 2 balls left of the over as Rain comes in to bowl to Josh Bohannon and is defended. Josh Bohannon is 23. This is his 18th first-class match. He did play against Durham at Sedbergh last year. Had a half-century in his debut as well against Surrey in 2018. 472 runs last year. Comes from Bolton, and in all in his career so far 774 first-class runs with a higher score of 174 against Derbyshire last year. That's an attempted cut by Bohannon, off Rain, and it ends up going towards the slip cordon. No run, end of the over, a wicket maiden. Update now. Well, yesterday after Durham were bowled out for just 180 and then Lancashire got to 33 without loss, Ben Rain was asked why he wasn't given the new ball. He's been handed it this morning and he's got a wicket with the third delivery. Alex Davies trying to leave a ball which glided along the edge of his bat and found its way to David Bedingham in the slips, so he didn't add to his overnight score of 8, and Lancashire are now 33 for 1. Keaton Jennings at the other end on 14 has just been joined by Josh Bohannon. Commentary on the BBC Cricket website and via the Sports app. Chris Rushworth from the Lumley end to start the second over of the day. It's left by Keaton Jennings. Just going beyond off stump. Michael's tweeted, he says, "Morning Marty and Scott, should be a great day of cricket." Hopefully. And now that we don't have the distraction of these piffling international test matches.
With no drama whatsoever involved in them.
I watched that last night. It was a cracking day of cricket, wasn't it? Rushworth comes in and bowls, and defended by Keaton Jennings. It's easy to watch back with hindsight, knowing that you know England are going to win, but the amount of times it was Pakistan's match now, and oh, surely that's the end of England, and then it went back the other way. And
it's great, isn't it, when you try and second guess how games, and then third guess and fourth guess how games are going to go on.
Well,
We've all done it.
That match we did in 2014 at Old Trafford, which went to the last ball of the 4 days, didn't it?
Oh, that was a belter.
Yeah. Rushworth in again and bowls. That's defended. I have that in my notes. I wrote about it recently as well.
Your comprehensive notes.
Yeah. Durham have only lost one of the last 7 away games to Lancashire, and that came in a meeting at Old Trafford in August 2014. Durham had an 11-point lead over Lancashire as the sides met, but crucially, the hosts had played a game more, and they were in a bit of a relegation scrap, weren't they?
Yes.
In fact, I think Lancashire went down.
Yes.
Lots of things happened that week. So Rushworth comes in here.
Like what?
And bowls. And this is turned through mid-wicket by Keaton Jennings and should head away for 4. It's going straight towards Victor Main in his deck chair. And he doesn't move. He watches it go by.
Stay where you are.
Yeah, you'd have to sanitise, wouldn't you? That's the thing.
Ah, that's true. Yeah, that's a fair point.
So Durham elected a bat. It was a really blowy week as well. And they went from 50 for none in 12 overs to 89 for 5 at lunch, with Paul Collingwood getting a 4th ball duck. Callum McLeod, who was making his championship debut, then put on 145 with John Hastings, which was 3 short of a record for a 7th wicket stand for Durham against Lancashire. McLeod made 80 and Hastings 83. Durham 340. As Rushworth comes in again and bowls. Good ball. And tentatively going forward there was Keaton Jennings, and the ball just beats the outside edge of the bat. Spinner Simon Kerrigan took 4 for 86, while Tom Smith took 5 for 45. Now, some of the Durham players were struggling with illness, and Ben Stokes was released by England and spent the day driving from the Oval to Manchester and came in and batted at number 9. Could you imagine England letting him go now?
Off you go, Ben. You're going to drive to Manchester.
What different days they were. Rushworth to Jennings. He comes in and bowls. Jennings leaves that one. It's outside the off stump, and that is the end of the over. So 4 from it. It was the scoring shot midway through. 37 for 1. Jennings has 18 of those. Lancashire prospered with the bat on day 2. The hosts eventually out for 421. John Hastings, though, took 4 for 78, while Paul Horton made 114 and Ashwell Prince 106. Horton and Lewis Rees also put on 138 for the 5th wicket, which was a record 5th wicket stand for Lancashire against Durham by 3 runs. It was Prince's 20th first-class century, but it took him 6 hours.
Magnificent.
Yeah. By the close on day 3, Durham 59 for 1, but lost another 5 wickets before lunch the next day on the final day. Bowled out for 187.
Here's Ben Rain to Josh Bahan, who plays a forward defensive, and there's no run.
So Lancashire was set 107 to win. Kerrigan again among the wickets with 4 for 61. But there was a twist. Lancashire were reduced to. Can you remember what they reduced to?
Nope.
90 for 9.
Were they?
Yeah.
Crikey.
Chasing 107 to win. And they eventually needed 4 to win from the final over, which they did with Tom Smith finishing on 35 not out.
Tom Smith, yeah, I remember him batting at the end now, yeah.
And I kept saying this is Lancashire's to lose, and you kept saying this is Durham's to lose.
What a belter.
Yeah.
Ben Rain to Bohannon, who's forward in defence, and there's no run.
They had at one point been 36 for 5, with John Hastings and Chris Rushworth seeing off the top order. But Alex Davies then put on 43 for the 6th wicket with Tom Smith before Lancashire lost another 4 for 11. They managed to scramble across the line in a very nervy finale. So Durham replaced them at the bottom, in the bottom 2, but then beat Notts, Middlesex and Northants to end any relegation fears, and Lancashire went down with Northants, who didn't win a game that year, Northants. So what a corker of a game that was.
I tell you what, Martin, your stats and your research is outstanding. The booklet that you put together, the pamphlet of information for each of these games, and you're very kind because you email it to me as well, and I'm sure you do it to to my colleagues.
Some of them.
It's Rain balls to Bohannon, who's forward in defence, a little inside edgy into the onside. There is no run, but it is a comprehensive, and it's printed out in colour as well.
Yeah.
How many pages long?
Oh, it'll be about 10.
10 pages of
research. And then
research.
there's the handwritten stuff on the back as well, which adds another couple of pages. That's my personal sort of stats on each player. I mail it out to some of the listeners as well. Have done for years. I just thought there's that much work goes into it.
Share it.
I'm happy for other people to see it as well.
Very nice of you.
But there's a few other things about that week that I'll never forget.
Well, now we see
on a cliffhanger now.
Well, like at the end of EastEnders. There is Ben Rain over the wicket, bowling to Bahan, and it's wide and through to the keeper. There's no run.
So it was the only time I let Stuart Rayner drive me anywhere. So Stuart covered the cricket for the Journal, and we used to travel together up and down the motorways. And I virtually always drove, and then Stu said, look, let me drive on this occasion. So I said, okay. Left my car in the ground here, because we set off to go down to Old Trafford after a one-dayer here. Got onto the motorway quite late in the evening. It was easily after 8 o'clock, and we hadn't had anything to eat. So we decided we would stop at Durham Services, where I would never normally stop because it's too close to home. So we went in there to get something to eat.
Rain from the Finkel end with 3 slips waiting, balls to Bahanan, just guides the ball down through gully, and he goes sprinting through for 1, turns and comes back for a second, so he's off the mark. Bahanan with that, and Lancashire moved to 39 for 1.
So went in there, had something, and came out, and they'd closed the road, and we couldn't get back on the motorway. And they were just doing some road works, literally about 200 yards of road off the junction, off the motorway. And we were sent on this diversion way around the countryside, all the way around through Sedgefield and everywhere. Eventually got back onto the A1, got out to Wetherby, more roadworks, massive traffic jam there. And then it seemed every junction we came along the M62, roadworks. We didn't get to the hotel till about 1 in the morning. It was a nightmare journey.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah.
39 for 1, Bahanan waiting, Rain bowls, Fullish ball, and he brings him forward and he defends into the offside. There's no run, end of the over, Bahanan 2, Jennings on 18, Lancashire 39 for 1.
And at the time, remember, 2014, Durham were the reigning champions, and there was a real risk they were going to join the club of teams relegated the year after they won the title. So Notts did it, Yorkshire did it, I think Middlesex did it, didn't they? Lancashire did it?
Yep.
Yeah.
They did. Yeah. There's a few that haven't they? Won the title and got relegated. In fact, when Middlesex won it, got relegated and haven't been back since.
No. So Middlesex won the title on the final day of the 2016 season and then went down the following year. So here's Chris Rushworth. There's still more tales to tell on that match, by the way, as Rushworth comes in here, 39 for 1 and bowls. And that's played by Jennings to point, no run, picked up by Burnham. Anyway, I think one of the days of the game, it was a lunchtime, and it was the start of the football season, and the BBC helicopter basically hovered over the ground for hours while they kept doing these lives on the news channel because Man United were playing at home to somebody. So all we could hear for ages was this helicopter whirring away on the outside mic. Really blustery, windy week. Durham lose, and you're thinking, oh, this could be a relegation jobby. Rushworth comes in and bowls. That's defended. We're hanging around in the ground waiting for somebody from the Durham team to come out to do an interview with us. And we've been told, go and stand in the press area upstairs and we'll send someone up to you. And eventually we discovered the team had left. It's the only time, other than the other day with a mix-up over Zoom, it's the only time in 21, 22 years of covering Durham that I haven't had a close of play interview, other than on days, say, when it's rained. And considering how much that match meant to both sides and what it meant afterwards as well, as Rushworth bowls to Jennings, he plays it down into the ground and I think it comes off his front foot and off to Hart in the covers, no run. So Durham suddenly are right in the relegation mire. Lancashire have gone above them and are out of trouble for the time being. Nobody comes to do an interview. How does that look to us? And so I tweeted as I about to get back in the car, sorry, but for the first time there is no post-match interview. And then I got a few tweets back off John Lewis, who's the coach at the time, saying, why have you tweeted that? And I said, because we never got an interview. And he said, well, nobody came to see us. And Rushworth bowls, and that's defended again by Keaton Jennings. So it was a mix-up. We were given the wrong instructions, effectively, and if we'd hung around on the balcony outside the dressing room door, we would have got got an interview because they
Yeah.
have to come out that way to leave. But anyway, so Stu, who was driving, was then able to ring Paul Collingwood and interview him. So I then had to sit and wait until Stu had finished writing up his match report, by which point it's about 8 o'clock at night. So we left Manchester, had all the roadworks home, and then when I got to this ground, my car was locked in. Rushworth comes in and bowls. That's defended. So poor Stu lived over the other side of Newcastle. He then had to drive me all the way to the Roca Riviera and drop me off. So the next day we were going on holiday, and I was meant to be packing the car first thing in the morning. So I come through here, get the car from the car park, go home. By the time we'd packed and we set off, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Fond memories.
Stressful times.
Fond memories.
And then that week I discovered my wife was pregnant for the third
Oh
time.
my goodness, it's never ending.
So it all rolled into 1 week, that. And Astrid is now 5. She was 5 in April. So Rushworth comes in and bowls to Jennings. That's left alone. That is the end of the over. A tidy maiden there. Sometimes when I tweet the links to the commentaries and stuff, I use different pictures that I've taken over the years, and one of them is of a little girl in a stripy hat eating an ice cream, and that is Astrid. I brought her here one day last year when I came to do a pre-match interview, and she sat in the corner of the stand very quietly because she had an ice cream.
And are all these stories compiled in your notes?
Yeah, that's
are they all in this 10-page document that you produced for this?
No, they're not in this bit. Well,
right.
Some of them are. No, right. I mean that bit isn't. But it was in Marty's memories, and the chapter about the 2014 season, because Durham then won the One-Day Cup that year.
Okay. Ben Rain over the wicket balls. That's a good-looking shot by Bohannon, but straight to mid-off, and there's no run.
Story doesn't end there either, really.
My God. I think you should save it for the whole day. Just don't use it all now.
When we were in the Lake District and Durham had a week off, and they'd already finished their One-Day Cup group matches, and they needed other results, and it had to happen in a specific way. All the other games had to end in a certain manner for Durham to end up qualifying for the One-Day Cup. And what I needed it from a purely selfish point of view was to get an away tie at Yorkshire.
As the sun comes out, Ben Rain bowls and forward goes Bohannon in defence, and there's no run.
And everything went their way. The group all finished how it had to from a Durham point of view, and then in the other group, Yorkshire won their group. Durham finished 4th in theirs. Yorkshire won their group because there was a floodlight failure between Surrey and Somerset at the Oval, and that meant Somerset, I think it was, chasing a silly Duckworth-Lewis target in the end, and they lost. So that meant Yorkshire went top. So rather than having to go all the way down to Taunton for a quarter-final, or Essex, which were the two others likely to happen, got a trip to Yorkshire just down the road instead.
Ideal.
Yeah.
Rain to Bohannon, again driven, and driven very nicely again. This time he might get full value for it. The chase on down towards the boundary, but he does get 4 through a straight mid-off by Bohannon. Handsome looking front foot punch down the ground for 4, and he takes his total up to 6, and Lancashire move on to 43 for 1.
So having been in the bottom 2, Durham then won those 3 games towards the end of the season and secured their safety. Beat Yorkshire in the quarter-final, absolutely hammered Notts-here in the semi-final, and then won the final in a very nervy day, and really foggy, misty day down at Lord's. It was eerie against Warwickshire.
Yeah.
So it turned out to be a canny season, really.
Happy days.
Yeah.
No wonder you remember it well.
Yeah.
Rain to Bohannon, who's in behind it to defend. Up to mid-off, no run.
So all we had to do once Astrid was born was get a loft conversion and change all of our cars to fit us all in. So 4 became 5.
Sometimes I feel that these commentaries for you, Martin, are kind of therapy sessions. It's a chance for you to...
Do I have to pay you anything or not?
No, it's fine. It's not a problem. You can...
Need a chaise lounge to lie on.
Just imagine you in the back of the commentary box, doing that. Rain over the wicket to Bohannon, clips the ball into the onside, and there's no run.
It's just the bit where you're asking, how was your childhood? Paul Wilson says, hi Marty and Scott, greetings from the Costa del Hartlepool. Poor batting performance again by Durham. Let's hope the bowlers can dig the side out of a big hole. Should be with you from ball 1 to the last ball today. Thanks
Good.
very much. Keep
Good,
up
good.
the excellent commentary and the banter and the wit and the funny stories. Is it our commentary you've been listening to?
Listening to somebody else. I can rule that one out. Rain to Bohannon to complete the over, but pushed full but wide and left by Bohannon, who's already played one lovely straight drive for 4 in that over. So he's on 6 and Jennings on 18, and Lancashire are 43 for 1.
Stuart Manger emails. I think he lives in Sedbergh, doesn't he? He says, "Morning, Martin. Delighted you're there. Yup, was truly amazed at the temperature fall last night, and today the wind over here is strong and genuinely cold, even if the sun is shining brightly." He said, "I much prefer the background noise of a genuine match behind you than the comic Lord's hum, or TMS insists on using, including what sounds like a crowd, plus very obvious people's laughter. That recycles every 10 minutes or so, which is weird." I'm not aware of that at all, to be honest with you. What you can hear here is just basically the players on the pitch.
And a bit of wind.
Yeah.
I thought as in the weather.
Yes. In comes Rushworth, bounces that one through to Jennings, and he ducks out the road and goes for a little walk as the ball ends up in the keeper's gloves.
I've heard the hum that TMS use in the background, and I think there's an option where you can have it with the background hum, or you can listen to it without it. So it's similar to what a lot of the TV channels have done for the football. You can have crowd noise or non-crowd noise in the background.
Well, he says as the woman starts laughing on the background thing that they have on a loop every 10 minutes. I've not noticed it, to be honest. Rushworth from the Lumley end to Jennings. It's defended on a length.
Bizarrely, I quite like it listening to the cricket on the radio, even though I know it's kind of artificial, albeit it is an actual crowd, that it's genuine recording of a live crowd that they're playing underneath the commentary. So I quite like it on the radio, listening to the cricket with that in the background. But actually, when I've watched the football on the TV since the restart, I've always gone for the option with no crowd. I don't like the canned crowd on the TV. I'm not a fan of that.
No. Rushworth to Jennings. Jennings plays the ball into the ground on the leg side. It's collected at mid-wicket by Cameron Steele. It's a dot ball. I haven't, to be honest with you, I haven't watched that much sport recently. I've just got out of the habit of it because everything ground to a halt. And I mean, it does matter, you know. Here we are commentating on cricket, and it's great to see it back. But especially when the football season was just cancelled, and Sunderland's season, that was it, just ended.
It's done. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just lost all interest, really.
Where did you finish that in the end?
Rushworth comes in and bowls. Ooh, nearly an edge from Jennings. I think they were 1 point off the playoffs, and then lost. They were terrible at Bristol Rovers, and Bristol Rovers hadn't won for months. And they went down there, it was an awful performance, and they lost a midweek game. And that went against them. If they hadn't lost that, I think they would have ended up in the playoffs. But I mean, Wycombe Wanderers got promoted. They were an absolute freefall.
Yeah.
I mean, Sunderland hammered them at the Stadium Light, and other than Sunderland performances of recent years, Wycombe were the worst team I'd seen there in a long time.
But they got elevated into the playoffs, didn't they?
Yeah. So Rushworth comes in and bowls. It's gone through to the keeper, just past the off stump and the edge of the bat. I think there's a lot of disgruntled Sunderland fans, but they are basically, they've got to get to grips with the fact they're a Division 3 team these days, and they only have an equal say with all the rest. And you know, Wycombe voted for a system that would see them in the playoffs, even though they were nowhere near anymore. And Oxford and the other teams, they're quite rightly going to vote for that, because you know, I think Sunderland wanted to do it another way. I think they wanted to continue playing the season, but half the team said no. So that's the way it ended. Rushworth to Jennings, edged and snaffled at the third attempt by Alex Lees. That was like a hot potato. It bounced in and out of his hands. I think probably bounced into his thigh as well. And Jennings has been very watchful this morning, but he's just been lured into one there, and he's played at that, and it's gone to third slip. And at the third attempt, Lees managed to hold on to it. I thought he was going to put it down. Jennings is out for 18, and a good start this morning from Durham. They've taken 2 wickets for just the 10 runs, and it's 43 for 2.
It's a good ball from Rushworth. I think it's a really good over from Chris Rushworth. I think he's a wicket maiden. It is. be interesting to see actually all 6 deliveries back, one after another, because I think he's bowled really well to Jennings there. He's pushed a couple across him, bringing him forward, just tucking the bat inside the line, maybe playing slightly at a couple as well. That one was slightly straighter, square Jennings up a fraction. It's got the leading edge out towards the slip. So I think that's a really clever piece of bowling across the 6 deliveries from Chris Rushworth.
He's butted him up then.
Yeah, I think a little. Yeah, it'd be interesting to watch them all back. But I think that's a very, very good piece of bowling by Rushworth. And Jennings has to depart. So a really good start this by Durham. They've been absolutely on the money here. Unlike the first 9, well, the first probably 6 or 7 overs last night, when apart from Rushworth, when they were a little loose in truth. They've come out this morning, cloud cover overhead, new ball in hand, 2 bowlers at both ends, similar to how Lancashire started with Bailey and Wood, both kind of backing up each other, both backing up the work that each other are doing. It's not just Rushworth making life difficult at one end and then it's slightly easy at the other. With Rain and with Rushworth, certainly in this first half an hour, and it looks like they're going to be perhaps a bowling change now, they've been really good. And they've got rid of the 2 opening batsmen, the 2 guys not out overnight. So a good half hour this for Durham.
It's what it was needed, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think there are elements of what they did yesterday which would have been a bit frustrating, albeit I gather that 1 or 2 decisions may have been a little harsh on Durham, but they just didn't quite get going with the bat yesterday. Aside from Lees and Hart, kind of either side of lunch, I thought they batted really well. Lees actually batted really well all the way through. It just didn't quite work for them, and Lancashire bowled well. So they have to have a good morning, Durham, this morning. They've got to make this first hour, this first session work for them. And it's a good start.
Which things do you think didn't go in their favour? What decisions from the umpires?
Well, I think yeah.
Which one?
Well, I've just heard when I was across there that they were unhappy with the odd decision or 2. There is Salisbury over the wicket and bowling, wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. And there is no runs. The first bowling change is Matt Salisbury replacing Ben Rain.
There's nothing I can. Oh, that's suddenly got windy.
It's a bit windy, isn't it?
There's nothing I can think of from yesterday that I thought was contentious.
LBW, was he giving out LBW? I think that was one that I heard that they were not quite certain was a good decision. And obviously they had a couple of run-outs, which obviously is their own fault.
Yeah.
Salisbury comes bouncing in again. Forward goes Bohannon in defence into the covers, and there's no run. Dane Villas is the new batsman for Lancashire. I was kind of expecting to see Livingston, but
well, unless Dixon claims that he never hit that ball. I mean, that was a stunning catch from Alex Davies off Tom Bailey. He went for 2. Cameron Steele was a walking wicket, wasn't he? We just expected him to go any ball, and he did. He went LBW. Bedingham left his bat hanging way outside the line of the stumps and was caught behind. Hart got run out. There was no contention there.
Salisbury comes back into Bohannon. That's a little too far wide of off stump, so ignored by Bohannon.
I can't recall anything contentious about Burnham, and he's been struggling for runs for quite a long time now. Then he got 5. Lees was run out. That was never a run that he should have set off for, and that was basically Eckersley who called him through for that one. Eckersley was caught in the slips. Carr slapped one to square leg, didn't he?
Yep, caught by Villas, wasn't it? Salisbury to Bohannon, again left and through to the keeper, no run.
The one that got Salisbury LBW was a Yorker which landed on his foot, and I watched that a couple of times on the screen, and it just looked like it was going to hit leg stump. And Rushworth was caught. So I'm looking down that scorecard, and we watched most of those dismissals back again and again, and I can't really recall anything that I thought was untoward, to be honest with you.
No, at the time we thought they all looked good, didn't we? We managed to see, I think, most of them either back on a replay or on that. We have a delayed screen here. We don't have the live screen as Salisbury brings Bohannon forward. That's played safely into the offside. There is no run. 43 for 2.
Dane Villas has had a A few scores against Durham over the years, the new batsman. Of course, the captain of Lancashire as well. He got 90 and 43 in the match against Leicestershire last week. He's played 6 tests for South Africa. 9,005 runs. But it's Bohannon who's on strike at the moment. The Salisbury bowls. And he's defended. That is the end of the over. Hand sanitizer being brought on. Something's being brought on. It's not hand sanitizer, it's tablets for Josh Bohannon. If he's just had a knock or something. He's chatting with his captain at the moment. This is Willis' 158th first-class match. He's got a highest score of 266 against Glamorgan last year. One of 21 centuries. He's had 42 half-centuries as well. Also got a big knock against Hants in 2017 in Division 1, 244 in that game. 1,036 runs last season, including 207 50s. Last year against Durham at Sedbergh, he got 72 and 85.
What page number is this of the documents that you produced?
421.2, paragraph 3. Rushworth bowls, and Willis flicks that away nicely out through mid-wicket. It was heading towards the foot of leg stump, and he just moved his back leg out the way to give himself some space and played it away nicely out towards deep mid-wicket for 3. Hear a dog barking in the ground.
Just pass me the notes, please.
Yeah.
I'm going to show the camera here just how comprehensive these are. I don't know if you can get a little shot of these, but this is page after page of documents, all printed out in colour. Pictures as well. Have you done the pictures in this? Have you arranged the pictures yourself? Yeah. All printed out. Looks magnificent. Durham's badge on that page as well. Lancashire's badge somewhere. Yeah. Excellent.
Rushworth from the Lumley end. Oh, now that's come off the pad there, as Bohannon was looking to steer that through the leg side. It ends up keeping him in his crease. It's a dot ball that's rolled off towards mid-wicket.
And there's the red rose of Lancashire as well. Yeah. Brilliant work, Martin. Can't read your handwriting, mind you, but that's all there as well. Great.
Well, in my other career, I'm a doctor. Yeah, I have the stats for each team as well, highs and lows, all that kind of thing. And head-to-head details, too. Rushworth comes in and bowls. That's pushed off towards backward point. Collected by Cameron Steele. The idea being that it's there, and I know it's there if I need to review, to refer to it. You know, if there's a decent day's playing, there's a lot going on, you don't often have to, but by doing the notes, a lot of it sticks in your head anyway, so if something happens, you remember it, because you only wrote it a couple of days ago. But if there's a stat that I think is quirky, that'll get in there. Rushworth to Bohannon. Bohannon's got the bat raised. He goes forward, bat and pad, and plays this one up towards mid-on, no run. And sometimes you tend to know where a specific piece of information would be in the notes, but it could take quite a long time to find it on the internet. So, and some of the stuff in there you wouldn't have on the internet.
I'm a big fan.
I'll just update it every time, you know. Keep bowling, Rushy boy, is the cry there. Hasn't taken a wicket yet in this innings. Ben Rain took the first today, and Keaton. That one's he has, hasn't he? I've put the wrong name down. He did. He got Keaton Jennings. That's gone off to fine leg. A good stop by Salisbury, who falls off the pitch as he stops the ball going for 4. And leg byes are signalled. 2. I've gone and put Keaton Jennings. How about caught Alex Lee's bowled Keaton Jennings? Why would I have done such a silly thing?
I don't know.
And good job I've got this whitener stuff. I nicked it from the dressing room. Lads use it to whiten their boots. So Chris Rushworth needs another 4, and he has 500 first-class wickets for Durham. He got to the 500 mark the other day. So Rushworth comes in and bowls. Took 6 against Yorkshire last week across the 2 innings. But he has, over the years, had 5 wickets for MCC in games in Abu Dhabi. So the next target is 500 for Durham. And then if he gets to 519, he passes Simon Brown. And if he gets to 528, he's passed Graham Onions and is the record wicket taker for the club. 48 for 2.
Everybody is up and running today. No problems in the Bob Willis Trophy across the 3 regional groups. No issues with the rain or anything like that. Everyone's playing. We'll keep across all the scores throughout the course of the day. Some games are well advanced. In particular, Somerset against Northants. Wickets galore yesterday. It continues again today. Somerset 52 for 5. Lead by 151 runs. Salisbury from the Finkel end, 48 for 2. And Lancashire captain Dane Villas is clipping this delivery through the leg side. Comes and comes back for a second. He might eye up a third here, and he does.
It's getting a bit busy on the boundary there. Vic's been joined by somebody else, and there's 3 extra chairs now.
Ooh, it's controversial, isn't it?
Let's mark one of the other groundsmen.
But still, Vicky in the deck chair.
Vic's in the deck chair, the
Yeah.
red and white stripy deck chair. That is his throne, isn't it?
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
is,
that's
yeah.
his domain.
Clearly, yeah.
Mark's 3 chairs away, so they've socially distanced. They were the 2 that kept cutting the grass and watering the ground during lockdown.
Salisbury to Bohannon, but passed off stump and through to the keeper.
Michael says, I love the book, Marty. Just think how much it would be worth in years to come. Very little, I would imagine, Michael. My wife's complaining that it's there's too much weight on the bookshelves now, and they might fall down. Scott Reed, are you thinking of doing a stats book for Lancashire? No.
No. Martin knew the answer emphatically.
Yeah.
I've got the patience for it, really. Salisbury over the wicket. Forward comes Bohannon. And he defends into the offside. There's no run.
You have a man to do it for you, don't
well,
you?
No. I'm very grateful that Chris Rimmer or Ken Grime and Gary Morgan that they tend to furnish me with a few bits and bobs.
Kevin Hand's got into that routine as well. Happy for other people that do it.
I'm very, very grateful. They're better at it than me. They know what they're doing. I get confused by all this stuff. 51 for 2, Salisbury to Bohannon, who's again off the front foot and defending into the onside. There's no run.
Well, I think one of your guys at Lancashire uses the same database that William, the scorer here, uses, which was designed by a guy from Australia who was here a few years ago and showed me through it. It was excellent, but you have to pay each year to use it, and I couldn't pass that off with the BBC. I don't think I'd get away with that one. So some of the scorers and statisticians do use that. I know Richard Isaacs has got his own database.
Salisbury right arm over the wicket, bowls to Bohannon. That's turned up to mid-on. There's no run.
So Richard's a cricket scorer who is often with the Sky commentary team from Rami originally.
Oh, right, okay.
And then of course Andrew Sampson, the TMS scorer. He has his own system. I don't know what Zoltz uses.
I think it's the same as Andrew Sampson.
Is it?
So.
Right.
3 slips awaiting. Bohannon just bends his knees as Salisbury bowls a foolish ball and off stump, which is driven again pretty handsomely by Bohannon, but not beyond Ben Rain at mid-off. And that completes the over at 51 for 2, Lancashire.
Jamie Bowman's got in touch. Hello, Jamie. He says, lovely listening to Scott and Marty commentating this morning while toiling on the allotment. Happy memories of said last summer. At least you don't have a tent to take down on your own today, Jamie.
It was a little camping trip, wasn't it?
Yeah.
For Jamie. What good fun that was last year at Sedbergh.
It was the night where we went for a pizza. We just couldn't stop laughing in that pizzeria.
I think I said something stupid, didn't I? I can't remember what it was, but I'm certain I said something idiotic.
Yeah.
Not for the first time.
Yeah. 51 for 2. Rushworth coming in here to bowl to Willis, who's on 6 from the Lumley end. And again, he flicks it away off his legs. Rushworth's obviously trying this Yorker length ball on leg stump, but Willis is equal to it. Gets that one down to fine leg for 1. Michael says, do I see Paul Allott walking around the boundary? How many walks is he doing today?
This is a follow-on from last week.
Oh, there he is, yeah.
So at New Road last week, Richard and I were keeping a tally of how many laps of the outfield he did, and he was up to kind of like a dozen a day.
Yeah.
And he's having a little wonder now.
Who's he talking to?
I don't know, I can't see.
He's with somebody else from the Lancashire setup.
Okay.
Paul Allott, I think, played for Gateshead Fell when he was a student up in the northeast many years ago. In comes Rushworth, that swings away and off to the keeper, left alone by Bohannon. Was he either at Newcastle Uni or Durham Uni? Would have been in the mid-80s, early 80s maybe. Played in the Durham Senior League. Ball gradually makes its way back to Rushworth. 3 slips in place. Dixon, Bellingham and Lees. That's a leave from Bohannon, wide of off stump. Toiling on the allotment, eh?
I guess it's quite therapeutic, that, isn't it? If you're kind of growing your own fruit and veg, that must be quite a nice feeling. That satisfying to say, oh, look at that potato I've grown.
There's an allotment in Fulwell in Sunderland. And if you're heading from sort of Sunderland to South Shields, you'll pass it, or if you go down past the Greyhound Stadium, you'll pass it. As Rushworth comes in and bowls, that's left alone outside the off stump. And it is claimed to be the biggest allotment in the country.
Okay.
I don't know how you would know that, whether it's down to how many allotment holders you have, how many plots there are, what the acreage is.
Oh, it's not just one person's allotment?
No, it's lots of people there.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. You get a better view of it if you're on the train going to Bolden. Coming into Sunderland from Newcastle, you can look down on it, and it's quite a huge site. Rushworth bowls, and he's played off towards the covers, no run there. I'd struggle with a window box, never mind an allotment. I cut the grass, and that's all I'm trusted with.
Everything else you're banned from.
Yeah.
I'm not too dissimilar. I wouldn't know a weed from a flower. I'm got a clue.
Officer. Your Honour. Rushworth then to Bohannon from the Lumley end. Bohannon defends. The ball runs up to mid-on, no run. And that is the over. 1 up run from it right at the beginning. That leg stump Yorker he was trying to Willis, which was flicked away to fine leg for 1. So 52-4-2.
I wonder what Jamie's growing. Jamie, tell me what you're growing in your allotment. What is in season, in harvest? Is that the right word?
I bet that's where he keeps his magic torch as well.
Oh, I will be. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Well, things that are easy to grow are things like radishes.
Hang on. I'm not, with all due respect.
What?
When you're not allowed to go anywhere near your garden, what would you know that's easy to grow?
I remember this from when I was a kid and we used to grow the odd bit in our back garden.
Sure about that. So you reckon a radish is easy to grow?
Oh, dead easy, yeah.
Okay. Salisbury into Willis, just squeezing this one behind point on the offside, going through for a quick single, moves to 8, 53 for 2.
Spring onions and onions are
they easy as well?
Fairly, yeah. Now, we couldn't grow carrots in our garden because we didn't have sandy soil. But where my nana and granda lived round the corner, they had sandy soil and they could. So you need sandy soil for carrots.
So all of a sudden you're an expert on growing carrots?
No, I couldn't grow them, so no.
I'm going to wait till Jamie gets in touch, someone who knows what he's talking about.
I'm going to tell you something now that you're not going to believe, but it's true.
Salisbury from the Finkel end, back into Bohannon. Doesn't quite time the drive, it squirts to mid-on, no run.
You know these guys who grow these huge leeks?
Yeah, okay,
right?
yeah.
So you got these leek shows when you're sort of September time, and if you go to Stanhope Show or Woolsingham Show in Weardale, September-ish time, late August and September, and they have a leek section and vegetable section and stuff. I was talking to a guy once, this thing was huge, it was like a tree trunk. And apparently you can't eat these leeks, they're not edible. No, they're not very nice.
Salisbury into Bohannon, and turned up to mid-on, where Rushworth fields, no run.
And this guy told me that he grew his leeks in these huge tubes. And he used to pour into the tubes things like pig's blood and stuff like that he got from the abattoir. And some of the things that are poured into these tubes to feed these leeks. So these leeks are carnivorous. Yeah.
Sounds grim.
Yeah.
Well, what's the point in growing if you can't eat it?
Just to win.
Oh, okay.
It's a big thing, winning.
53 for 2. And Bohannon just turning it leg side. This time it's mid-wicket. It comes round to field. Again, there's no run.
Matthew says he's enjoyed the commentary last night. Keep up the good work today. We'll be watching all day. Let's hope for a better day. So I presume he's a Durham fan then.
Well, that's a good start. Jennings and Davis gone early on. Davis in the first over.
Michael says, good day for Durham today. They're definitely not out of this game.
Salisbury to Bohannon. He just leans into it and squeezes the ball out into the offside, out to cover, and there is no run.
When I think of Bohannon, I think of the DJ Hamilton Bohannon, who died earlier this year. Actually, he was a producer and a DJ in America. He had some. He's behind some of the big disco hits of the 70s. People will remember him.
I'm certain. It's not just you, it's not just in your mind. Salisbury to Bohannon, getting off the front foot, defending into the offside. End of Salisbury's third over. Lancashire are 53 for 2. Bohannon 6. Willis on 8. Fred Boycott says the biggest allotment in the world is in Wakefield.
In the world?
This is where Yorkshire tea is grown, says Fred Boycott. Thank you, Fred.
I doubt it. Yorkshire tea comes from India.
Oh, here we go. Jamie's been in touch with some pictures. Oh my word, that's an enormous pumpkin. Is it a pumpkin?
Yeah, look how much he paid for it at Asda. It's got the price on this side.
Oh, look at that. It's got some tomatoes, some herbs there as well. Oh, look at some courgette. Oh, those tomatoes look delicious. Oh, and some blackberries. And some blackberries.
Change of bowler now. Carse has replaced Rushworth from the Lumley end. First ball to Willis goes off towards Steele at point, no run.
Well, that's a fine, and some potatoes in there as well.
Yeah, your potatoes, you've got to grow them in trenches, don't you?
I've absolutely no idea.
And then if you want to store them in the dark, so you can use them as seeds for the following year.
Again, I don't really believe what you're saying. I'm just going to wait.
That's how you do. That's what you grow
Jamie.
potatoes from potatoes. Oh. If you leave a potato in a cupboard for ages, it starts to grow all those sprouty bits off it, doesn't it? So it's effectively a giant seed. Carse comes in and bowls. That's a shortish one, and it's whipped away. There's a chance of a run out here. It's a direct hit from Gareth Hart, but Bohannon got to the crease at the wicket-keeper's end. The ball had been played out towards the covers by Willis, and Bohannon just got in there in time, because we saw a couple of run-outs yesterday, and Hart, who hit the stumps there, was one of the victims of one yesterday. Pretty quick going there from Hart. Bohannon just back in the crease in time. And there was nearly a danger of overthrows as well. Cast to Bohannon from the Lumley end. That's a shortish ball, and batsman tries to cut it. Plays and misses at a rising delivery. Doug Raines wondering in the Somerset match, is the pitch inspector required? Well, they have one at all the games now anyway, don't they? Match liaison officers.
Somerset is 6 down now. 67 for 6, lead by 166 runs. Going to day 2 there, aren't they? Into the 3rd innings of the match.
Yeah. Carse comes in. That's played back up towards mid-off.
This is what's happening elsewhere in the North Group. Leicestershire against Derbyshire. Leicestershire 199 all out. Derbyshire in reply 151 for 2. And Notts against Yorkshire. Yorkshire 264 all out. And Notts replying are 40 for 2. Hasib Hamid 21 not out.
Carson, short ball. Hannon tries to hook, plays and misses.
In the Central Group, aside from the Northants-Somerset game, Warwickshire 5 for 1, replying to Gloucestershire's 210 all out. Worcestershire 351 for 3 against Glamorgan. They had a great day yesterday, and Jake Libby still going, 170 not out, and Brett D'Oliveira 140 not out.
Cars into the crease bowls, and Bohannon plays on off the back foot out towards the covers. A diving stop from Gareth Hart. That's the end of the over. Just the one from it. 54 for 2 here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Lancashire. And it is hand sanitizer time.
Oh, excellent. The South Group, 3 games in the South Group. Essex 262 all out. Surrey, this is at Chelmsford, have just started their reply and they've lost 2 wickets. They're 1 for 2. They've lost Patel and Borthwick. So trailed by 261 runs. And 2 other South Group games. Sussex 332 all out. Kent 15 without loss in reply. And Middlesex 252 all out. Hampshire's reply 48 for 3.
Do you want to read Jamie's next tweet out?
Okay. I don't think I've not got it. He sent me some pictures of all his fruit and veg, which look magnificent, but
it's about potatoes.
Okay.
I'm going to have to look this up, and I need a pronunciation guide.
Oh, crikey, right. Here is Rain to start his 5th over. So there was a little burst from Salisbury, wasn't it? And then he's come out of the attack, and Rain comes back in as Villas gets forward and plays the ball into the offside. There's no run.
He says you're right about the potatoes. It's called chitting. C-H-I-T-T-I-N-G.
Okay.
So I'm looking up, and it says chitting is a method of preparing potatoes or other tubers for planting. The seed potatoes are placed in a tray in a light and cool place, but shielded from direct sunlight. And all but 3 or 4 of the eyes of the potato are removed, leaving the strongest growths only.
Ben Rain for Durham is in to Villas. He's onto the front foot and guiding the ball through the offside for no run.
Popular ask questions on Google. Is potato chitting necessary?
Be careful with that one, haven't you?
Yeah. It says here you don't have to do it to get a good crop. However, you might want to chit your potatoes if you notice them beginning to sprout, or if you want an earlier harvest date.
Okay.
There you go. The things we learn.
Well, indeed.
It's just...
Yeah. It's mesmerising. Rain to Villas. It's a very extravagant leave, isn't it, by Dean Villas?
We open the mic each day to commentate on the cricket and all of the other subjects that come out. It's like a giant living encyclopedia. It breathes among us, isn't it?
That's one way to describe it, Martin.
Yeah. Where do we store all this information?
It's called Google.
Yeah, the things you learn, though, you know. Who knew that was... You did potatoes was called that?
Well, Jamie knows what he's talking about, doesn't he? Rain balls and Villas again on the front foot, just helping the ball along the ground, just pushing it into the offside out towards point. And there's no run.
Somebody's going to send us a 5 things we learned about potatoes. One of those listicles. Davy Fenwick's been on. He says Paul Allott went to Durham Uni to Bede College, now Hilden Bede. He says Simon Hughes, Nasser Hussain, Graham Fowler and Gabby Yoreth / Logan all went there as well.
No.
He says my mum, who's sadly no longer with us, worked in the offices there for 40 years.
There's Ben Rain, Finkel end over the wicket to Willis. It's driven back down the ground, stopped by Rain, actually off his own bowling, low down to his right-hand side. He's got a fingertip on that. And then mid-on, which is Chris Rushworth, comes round to complete the fielding.
Now our neighbour, George Patterson, he was in charge of one of these colleges. He sort of looked after the students, that kind of thing. They all live in these different parts of Durham in these different houses. It's a bit like Sedbergh, really. Now, was he held in St Bede?
2 slips in the gully. Rain to Willis, worked leg side, stopped at mid-wicket. And there is no run. Cameron Steele there at mid-wicket, looking nice and lively. End of the over. A maiden for Ben Rain, back into the attack. It was only a short spell from Salisbury. Whether he's going to have a do from the Lumley end, I'm not sure, but anyway, Rain back into the attack and starts with a maiden. And Lancashire 54 for 2 with Willis 9, Bohannon 6.
Yeah, I wonder what that was all about then. Why bring Salisbury in for a couple of overs? Carse to Bohannon. And Bohannon plays that to Salisbury at mid-on, all right. Paul Allott's nearly completed his next lap. He's almost up to us.
Okay, very gentle start by Paul Allott today.
He's just warming up.
Yeah, well, his first couple at Worcester last week were rapid, absolutely rapid.
Well, Rushy's dad, he takes his dog to watch local league cricket and just walks the boundary all the time, and will do 14, 15 miles in a day walking round and round and round. Good ball there from Carse, just beats the outside edge of the bat. We could hear a camera shutter rattling away there. Be an update for Radio Newcastle in about 6 or 7 minutes time in the news. No, wait. Right, so these are all pictures of Jamie's vegetables.
Look great, don't
being
they?
held by varying members of his family by those things. A daughter. That's a nice crop on this. Oh, there's some berries there. You'd be right up your street, those berries.
Not got anything today.
No. Carse comes in and bowls. And that is played towards backward point and stopped by Cameron Steele tumbling across to his left. You haven't got anything?
No. Well, I went to the supermarket to get some lunch, and the supermarket was open, so I picked some items up, went to the checkout, and they went, "Oh, it's not 10 o'clock. You can't pay for them yet."
Where was that?
There's a well-known budget supermarket just outside Sunderland.
But there's a little Sainsbury's in Washington, which you could have probably got something from there if they had anything on the shelves.
So I've got nothing.
I'd have to go to the petrol station along the road then. There's a Marxies in there as Carse bowls. It's a no ball. Going for the Yorker length ball, which Bohannon dug out. You have to nip up to Chesley Street into the town centre or something.
But I mean, why open the shop if you can't buy anything? I mean, what's the point in that? Seems a bit bizarre.
I'm trying to work out which route you took to come.
Whichever route my sat thing on my phone took me.
So was it near where you were staying?
I went around the back of the Stadium of Light today.
All right. Oh, rising ball there. Bohannon tries to cut that one. It's gone into the keeper's gloves. So I'm trying to see what, halfway along Washington Way, and then did you go up the hill away from the new bridge to a supermarket there?
Might have done. I went over this green, very narrow green bridge, steel bridge, right by the Stadium of Light, and then there's a supermarket just off a roundabout. There's loads of different retail parks around there.
Oh, right, yeah. Carse comes in, and that's played away out off the back foot by Bohannon, and he's clubbed that hard through the covers. It's gone for 4.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
Really middled that one. Initially, I didn't think it had the legs on it, but it seemed to gather momentum as it went across the square.
It's there to be hit, really, wasn't it, from Carse, but put it away very nicely, Bohannon. These two have spent a lot of time batting together over the course of the last 12 months. And Dane Willis and Josh Bohannon. There's been quite a few good partnerships between the two of them. I guess the most memorable one was at Worcester against Worcester at Southport. I think it might have been towards the back end of 2018, and batted for about a day and a half. They were excellent. They were brilliant.
Cars comes in.
Ooh, great comeback.
That was a good ball. He's gone right back into his crease there and pushed it fresh air. The ball flew past to the keeper. For Ben Brown. Sussex were 90 for 3 when he came in. He's the last man out. 332. So he's too short of his 100, said Adrian Harms.
Yeah, loads of coverage of all those games on the BBC Sport website and app, and live stream with the commentary on Lancashire's website and Durham's official club website as well. Multi-camera setup, it's all really impressive. Great service, so you can watch the pictures and listen to the commentary, or you can take us with you as Rain comes over the wicket and bowls to Willis, who's forward in defence, and there's no run. Just download that BBC Sport website and app onto your phone. All the links to the different commentaries are there, and there's reports coming through from across the ground as well.
2 wickets to fall in the first 5 overs this morning. Third ball, the first one. The news has begun on Radio Newcastle, so there'll be an update there soon. Ben Rain, ball in hand, running away from us. Comes into bowl to Willis, who defends. The ball runs back towards the bowler. Rain comes in and bowls, and that's a thick edge. It's gone along the ground and away towards third man for 4. There's 2 slips in place in a gully. If there'd been a third slip, that would have been a straightforward stop. Ooh, thunderstorms forecast for the next 4 days from midday tomorrow. I was telling you about Liam Dutton, the Channel 4 weather presenter yesterday. He'd put a tweet out saying 3 different computer models had come up with 3 different versions of what could happen. So guessing where the storms are going to bubble up. But when they do, they could be heavy. In comes Rain, and Willis forward to that one. Big stride, bat and pad, and the ball runs off the gully, no run. Some of the models that he showed on Twitter yesterday had red bits in the forecast for really, really heavy rain. Generally happens, doesn't it, when you get a bit of warm weather. Well, Durham bowled out yesterday for 180, and Lancashire got to 33 without loss last night, but they've taken 2 wickets in the first 5 overs this morning, and Ben Rain, who is bowling now, got one of them with the 3rd ball of the day, and he had Alex Davies caught for 8 by David Beddingham in the slips. That was 3 balls into the first over, and then Keaton Jennings, the former Durham man, fell to Alex Lees when he was on 18, caught by Lees at the 3rd attempt at 3rd slip off the bowling of Chris Rushworth. So Lancashire were 43 for 2 then. They are now 64 for 2. Dane Willis has 13 and Josh Bohannon 10, and there's commentary on the BBC website and the Sports app. Rain comes in and bowls, and Willis defends. Wakefield is where the Fred Boycott earlier was saying Wakefield has the biggest allotment, but Wakefield, that's the area where they grow a lot of the rhubarb, isn't it? And isn't that grown indoors in the dark? Do they grow mushrooms in that area as well? The rhubarb triangle. Sean in round A responding to Sir Fred Boycott. So Sir Fred Boycott said the biggest allotment in the world is in Wakefield. This is where Yorkshire Tears grow. Sean says, grown under the canopy of the rhubarb jungle above the Pontefract cake mine. Yeah. All in that area. Cast to Bohannon from the Lumley end, start of a new over, and he's going for a quick single here. He's playing it just short of mid-on. Salisbury has to come in to collect the ball. Good running from Lancashire. And they are 65 for 2. Willis has 13. Bohannon has 11 from 53 balls, whereas Willis has faced 18. Deficit 115. BBC Radio Newcastle with you, and BBC Radio Lancashire. It's a cool, overcast day in Chester Street. That one's left alone by Willis. Goes through to the keeper. And the cloud is being blown in from the North Sea. And that cooling wind. I have to say, I got back to the coast last night, having been told by a number of people here yesterday how lovely and hot it was outside here as we sat with the windows open in the cold. It was quite chilly on the seafront last night. I had a jacket on. Cast was about to start his run up there, and then something put him off, so he's turned and gone back. Now he comes in again. Willis crouched at the crease weights and then leaves the ball. We're cricket at yahoo.co.uk. On the email, at Marty Cricket on Twitter, at Scott Reed on Twitter. 65 for 2. Cast coming into bowl to Willis. Oh, he nearly edged that one. He played and missed there. And there was a catch it yelp from the bowler. I wonder if he thought he'd heard something. Looking at the monitor here, and the side-on shot of the ground, you can see Paul Allott walking bottom of the ground on lap 3 now, I think. That was a good ball from Cast, and he did try to play that one. It's very late to it. Nearly a snick. 2 balls left, and there's one of them. That's driven up to mid-off. Oh, and there could be a chance of a run out here, no. Well, Chris Rushforth's picked the ball up, but it went along the ground to him. Bohannon set off like the clappers, and Willis said no. And he was quick to get back to his crease, actually, because he'd gone about a third of the way down the track. But by the time I think Rushforth realised there was a possibility of having to go at the stumps, Bohannon was nearly back. And it wasn't worth throwing the ball, but another 2 or 3 paces down the track and he could have been in trouble. Last ball of the over then. Cast balls, that is driven out past point. That will go for 4. Loosish delivery, half volley, wide of off stump, and it's gone for 4. So what had been quite a decent over with just a single off it ends with a bit of disappointment from the bowler and a boundary. 65 for 2. Willis moves on to 71 for 2 now. The scoreboard catches up. Willis moves on to 17. Oh, there's an extra ball here, and that's a catch, is it? They're appealing for a catch down the leg side. Hadn't noticed there at the end of that over, the Neil Pratt, the umpire, had signalled a no ball. So not only did it go for 4, it was a no ball as well. And then there was a shout for a leg side strangle, not given. So an extra ball there. So 71 for 2.
It was a good shout, wasn't it? Something from behind, just watching this back. It's hard to tell on that particular from that one view there. You need the old ultra edge, wouldn't you, try and work out if it's come off something, but would have been
possibly scraped the hip.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, maybe actually he's looking back on the replay. He just deflected off his, so maybe his hip. Got his bat and his hands out high out the way of that, or at least he did his best to. Yeah, Lancashire captain, so he's on 17. And Bohannon on 11. Ben Rain for Durham, bowling to Bohannon. It's played into the offside. There is no run. 71-42. So through the first hour and 10 minutes of play on the second day. Not quite as bright and as sunny as we had yesterday, but it's okay for the minute. But I was slightly alarmed by Martin's revelation of thunderstorms tomorrow. I thought they weren't going to come till Tuesday, but...
Well, it was in our news bulletin, an orange warning has been issued for thunderstorms for 4 days.
There's rain over the wicket to Bohannon, who plays forward in defence, and there's no run.
Could bubble up and miss or so, that's a thing.
Well, hopefully.
Remember, it was recently the anniversary of Thunder Thursday, which hit Tyneside in 2012.
Thunder Thursday?
Yeah, this was an incredible storm, this.
Have you just called it that?
No, that's what it became.
Okay,
No,
right.
Guess which day of the week it happened on.
And what?
Some incredible damage caused by that storm.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
2 slips in a gully. Waiting for rain to bowl to Bohannon. Just eases that one down to fine leg, but slightly false shot from Bohannon. Got a little inside edge down towards fine leg for a single, so he moved to 12, 72 for 2.
Summer of 2012
Okay.
was, I think, the wettest on record.
Right.
Not far off the summer of 2007, where we had some corker storms that year as well, and then last year was right up there too. But I remember driving to work on an early shift one summer's day, June 2012, and the windscreen wipers weren't working on my car. So I managed to get it into the garage that day and get it sorted out, and then the following afternoon the man from the garage rang just to explain the job they'd done.
Rain to Willis, who's pushing at this delivery, but through to the keeper, no run.
And I was in the office, and I could hear this noise on the other end of the phone, and it was like screaming and like all these noises, like whoa, and oh my god. I said, what's happening? And he said, I've just jumped out of my skin. He said, there's just been this massive explosion right above our garage. It's the biggest rumble of thunder I've ever heard in my life. And I said, what? And I'm thinking, sunny outside. Anyway, I looked outside just as the sky went black and the trees in the car park started to bend with the wind.
Rain to Willis, up onto his toes, guides it down to gully, no run.
So we were probably where our office was from where he was, maybe 2 miles away.
Okay.
And this almighty rumble of thunder happened, and flash of lightning, and the whole building shook. And whoa, what on earth is this? And then Armageddon came. And it started just as the drive time show was beginning. So John Harlan and Lucas had just gone on air. Now in our studios at Radio Newcastle, you've got no view to the outside world. You're right in the middle of the building, so you can't see out through a window. And it absolutely came down, thunder and lightning and everything.
Rain to complete the over, left by Willis, who brings his bat up and across his body and through to the keeper, and there's no run.
So I went into the studios, I think I was doing a sports bulletin or something, and I said, you want to go and have a look outside? The weather's incredible. And they said, oh, we're too busy to look outside. I don't know. And then I could hear noises, and people were a bit concerned, and they were running to the back of our building where the record library is, and the road above, slightly above our car park, is Barrack Road, which is where St James's Park is. And the road had filled up with water so much that every time a vehicle came past, this wave of water came down the grass bank and into our car park, and the water was starting to rise up the side of our building. This was in a matter of minutes, and literally 5 minutes. It was just unbelievable. So I went outside and filmed it, and then went back into the studios and showed them the film. And I said, I think you're going to have to chuck the running order out the window here. This is a mega storm. And then we started getting phone calls from people all over the place. It was incredible. It's another no ball from Cars. Played and missed by Bohannon. Needs to watch that foot. I saw a similar thing with Richard Gleeson yesterday with 4 or 5 no balls.
Yeah, from that end, wasn't it, as well? That lovely end.
Anyway, we started getting phone calls of people trapped in underpasses in Newcastle, cars floating away.
Crikey.
The Gateshead area got it really bad because there's some big hills around Gateshead, and the water from the top of the hills in Gateshead flooded down towards Heworth, and a load of cars parked at Heworth roundabout submerged, and it was just bedlam, absolute bedlam. In comes Cast with a short ball hooked into the ground by Bohannon and off towards mid-wicket for 1 run. He moves on to 13, 75 for 2. Anyway, it became pretty clear pretty quickly that this was a major incident, and there were lots of people reporting flooding. Some people had to be rescued from houses. There was a block of flats which hadn't been built long, and the foundations of these flats in Tyneside were washed away, and the flats had to be evacuated because they started to collapse, and the people weren't allowed to go back into their flats again, and they had to be demolished a few weeks later. Cars to Willis, that's left alone outside the off stump. And I remember coming home that day and people were having to drive the wrong way down dual carriageways because just everywhere was flooded. I passed on the motorway near here, just down towards Washington. There was a van which was submerged. You could just see the top of the van roof. It was amazing. And then
Cranky.
Got just beyond the Nissan plant, dry as a bone. So this storm had come across Tyneside, it hit Gateshead in Newcastle and Wallsend in parts of North Tyneside, missed Sunderland completely. Carson Bowles, defended by Willis. Dot ball.
So the predictions for this storm are not as bad, are they? For this next one?
I just said it's. Well, the modelling I saw yesterday was for. It showed you some maps of what could happen, and in those projected radar images were blotches of red, which means Armageddon. If it's yellow, it's going to be bad. If it's red, then it's batten down the hatches.
Oh,
but
right, okay.
The thing with thunderstorms in the height of the summer is actually predicting where they'll bubble up. Willis on strike, drives Cars out towards the point boundary. They've got a man out there now, and that is Alex Lees. 1 run.
So we could get lucky. They could miss us.
Yeah. Oh, we might not get lucky.
Well, we'll see. The BBC weather app is still saying sunny and dry tomorrow, but and then Tuesday, dodgy.
Right.
But let's hope that's accurate.
Carlson bowls. Oh, I thought there was a little click of the bat there as Bohannon's tried to drive at one outside the off stump and missed it.
Yeah, he's perhaps a touch unlucky. Cars. He's played and missed a couple Bohannon off the bowling of Cars. When he gets it right with the way he bounces, he's tall lad, isn't he? So he hits the deck quite high. He's obviously a very talented cricketer and a good young bowler. Just struggled a little bit for kind of consistency so far tonight, last night and today.
Here he comes from the Lumley end. That's a better ball right on the money and defended, and it just runs up towards mid-on end of the over. 76 for 2. He's had lots of issues over the years with injury, and trying to keep him right has been half the issue as the hand sanitizers come out again. Gonna have a squirt.
Yeah, we better had, don't we? Yeah.
So he had a foot problem, hairline fracture of the foot, and then a couple of years ago he was really questioning whether he was going to play any more cricket because he had this knee problem, which he was struggling with. I think he eventually went to see a Harley Street specialist, and this person basically came up with a whole new training regime for him and said he needed to be handled differently to the other players. He couldn't be doing the lengthy net sessions that some of the other bowlers do because his body was struggling with the workload, so they changed things, and as a result of that he's been given a new extension to his contract and has now fallen under the radar of the England selectors and has been with the Lions and in the winter to, were they in Australia, did they go to? Yeah, Australia in the winter, and was part of the squad initially for the Ireland one-day internationals, but didn't play.
Ben Ray bowling to Dane Willis with an angled bat, guides the ball quite deliberately up to mid-on. Rush with fields, no run.
From a Durham point of view, 23 runs, 33 runs have been added here by these two. They could do with a wicket. Otherwise, this partnership will build and build. Might take the game away from them.
2 slips waiting, Rain to Willis. That's a lovely shot through the onside. To the right of mid-on, to the left of mid-wicket, and down towards the boundary rope. Nice little clip away by Dane Willis, just leaning into it. Nice roll of the wrist. The ball along
nice,
the ground. It did sound good. 4 runs to Willis, so he's up to 22. Lancashire are 80 for 2. Well, the way that Willis in particular plays, if he occupies the crease, if he's there for a decent period of time, then runs going to naturally do flow.
I don't know if Durham are trying to target his legs for whatever reason, but he seems to me to be rather strong on his legs, and perhaps that's not a tactic they need to adopt.
Rain into Willis. With a very extravagant leave again, with his bat hoisted high above his head, almost down on one knee.
Chris Rushworth's warming up again. Didn't see much of Matt Salisbury earlier, did we?
No, just have a double check of the overs, but it seemed to be it's either 1 or 2, I think he bowled, and then.
Well, he certainly hadn't bowled any last night, had he?
No, he'd not bowled last night.
How many has he bowled? 3.
Just 3 then.
None for 4, 3 overs, 1 maiden. So.
Rain to Willis again, left alone through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Rushworth and Carse bowled last night, so Rushworth's bowled 10 overs so far, 1 for 17, 4 maidens. Carse none for 40 from 7. Rain 1 for 11 from 7, so he's been quite frugal. 3 over, 3 maidens from him. But yeah, Salisbury just the 3 overs. So I'm wondering what the plan was with Matt Salisbury, if they're going to try him at another end in a few minutes, or.
Yeah, it was he bowled from the Finkel end, didn't he, for those 3 overs, replaced by Ben Rain. He's back into Willis. Right forward bat, push firmly in front of his pad, directing the ball to mid-on. Rushworth fields, no run. Final ball of Ben Rain's 8th over coming up. So far, 4 runs off it. That lovely clip through mid-wicket by Dane Willis. He's backed it up with 3 dot balls since then. Sets in again. Ben Rain from the Finkel end, running away from us to Willis. A little edgy, but he went at it pretty softly, Willis, and again having got quite low down, crouching almost. Even though it did come off an edge, he down into the ground and ran to second slip. It's the end of the over. So Lancashire 80 for 2. Willis on 22, the captain. Josh Bohannon on 13. Keaton Jennings and Alex Davis, the 2 wickets to fall, both inside the first half hour. Davis inside the first over, actually. For 8, caught by Bedingham off Rain, and Jennings, well, I think, got a good over. I think Rushworth bowled well to him through the course of that over. And with the 6th ball of it, he just squared Jennings up and was caught by Alex Lees. And he fell for 18.
Rushworth starts a new over and comes back into the attack from the Lumley end to replace Bryden Carse. That's a loose opener. Half volley outside off stump, clouded up to mid-off, no run.
For those watching on the live stream, just to let you know that during the lunch interval, and there'll be a chance to listen to the latest Lancashire Legends episode, Farooq Engineer, at lunch for you.
Rushworth bowls. That's pushed off towards the covers. So is that a video? Is that a film?
Yeah, it's a video. Right. Yeah, I think it was recorded during lockdown.
Right.
So that will be played out on the live stream. And Farooq Engineer interview. I think Jimmy Anderson was yesterday's Lancashire Legends. We did lots of different things in lockdown like that. I know Lancashire did, I'm sure lots of other cricket clubs did, and we tried to do the same thing at BBC Radio Lancashire and BBC Radio Manchester, kind of catching up with former players and reliving past glories.
Rushworth bowls, that's left alone. We did we did a members forum, which I hosted from my conservatory. So we had Ned Eckersley was in his mother-in-law's house in London. Tim Bostock, the chief exec, was in his flat in somewhere over the back of Chesty Street. James Franklin was in his house, and so was Marcus North was in his. And halfway through this thing, a ship, I could hear the hum of a ship's engine, and then it sounded its horn right out of our back door, and I nearly jumped out my skin. And so I think a few members would have got a shock by that. Rushworth balls. Bohannon turns that behind square leg down towards long leg, and he's coming back for 2 as Rain gets the ball back in towards the bowler's end. Has a try at the stumps actually, but misses. 2 runs for Bohannon. He's quick between the wickets, isn't he, Josh Bohannon?
Well, he needs to be if he's batting with Willis, because Willis is lightning as well. These two are pretty nifty between the wickets. See, Bohannon might be on his toes here, batting with his skipper, who's pretty sharp.
Here comes the bowler again, left alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, it seems like a long time ago that we were catching up with some former players and reflecting on previous glories. I did a little piece myself with Farooq Engineer about his time at Lancashire, and spoke to Glenn Chappell and Kyle Hogg about the championship winning season. Kerrigan and Keedy, those two again reflecting back on 2011. Actually, you can still watch these videos if you want to. I'll tell you where in a minute.
Rushworth, a bit of a leading edge from Bohannon, plays it up to mid-off, and he was looking to play it through mid-wicket. Into the over, it's a dot ball, 82 for 2.
Yeah, go to the BBC Radio Lancashire website, bbc.co.uk/Radio Lancashire, and there's a little link to the sport, and there's plenty of content on there to watch, cricketing content. Paul Horton and Stephen Moore as well. Did about half an hour with those two. As we try to fill the time during lockdown, trying to bring some sporting chat for those missing live sport all those months ago. There is Ben Rain back into Willis. An angled bat steers it into the onside. Stopped at mid-wicket by Cameron Steele, and there's no run. Everything done over Zoom. Interviews over Zoom. Meetings over Zoom. Never heard of Zoom until March.
No.
Made a fortune. Whoever invented Zoom is Rain back into Willis.
Well, who owns it?
I have no idea. Through to the keeper, no run. But I suspect their bank account is slightly better off than it was 12 months ago.
Yeah. Well, there's different versions of it. You get a free one which lasts about 40 minutes. 40 seconds. We had a few. We ended up having 5 birthdays in our family during lockdown, so we got used to birthday cakes on Zoom and things like that.
Right over the wicket, forward again, go to Willis in defence, pushing into the offside, no run.
One of them was my wife's relatives live down near Newark now, actually, and in the same village as Paul Johnson, former Notts player. And it was Adele's birthday, and her cousin, I think it was, had organised this Zoom get-together, and there were lots of people on the screen, and did a really good job, because not only was it happy birthday and all the rest of it, but there was a family quiz.
It's Ben Rain to Willis, right forward again, good stride down the pitch and defends to cover, no run.
Family quiz, and also loaded up loads of photographs from going back a few years, so we've taken a bit of planning, but it's well done. Come on, Benny boy, is the shout of encouragement from the Durham slip cord, and Ben Rain, ball in hand. Coming in to ball. Defended by Willis. Ball bounces back to Rain. Reliably informed, Ben's dad was at Whitburn Cricket Club yesterday watching Philadelphia beat Whitburn in the North East Premier League. Glenn Chappell and James Franklin, the respective coaches, just having a chat down below our commentary position as Rain comes in and bowls. Defended just outside the off stump there by Willis. Big stride forward to snub that ball out. Ground staff are now in a row of chairs, the 4 of them. They're all occupied now. Sitting just at the near edge of the east stand on the grass. The boundary there, the rope's about 20 yards from the foot of the stand as it's nearest to us. As Rushworth comes in and bowls, that's flicked off the legs. Rain should be able to cut this off at fine leg. Bohannon will get 2. 12:30, so half an hour away from lunch. Rushworth in, bowls. That's defended by Bohannon. It goes out towards the cover area. Gareth Hart takes it quite close in on that offside. In the slip cordon, that first slip we have Sean Dixon, then it's David Bedingham next to him. And Alex Lees has moved round to gully position. Rushworth comes in and bowls. Oh, that's worth a shout. Now then, was there a little bit of inside edge on that? Because Bohannon went forward to play it and it thudded in off his pad.
Yeah, it's got to
was
hit
there a
that,
bottom?
hasn't it?
Was there a bottom edge on that?
It's the only thing that could have saved him. That looked, crikey, that looked out. He must have got a little edge on that. Albeit, granted, we're not directly behind.
Difficult to tell on the replay. It angles back in. It was certainly low on the pad and definitely worth a shout.
Yeah.
Not given. Rushworth comes in again to Bohannon and he cuts at that one and it's a dot ball. See the replay. Maybe just slightly outside the line of off stump.
Okay.
Because he stepped forward and across to play at it. Now got a sidewards view of Vic's empty deck chair. Striking deck chair.
Where's he gone?
I don't know, he's disappeared. 84 for 2, BBC Radio Newcastle with you, BBC Radio Lancashire and Manchester as Rushworth bowls. And this goes to Gareth Hart, short extra cover. They're very close in on the offside, the Durham fielders here.
Yep. Yeah, they are.
And there's a line of them running up the square from us. Lees is moving further around. He's gone to a sort of wider gully area. He's not too far now from Cameron Steele at point with Gareth Hart close in on cover duty. About 4 strips across. Rushworth bowls. That's played late by Bohannon to mid-wicket to Jack Burnham. That is the end of the over. So 2 runs at the start of it. And then dot balls after that. 84 for 2. There's an email.
Oh. Last time you said this, it was from the Durham chief exec.
Well, I was told it was quite busy at Whitburn yesterday, and it is. Look at that photograph there. Healthy attendance at the village ground.
Nice.
Quite a lot of people sitting out in the sunshine at Whitburn yesterday.
Yeah.
Yes, I was told the cars were parked all the way along the seafront, back down past the park, and couldn't get a parking spot for love nor money.
Had a brisk walk along the seafront this morning, Martin.
See any dolphins?
I didn't. No. So plenty of fishermen on the pier, on Roker Pier.
You walked along the pier, did you?
Right along the pier, yeah, to the very bottom. Yeah, plenty of fishermen.
The dolphins come down on a morning quite often, tend to follow the fish.
Oh,
Been a lot of sightings in the last few months.
Salisbury does come back into the attack now, replacing Ben Rain. And Villas just dropping it into the offside. Bohannon backing up, but Villas sends him back. It's picked up at point by Jack Burnham, and there's no run. Yeah, loads of fishermen. Must have been 20 or 30 people.
Yeah.
These enormous rods casting out to sea.
Yeah, you've got to keep an eye on them when they're casting off. Those metal weights on them.
Oof. A brisk walk out there at 7 o'clock this morning. Salisbury to Villas, a full toss which he punches through mid-wicket. That'll be 4 runs. Again, beautifully played by Villas. Second shot through the onside in the morning session to full value. I mean, clipped one through mid-wicket. It's a little punch through the onside from a low full toss from Salisbury. Villas moves to 26, 88 for 2. The pier kind of curves round, doesn't it?
Yeah, for strength.
Ah, right, okay. It's a long pier, isn't it?
Yeah. Goes right to the end.
Salisbury to Villas. Squared up a fraction.
Some distant relative of mine used to be the lighthouse keeper. There is a tunnel that goes through the pier.
Oh, right, okay.
So in bad weather they could get from land to the other end because the lighthouse keeper's cottages are at the next to the entrance to the pier.
Okay.
So how long is it? I always thought it was about half a mile.
Is it? Yeah, well, wouldn't be surprised.
Let's have a look.
It's a fair old trek.
2,000 feet, 610 metres.
Salisbury to Villas. Pushed away with the offside, but for no run.
It's been repaired a number of times in recent years. We've had some savage storms in the winter time and tidal surges that have caused damage to it. Does now take a battering, and that Beast from the East a few years ago.
Oh, I remember that, yeah.
The little pier, the middle pier, which is in the harbour, that's nearly got smashed through. It started to collapse, and the waves were breaking in the car park.
Ooh.
In that storm.
There's Matt Salisbury to Dane Villas. Again clipped through the onside. Might not have enough on this occasion to reach the boundary. It doesn't. It comes back for a couple. There's Rushworth from mid-on. Goes stomping after the ball. And Villas moves up to 28 and Lancashire now to 90 for 2. I didn't see many fish being caught.
No.
Mind you. A lot of people, a lot of fishermen.
I've never ever seen the appeal of fishing. I just go to Morrison's or somewhere, buy some there. Other supermarkets are available.
Salisbury to Villas. Drives, but not beyond cover. And there's no run picked up there by Cart, I think. End of the... No, Hart. Gareth Hart. End of the over, 90 for 2. Villas 28 and Josh Bohannon on 17. Oh, it was lovely. Everybody was... A lot of people out and about. Must have been loads of dog walkers and people going for an early morning stroll. Sun was just coming up. It was lovely. Very nice.
Time was that?
7 o'clock. Well, that's it.
Sun was just coming up. Sun was about 5 o'clock at the minute.
Well, it was. I forgot to lower the blinds in my room, so there's some walk me. Actually, some gulls walked me up. God, they were noisy. No, but it was very nice. It's a little stroll.
There's some nice little cafes down there as well.
I noticed that. Yeah.
Nice bacon sarnie and a cup of tea or a bovril. Bovril on a cold winter's day. Watching the sea. So Rushworth comes in now. And bowls to Bohannon. That's played out to Hart in the covers. 94-2. So they're 3 away from the 50 partnership. And they have steadied the ship, these two.
They have, yeah.
Durham could really do with a wicket.
Yes, good stuff. Good gritty partnership. It's not too dissimilar to what we saw yesterday when Lees and Hart got together and got through a tricky kind of half-hour, 40 minutes.
Rushworth in, defended. It's got a little dry tickle in my throat there.
I could tell.
There's some mornings go and do like a 4-mile walk from ours and walk along around the marina. If I walk from my house around the marina and get to the pier, that's a mile. Then add in another mile down towards Seaburn, the seafront, and loop back round.
Is that the direction of the lighthouse that I walked to myself today? Is that direction, Seaburn?
Well, that's Roker Lighthouse.
Okay.
This is defended by Bohannon. It runs up to mid-on. As you look out to sea, if you were to head off left,
I did that.
And go north, you go over the brow of the hill, and that drops you down to Seaburn.
I think that's where I went. Yeah, the big white.
Yeah, so you saw a white lighthouse.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, so that's Cliff Park at Seaburn. Yeah.
Okay.
And then you've got the Seaburn Hotel on the roundabout and the restaurants and stuff along there. Rushworth to Bohannon, and that's played off the long leg. Salisbury steams in quickly to get it and stops them getting a second. Good fielding from him. This partnership is developing into a dangerous one from a Durham point of view. Yeah. The deficit is 89, I think. 89.
Came together at 43 for 2.
So they've been batting around about 17 overs. Rushworth once more to the crease. Villas forward, that's worth a shout. Well, Villas has taken a massive stride forward there, and he freezes in position. The umpire Neil Pratt says no. Now I'd like to see that again.
Good shout, wasn't it?
The only thing that may have saved him, if he hasn't got back on that, was that they felt it was too big a stride forward, but he looked to be right in front of the stumps there. See where this pitch is. Oh, that's definitely worth a shout. I'm surprised that hasn't been given. He has gone a full stretch and gone down to play the ball and hits the knee roll of the pad, but he's gone down low. Rushworth in again, and this is defended. And he holds the line there, and Rushworth looks back at him and says, how's that not out? Now, I can't second guess what the umpire is thinking, but the only thing I can think he might have had in his mind was maybe his pad was just outside the line of off stump, but I'm surprised that wasn't given.
I think that's perhaps what has saved him there. You say that he got a good stride in, and you could see leg and middle stump. He might well have been thinking perhaps that's just hit him outside the line of off stump. But a good shout, and they've had a couple this morning, which on another day could have gone their way. The one for Bohannon and the one for Villas just then.
Yeah. Keaton Jennings was out for 18. Alex Davies didn't add to his overnight score of 8. And these two now are 2 runs away from a 50 partnership. Villas on 28 from 50 balls, and Bohannon on 18 from 76 balls. Here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Lancashire. And I think Durham, going into lunch, will probably feel aggrieved these last 2 shouts for LBW haven't gone their way, because they were both decent shouts.
Here's Matt Salisbury from the Finkel end into Josh Bohannon. He's getting runs here just behind square on the leg side. He'll get 2 of them. He comes back for a second. He's up to 20, Josh Bohannon, and Lancashire moved to 93 for 2, and that would be the 50 partnership as well, I think, between Josh Bohannon and Dane Villas.
It is. The old scoreboard is up to date. There are the partnership 50 runs in 112 balls. Salisbury
to Bohannon. Struck quite nicely through the offside between the gap of cover and point. A couple more to his total and to the team's total as well. 95 for 2 now. Bohannon 22 not out. I mentioned when they came out to bat, these two, how much they do tend to enjoy batting together, and they have batted good partnerships previously for Lancashire. Villas is perhaps a slightly more naturally attacking player, and runs tend to be acquired a little quicker with Villas. Bohannon, not to say he can't play that way, but seems also quite comfortable in the role of just kind of settling in and battling through and defending and staying there and occupying the crease a fraction longer maybe than Willis, who wants to be a bit more front foot as he clips it through the onside and there's no run. But either way, it's a good good balance between the two of them. Clearly enjoy batting together. 95 for 2. About 15 minutes left of the morning session. Can Durham prize one more out before lunch? Salisbury from the Finkel end. Rushworth at mid-off and Rain at mid-off and Rushworth at mid-on as he comes in between the pair of them and brings Bohannon forward. Play back along the ground. It runs past the stumps and Rushworth comes across from mid-on, maybe 5 or 6 yards to his left to field the ball, and there's no run.
The 70th anniversary Grand Prix is on at Silverstone today. Just think of the static electricity from the Packer Max and the adenoids. Oh, they're going for a tyre change.
I don't understand that.
What? You don't understand it.
Salisbury, fullish ball which Bohannon drives to mid-on. There is no run.
I went to one Grand Prix years ago, about 1990 at Silverstone, and I was bored out my brains. It was just noisy. You didn't really know what was going on. You know, if you're gonna watch it on the telly rather than be there. And the guy next to me in a Packer Mac, Nigel Mansell's having a very good day. And I said, how do you know? Well, anybody can spot Nigel Mansell's helmet flying past.
Salisbury back in again. Bit of width this time for Bohannon off the back foot, slicing it through the offside. It's well stopped by Jack Burnham at point. And that's the end of the over, 95 for 2.
I can't get into Formula One.
No, well, I could tell it's not for you.
Yeah, do you like it?
I can't. I don't watch it. No.
I've just you know, it just doesn't appeal to me. I don't mind rally car driving, but actually at the Grand Prix there were lots of other things going on around the race, so there were other things to see. The race is obviously the centerpiece, but there were other types of races on and stunt cars and all that kind of stuff. And a digger doing wheelies, I remember. Which was more entertaining than the race.
So why did you go if you're not a fan?
I don't know, my dad wanted to go.
Okay.
We were on our way back from holiday somewhere. Costs a fortune to go these days, I think. Rushworth, right arm over, comes in and bowls. Defended by Willis.
Well, if Nigel Mansell was racing, that's obviously quite a few years ago. It might be slightly better, might be better experience now.
I can't imagine, because it's still cars going round and round and round a track. That's the bit that doesn't appeal.
Okay. It's not for you.
Talk about tyre changes for 20 laps and petrol, and somebody got into trouble for an air duct the other day, I heard. Fine points for the wrong air duct or something. I mean, it's extremely technical, isn't it? You know. Keeper's taking the helmet here from Paul Coghlan, 12th man, masked up and gloved, and the keeper is standing up to the stumps to try and keep Willis in his crease, and that's gone down the leg side and is away for 4. A little nibble off the bat there from Willis. Durham desperate to try and break this partnership. They obviously feel that extra big stride from Willis in the previous over has saved him. And he won't be able to go out of his crease if the keeper's standing up to him. Also, you've got to keep the ball on the offside, not straight down the leg side. 99 for 2. Deficit 81. Durham all out for 180 yesterday. Rushworth again comes in and bowls. That's better. Now there's a shout, and the finger stays down. Possibly height might have been an issue there. Difficult to see where it hit him exactly because the keeper's standing right up close to the stumps and obscuring part of our view, but we shall have a look at our monitor. Chris Rush was saying to Neil Pratt, why haven't you given that? Come on, what's wrong with that, he's saying. What is wrong with that? There's quite a debate going on now. Unfortunately, the camera view was from the side on. See if we've got a replay from behind the stumps. Rushworth's not happy. Comes in again and bowls. Willis cuts a rising ball up towards mid-off. They're obviously going to be aggrieved because from what we have seen of the two previous shouts, they were both worth a shout, and I would not have been surprised at all to see the finger go up. Sometimes you feel they're not going to be given, but in all three that haven't been given here by Neil Pratt, you could have expected it to be given, or them to be given. So we didn't have the camera angle for the last one there. Rushworth in again, bowls. Ooh, well, there was a shout to catch it, but it was only about half an inch off the ground for a moment or two. If Durham could break this partnership now, just before lunch, it would be a big moment, but Lancashire will be quite happy with the position they're in now. These two have put on 56, which is now the highest partnership of the game. 52 for the fourth wicket from Hart and Lees was the best Durham managed. Rushworth comes in again and bowls, and that is defended around about middle and off. Ball rolls up to mid-on. Rain collects it. That is the end of the over. And, Chris Rushworth looks as if he's going to try and whip the bails off the stumps at this end in anger. He's been given a wide-brimmed hat by Paul Coughlin, who running around with a face mask on. It's not covering his nose, though.
Yeah, well, Durham might think on another day they could have had at least one or two of those decisions go their way. But frustrating for Rushworth, who's bowled beautifully last night and continued that this morning. Picked up the 1 wicket so far, Rushworth. Here comes Salisbury. And he goes Bohannon onto the front foot. Sends it up to mid-off where Ben Rain fields, and there is no run. 99 for 2 Lancashire. 9 minutes until lunch on the second day. It looks a little bit brighter. Sun for the time being. He's peeking through.
Ken's been out around the seafront. He says there's been a huge shoal of herring up the weir the last few days, so loads of fishing, seals and dolphins as well.
Salisbury to Bohannon, forward in defence, and there's no run.
Yeah, the seals outside ours quite often. Unfortunately, we found a dead seal on the beach the other day.
Oh,
it didn't have a head.
Oh, crikey.
So I don't know what's happened there, if it's been caught by a propeller or something.
Oh, dear.
And there were 2 otters in the river recently, and a friend of mine found one of the otters dead on the beach as well. Sadly, but there's tons of fish at the moment. See them leaping about out the back of ours, and the herring fizzing on the surface of the water.
Salisbury to Bohannon into the offside, fielded by Gareth Hart at cover, no run.
Weir's now apparently one of the best salmon rivers in the country, and you get a lot of sea trout come in there as well, and this time of year mackerel, lots and lots of mackerel.
Ooh, lovely.
So you see the fishermen with the feathers on, they'll have about 4 or 5 different hooks on the line.
I saw that this morning, yeah.
So they're going after mackerel.
Okay. Bit of fresh mackerel. Sea trout. Might have fish tonight. Salisbury to Bohannon. And he leaves this one through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, if you go to one of the restaurants tonight, you get some fish caught locally in Penzance. Came up on a train 2 days ago. There's quite a lot of the stuff that's caught around here is actually exported to France and places like that.
Bonjour. Salisbury to Bohannon. And defending to mid-on. Rushworth comes up to field, no run.
Michael says, this has been a great session and been enjoyable to watch by both sides who are playing well now, and it's anyone's game and up for grabs. He's thinking of a draw like last year at Sedbergh.
Doesn't really do much for either side, that, a draw.
No. I think if you lose your opening 2 in this competition, then progress is over, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you're probably done for, yeah. Salisbury to Bohannon, and on that front foot, pressing it to cover where Gareth Hart fields, and there is no run, so a maiden for Matt Salisbury. 6 overs, 2 maidens for 14. And Lancashire with an eye or two on lunch. We're only 6 minutes away from that. Certainly time for one, and perhaps squeeze a second in as well. It will be Rushworth the ball from the Lumley end, but Willis has 32 and Josh Bohannon has 22. Lancashire 99 for 2, replying to Durham's 180 all out. Thanks to Chris, who sent me a message about the founder of Zoom and other social distancing communication methods are available, but his net worth has increased 112% apparently in the last 3 months. He's now worth just under 8 billion.
Who is it?
A guy called Eric Eunice. There we go.
Gareth Hart's coming in.
Thank you, Chris.
The partnership breaker, having a little over before lunch. And good stop out in the covers there by Bryden Carse, diving to his right, one-handed. From a drive from Willis. Eric Eunice.
Eric Euans, actually, but looking at this
Euans.
again. Yeah, Euans. I think is how you pronounce that last name. 7.57 billion.
It's interesting how it's come along out of nowhere and taken over, isn't it? In comes Hart again, and a delicate little nibble there from Willis, trying to just guide the ball down into the ground and past the keeper, but taken by first slip. Sean Dixon. Because, I mean, it was Skype a few years ago was the big meeting tool, wasn't it? And isn't there something called Teams now? Microsoft Teams or something?
Okay, right.
99 for 2. Hart bowls. Edged and gone! The partnership breaker has done it. There you go. Caught it first slip. That is the end of Dane Willis at 32. 99 for 3. And wow, Durham will be relieved to see the back of him. And he's got this knack, Gareth Hart, of just coming on, bowling these little niggly lengths. And he's done it again.
Yeah,
big wicket.
Absolute bonus wicket just prior to lunch. I'm not certain he gets that wicket without the keeper standing up neither, because I think Willis would have played it a different way if the keeper is stood back. So I think a combination of a good change of bowling to bring Hart in, as you explained, Martin, his ability to break these partnerships. The keeper standing up as well, I think, has played a part in that dismissal.
Yep.
And Willis goes for a really gritty little innings, but from his point of view, what did he get in the end? 33, was it?
32.
32. He was in and he batted for a while with Bohannon, and he would have been absolutely desperate to try and get to lunch and go again this afternoon. But a real key breakthrough for Durham, who perhaps feel that they could have got Willis a little earlier with one of these LBW decisions that's not gone their way. A couple of tight ones, but well bowled. Hart, I think the keeper standing up's worked a treat in that dismissal. And it brings Liam Livingston, I think, out to join Josh Bohannon. And he's going to have an awkward 3 deliveries, I would think, to face until lunch. Livingston has not picked up a bat in anger for some time as well. I'm chatting to Richard Gleeson last night about the last time he bowled in competitive cricket. I reckon it was kind of February time for the Lions. Livingston will be something similar. So, having had lots of nets and been in and around the England one-day international setup for the last month or so, and in that biosecure bubble, he's now out in the middle with the real thing, and a bit of pressure on for Livingston. So a really awkward little period this for the Lancashire batsman.
They trail by 81.
Sean Dixon with a catch. Good catch as well, pretty low down. At shin height, thereabouts.
Typing the hashtag BBC Cricket, it comes up with BBC Cravings. In comes the bowler, and Livingston defends that one. If Liam Livingston was just of the opinion he wouldn't be coming out here to bat before lunch. Interesting they didn't go off. I'm surprised by that, actually.
Thinking that myself.
Yeah. Hard again. That's driven out through the covers, and it's missed by a car. So he was trying to snatch at it as it was going past him. Possibly got a little bit of a hand on it. It's just slowed right near the boundary rope. In front of the east stand, he'll get 3. He's off the mark. It's 1 o'clock. News has begun on BBC Radio Newcastle. 100 runs up. 36.5 overs.
Just a little reminder that at lunch, for those watching on the stream, that it will be Lancashire legends who'll be able to watch Farooq Engineer in conversation with Warren Hegg. That's for those on the live stream during lunch.
Was Warren a wiki? Was he?
Aye.
He was, wasn't he? Josh Bohannon is waiting for the final ball to be bowled, and there doesn't seem to be any hurry going on here. Durham are reorganising their field, fine legs moving round. In comes Hart then to bowl to Bohannon. That's into the keeper's gloves, and that is lunch. 102 for 3, and a crucial wicket from a Durham point of view just before the break. Dane Willis going for 32, having put on a partnership of 56 for the 3rd wicket with Josh Bohannon. Bohannon will resume after lunch on 22 from 89 balls. Liam Livingston has 3 from 2, and they're 102 for 3. And they have now faced 37 overs, 62 remaining in the day, and the deficit is 78.
Cracking morning session and a crucial wicket for Durham just on the stroke of tea to dismiss the Lancashire captain, Dane Willis. So the players are making their way back up towards the pavilion for a bit of lunch. And a reminder, if you're on the live stream, a chance now to enjoy a conversation between 2 legends of Lancashire. It's the latest of the series, and it is Farooq Engineer in conversation with Warren Hegg.
And welcome to this week's edition of Lanky Legend. In a week where we've seen the return of international cricket, fantastic news, and the news of domestic professional cricket starting in August. And of course, the government announcing that recreational cricket can restart on the 11th of July, obviously subject to guidelines. Fantastic news for our game, fantastic news for the thousands of recreational cricketers in and around, not just Lancashire, but the whole country. Enjoy yourself, boys and girls. Strap them on and enjoy bat on ball again, and enjoy every minute of it. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by a fellow gloveman at Lancashire Cricket, a true icon of our club, and with Jack Simmons last week, a worthy inaugural inductee to the Red Rose Hall of Fame. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to welcome former Lancashire and India wicketkeeper and superstar and great friend of the club, Farooq Engineer. Rookie, how you doing, mate? It's great to see you.
All right, Chucky. Always good to see you.
Oh, it's good.
And isn't it great to see cricket back again?
Oh,
and sports generally, because, you know, we've all been tied down for this lockdown and tried to be as disciplined as possible. I have actually been, you know, I've hardly been out, or whenever I've taken the wife shopping or something for food, for essential thing, I've always sat in the car.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, we've tried to observe all the rules as all sensible people should.
Brilliant.
You know, because the NHS have done a fantastic job. And I've done quite a couple of podcasts for, you know, all the charities to go to NHS and all that. So which is fantastic.
Well, you do a lot of charity work, Rookie, don't you? I know.
Yeah. I'm involved with homeless children, in India project. And the thing is, God has been good to us. He's given me the opportunity that I never would have had.
Yeah.
I never dreamt of playing county cricket. I had always heard about great clubs like Lancashire, Yorkshire. Sorry to mention Yorkshire in the same breath.
It's all right.
But,
it's okay.
we've got a couple of tales about Yorkshire. Jeffrey Boycott, of course.
Brilliant.
Which will follow in our conversation. But when I was initially asked, when I toured England in '65, I think something like that. You weren't born then, Jackie,
No, 3 years. -3 I was.
It was John Allott, the great John Allott, who set the ball rolling. He applied me a few glasses of Beaujolais and said that I should be playing county cricket. I'd be very popular here. And then he suddenly offered me a contract with Hampshire.
Right.
And then Don Kenyon came to know about it, and he offered me a contract with Worcestershire. Then Dennis Atkinson came from Somerset. And Lancashire was the last match of the tour, and the game was played at Southport instead of Old Trafford. I think it had rained at Old Trafford or something like that. And I was opening the innings, and this Lancashire bowler kept on, the railway lines are very close there.
Yeah.
And I kept on hitting this Lancashire opening ball over the railway lines for a few times, till someone pointed out at tea time that was the great Brian Statham. And I felt terrible. I felt you're grown up to respect senior cricketers in India, and almost apologized to him at tea time. How could I do that to the great Brian Statham, who I absolutely revered as a kid in India?
Yeah.
And to travel with him the first year of our contract, to a journey from Southampton to Manchester took about 10 hours or so, because we stopped at every pub on the way. He was a very thirsty man, a great man, great player, and such a lovely, lovely human being. He never knew how great a bowler he was. And I thoroughly enjoyed keeping wickets to him. Jackie, I'm sure you would have, because those, in cutters that he bowled, anything pitched from even the middle or off stump, I used to charge down the leg side, invariably getting a leg side glance or at least saving for leg buys. He was a tremendous bowler.
Yeah.
But it all started with that. And Gary Sobers and I were initially invited to play for Lancashire, and which was a great honor to be bracketed with the world's greatest, all-rounder, the most complete cricketer.
Yeah.
But Sobers and Lancashire couldn't agree to terms. So Gary went to Nottinghamshire, and I got the nod for special registration. And I was asked by Cyril Washbrook, our chairman. He said, "Who would you recommend we want one of the best in the world?" And this Clive Hubert Lloyd had impressed me, immensely. And I unhesitatingly said, "Clive Lloyd." And Cyril Washbrook said, "But he wears glasses, Farooq." I said, "Never mind his glasses, Mr. Washbrook. Sign him on, you won't regret it." And what a great asset he was to Lancashire, and a fellow inductee of the legends that you all have very kindly honored us with, and a fellow vice president as well, which is a great honor. I mean, Lancashire, we haven't looked back, because we both live in Lancashire or in Cheshire, surrounding. Only 10 minutes from Old Trafford, but the postal address is Cheshire. But I'm a Lancastrian through and through. Look at my shirt.
I was going to say, it's magnificent, Rookie, and you never let me down. You never let me down. Every time we chat, you never let me down. You're always
lovely to have seen you recently in Mumbai.
Oh, it's fantastic
with the Lancashire team.
Yeah, the lads loved it. The lads had a great time. And Rookie, what a place to play cricket, to learn.
Yeah.
Cricket.
I mean, you should be there during an IPL game.
Oh, we'd love
I really wish you could have a Mumbai Indians match over here at Old Trafford with the Chennai Super Kings or something, or have a mini IPL. You'll pack the stadium out. It'll be a great, great money spinner. You saw what happened during the India-Pakistan match. Manchester Airport had to refuse the private jets coming in. They went to Liverpool, some of them.
That was just yours.
No matter the bicycle. Tied down.
But getting back to Mumbai and the lads that go in there, and it was great to see you over there. Obviously, you're thought of in real high esteem over in India still, and for the lads to go over there and have a camp playing against spin bowlers of high caliber was absolutely priceless. And in your view, is that why the Indian batsmen seem to play spin with great aplomb?
Well, the difference between Indian batsmen and English batsmen is that we use our feet.
Mm-hmm.
You got to use your feet to get to the pitch of the ball. But to do that, you got to have the confidence and to read the spin correctly. Otherwise, you don't just dart down the wicket and, make merry for wicket keepers like us. But you got to pick the line and length and get to the pitch of the ball. That makes batting so much easier. You can pick whatever gaps are there in the field, and you're brought up to use your feet. That's one of the most important things.
Yeah. And as a batter and as a wicket keeper, the Indian wicket keepers are renowned for being brilliant.
Yeah, Chucky, we had a bowler called Chandrasekhar.
Yes.
I mean, there was another spinner called Srinivasan Venkataragavan. If you can't pronounce that, just try saying rent a caravan. You won't go far wrong.
I'll leave that one with you.
But this Chandra, he was, I think, one of the finest. He was a polio victim. And his wrists just went round and round. He had such a thin wrist.
Really?
And he was deformed, obviously. But he created his deformity into a great advantage. Yeah. Because he didn't know himself which way the ball was going. About 70 or 80% of the time. Time and again, he's tried to bowl, and he was pretty sharp. He bowled about 70, 75, 80K, and spun the ball viciously.
Wow.
And to keep wicket stream on the last day of a test match to a left-hander where the ball pitches in the rough, and flies in all sorts of directions. That will wicket keeping at its best. It's most interesting, really. And it was great. But I'm here to talk about Lancashire cricket, not Indian cricket, really. I enjoyed Indian cricket.
We want to touch on everything, Rookie, and I'm really interested in your thoughts, and I'm sure that the people that are listening out there, especially the wicket keepers, saw you as a not only a dashing early order batsman, but also a brilliant wicket keeper.
Oh, I love you. Keep going, buddy.
Technically sound, but did you work?
But this guy, let me just interrupt you a second there.
Sure.
Chandra, the way to pick him, I saw him grip the ball, see the ball, leave his fingers, quick, see it in the air, which way the ball is going.
Yeah.
Off the pitch, it was like a split-second computerized thing. Only then you knew which way the ball was going.
Sure.
I knew it better than him because he didn't realize it sometimes, which way the ball was going. He tried to bowl a leg break and it was a whacking big googly that bamboozled the batsman and certainly bamboozled me a few times. But by and large, I picked him because I saw what was coming.
And you were natural.
Technically, you mentioned that was the technical aspect. And for all wicket keepers listening to this or watching us, you got to watch the bowler's fingers, watch the ball in the air, off the pitch. Otherwise, you've no chance as a wicket keeper, especially if a bowler has got an awkward action or something. It's all right keeping it straight, SLAs, the slow left armers. Either the ball is going to turn or come into you as an armor, as we call it. So, I mean, that's much different from keeping to good leg spinners. That's really the art of wicket keeping, standing up to them.
And are you of the belief that a wicket keeper is born or a wicket keeper can be made?
I think wicket keepers and goalkeepers are born. You can't make them. You got to have that sixth sense. You got to have the sense of anticipation.
Yeah.
And I think you'd agree with me there.
Yeah. Definitely. And you've got to be good looking as well, Rookie. I mean,
well, of course, that's you got to be a character.
Yeah.
I think most wicket keepers are the focal point of the team. The team looks up to you. You're the center of attraction there. Yeah. You command. You're like the leader of the orchestra. You encourage the bowlers. You tell the fielders to come in or go there. That's where Jack Bond and I had a great sort of, great affinity. I mean, great understanding. that he was such a great captain, because we didn't have to even talk. Our eyes met, and there was a bowling change or a slip, a field change and all that. And he was a superb guy in man management, which made Bondi one of the best captains ever. I hardly ever see them score a run or field the ball, except that one catch that he took at Lord's, Asif Iqbal. I think all the people there had a heart attack, because we gave him no chance at all. He took off like a rocket. And when he came up with that catch one-handed, wow, we just went and hugged him. Even if it was COVID-19 those days, we would still hug him, I think. Because it was such a great guy, such a great captain, and we all loved him.
Well, I want to talk about that. I want to talk about that 70s team, and you can reel off the names from that team of pure legends in their own right, with yourself.
Oh yes, certainly. Well, when I joined Lancashire, there was Brian Statham, Noddy Fuller, and Ken Higgs were the 3 Test players.
Yeah. And
by the time Clive and I finished at Lancashire, there was Peter Lever, Ken Shuttleworth.
Yeah.
Barry Wood, Frank
Barry
Hayes,
Wood.
And we all supported each other. Even when Bumble scored 200 against India, against my own team, I was behind the stumps.
Yeah.
And I still wanted Bumble to do well, just because he was a Lancastrian. He was my teammate.
Yeah.
I wished him good luck, but not that much. I mean, he got a bit greedy and got a double 100. He played superbly that day.
Yeah,
you wish normally the opposition batsman to get out. But somehow, I didn't wish him to get out. I wanted him to get 100. When he reached double 100, I was very happy. Yeah. Although it was at our expense, but still.
Well, that team, went to Lords on many occasions, and the legends that we've had on here from that era, Rookie, of old spoke.
Don't forget the unsung heroes: Harry Pilling, Johnny Sullivan,
David Hughes,
Peter Lee, David Hughes. David Hughes, what a moment it was for him against Gloucestershire, when all was lost, and I mean they put John Mortimer onto bowl instead of Mike Proctor because of bad light. Lovely story about that bad light, isn't it? When the moon had actually come up, and I think Bondi appealed for bad light, and Dickie Bird said, "What's up there?" He said, "Well, that's the moon." He said, "How far do you want to see then?" I mean, these are the stories that come out. These are true stories.
That's
such a, cricket is full of stories.
But in that era,
you and I both do a lot of afternoon speaking. So we're full of stories, true stories, which are very funny.
That era especially, there must have been some fun, but because not only were there some serious cricketers and some serious talent in that team under Bondi, led magnificently by Bondi.
Absolutely.
But there were some serious players, and there were some serious characters, and like you say, probably a couple of thirsty guys that were there.
Yes, my roommate first year and I drove with Brian Statham. Then when Clive Lloyd came on, for 10 years he was my roommate. Sharing a room with him was an experience. I can't say what experience in case children are listening or our wives are listening. But he was a great guy, party animal, and superb. We gelled beautifully. We both gelled with the team.
Yeah.
And we were not made to feel overseas players. There was no extra pressure on us, because the club knew that we gave off our 100%.
Yeah.
On and off the field, we tried to help youngsters and all that, which was tremendous. But again, we had some laughs. There were some great laughs. Harry Pilling, he was a real character. Never played for England.
No,
should have really on merit, but unfortunately he didn't. Johnny Sullivan, very very talented boxer, very good striker of the ball. Yeah. So we had Peter Lee, Leapy Lee, we used to call him. Tremendous. He got 100 wickets a year regularly for us. Wow. These were unsung heroes, really, that people don't realize. They were not big names as such. Jack Simmer, larger than life. great guy, one of the nicest guys you could expect to meet. David Hughes, Yawzer, what a brilliant fielder, and very useful bowler, and a very, very useful cricketer. He won several games for us as against Gloucestershire that night. But it was a fantastic team, fantastic bunch of lads. Yeah. We were like one family, and we all rooted for each other. When Frank Hayes played his first Test match and got 100 at the Oval against the West Indies.
Wow.
We were fielding at the time, but we kept on asking, how much has Frank got? I hope he reaches his 100. And when he reaches 100, we were also, there's a big buzz around the ground. And we were also delighted for a fellow teammate doing that.
That's exactly right. I mean, what was it like? Rookie, tell me what it was like tell me what it was like walking down the steps at Old Trafford to, in front of the members' pavilion and out onto, the green of Old Trafford as it was in those days with fantastic crowds.
It was absolutely fantastic. Wonderful. I'd heard of Old Trafford as one of the finest Test grounds in the world, one of the best clubs in the world, Lancashire. It was a huge privilege to have been invited and to have played for Lancashire for so many years. I initially came on a 3-year contract, but we had so much success. So I mean, I was a pilot by profession. I was qualified, to join the Air Force, really, and join the jet squadron there. But a little thing called cricket got in the way. After 3 years, I had another 3-year contract. Then I was a management trainee with Mercedes-Benz. I had done all sorts of things after my graduation there,
Yeah.
So I mean, 3-year contract, kept on. We had so much success at Lancashire. I didn't feel like leaving the club. The club didn't want to let go of me. Mm-hmm. So I mean, it was a great marriage between us, and enjoyed it immensely. The Roses games, I remember getting 90 odd the first morning of a match against Yorkshire at Headingley. I tried to hit a 6, I think, and Richard Hutton, very tall, jumped up and caught the ball. Otherwise, it would have been a certain 6.
Yeah.
But when I came in lunchtime, Cyril Washbrook, I mean, everyone said, well played, all that, great innings and all that. But Washbrook comes and taps me on the shoulder and says, Farooq, well played. But in Roses games, we don't even hit a 4 before lunch, he says. So, these were the moments you don't forget. Talking about Roses games, I was traveling from. I was invited to Toronto to captain the World 11, and somehow Jeff Boycott was in the team, and they were played at the Sky Dome Stadium there. And as we were coming back from Toronto Airport to Manchester, Boycott had a bat in his hand, which the security officer didn't allow him to carry. He said, sorry, sir, we consider that as an offensive weapon. So I had to interrupt and say, officer, you haven't seen him bat. He ran after me with that bat to Toronto Airport. But well, these are the laughs that we had. But we were talking about like IPL. But we invented T20 over here in England. Yeah. The first T20 matches played here.
Yeah.
And then Lalit Modi and others took the idea, got Bollywood and cricket, the 2 most popular elements in India, got involved, and what a huge success that IPL has been. That's been the envy of the world.
Sure.
And I was the match referee. Myself and Clive Lloyd were the initial match referees. And I think had it not been for me, the IPL may have never taken off, because the first match was at Eden Gardens, Calcutta, where there was 150,000 in the stadium. You played at Eden Gardens, so
Yes, I have. Yeah,
150,000 in there, and there were another 150,000 outside with valid tickets. So they must have,
valid tickets.
But anyway, there was a wet patch at the end of one end of the ground, and Billy Bowden was umpire, great umpire, great guy. He said that we just can't start the match. I said, it's only a 20-over match. The stadium's full. The first IPL match is being televised. Yeah. I'm sure we can overcome that little patch. It's an advantage or disadvantage to both the sides, not in the bowling run-up or something like that. So no, I said, on my dead body, you will play. I said, that's my right as the match referee. And the game was played, and Brendan McCallum got a fantastic 100.
Wow.
I think it was reduced game, 10 over game. So can you imagine the rate of scoring?
Yeah.
That's how IPL just took off from there. And the rest is history.
What about yourself, though, Farooq? You were a dashing batsman early. Do you think that 2020 cricket and IPL cricket could have been your game?
I think so. I think I would have been one of the highest earners. But you don't have any regrets in life, really.
No.
I enjoyed my cricket. I enjoyed my cricket immensely, like you did. And I think we both give a lot of pleasure to supporters, of fans, and all that. And we were both very good off the field as well. We signed, obliged kids with autographs, or whenever. But in our time, there was no sort of strict measures as such.
No.
After the game, all the members used to come in the lounge at Old Trafford. We used to mingle with them.
Yeah.
Have a drink or two with them. They used to talk about the game. That there was a family atmosphere. Our kids used to run around the ground. I used to have kids to come and to bowl to me before a match. Just to get your eye in.
Yeah.
And sometimes I found that better than having a serious net, because the kids are trying their level best to get you out, and you don't want to get out to your kid, not in front of 50,000 people. So it was great experience for them. So many kids who were chairman of companies later in life said that, Farooq, I remember you asking me to bowl to you at Old Trafford or at Southport, or what a wonderful experience it was for me. Well, I said, I must thank you for giving me a net. So it was both ways, really. It was a family atmosphere. Lancashire were like a family club. But I believe, money has come into the game, which is great for the game, great for the individuals and all that. But it's just lost that family touch, that personal touch. But every cricket has to progress like every other game does, and so there are all sorts of restrictions now. And I'm afraid because of this COVID-19, treacherous thing, more and more restrictions will come in, apart from applying saliva to the ball and all that. But these are things that we got to live with now. Life will be different. It's affected so many businesses, so many people are without jobs and all that. It's sometimes I'm glad that I'm 82 years old now, because I don't have to go through all that. But our kids, they've got the future, the young Lancastrians, and I feel for them.
Yeah,
they'll have to fight harder.
It's a tough time, but great news that cricket's
You've
on.
no worry, Jackie, because you've got a different career. You'd be a great show on television for a chat host, because I think you do a tremendous job. I'm not just saying it. Apart from being a great wicket keeper and a great guy, you got that touch. You got the feel good factor. You make people feel good. You make people feel welcome. So I think you'd be, following Michael Parkinson's footsteps.
People say I've got a good face for radio.
Well, you've got to have a sense of humor, haven't you?
Yeah, you have.
Humor.
Yeah.
Life can be so dull.
It can.
Talking about radio, I've done quite a bit of commentating.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of talk these days about racial bias and all that, And a lot of people have asked me that, have you ever come across this? I think the only time was when I was commentating for BBC Test Match Special, when I had, when a batsman was clearly LBW, and I was the expert commentator, and I think I was asked my opinion. I think Fred Truman, what do you think of that rookie? I said, so the batsman is very lucky to be still at the crease. And Peter Baxter was the producer. Oh, we don't say that, I said, otherwise I'm underestimating the listeners or the viewers' intelligence if you don't speak your mind and say what you thought was out or not.
Yeah, sure.
Really. And once or twice I experienced a little thing from him, Henry Blofeld. I had a couple of bad experiences with them. Otherwise, by and large, it's been fantastic. And it's a shame that all this happened, you know, because of George Floyd and all that. We don't want to even go down that route.
No.
But I think the world is a much happier place to live in. Everyone can live amicably, and everyone can, you know.
Well, it's great, Rocky. You've mentioned a few times as well. You've mentioned family and family at Lancashire, and you and Clive in particular, two overseas players, along with Wasim Akram, Mutaya Muralitharan, will go down as our greatest overseas players. Obviously, part of the Red Rose family. He brought a lot of pleasure to a lot of people, both on and off the field, may I add. And it's always great to see.
Don't be cheeky. It's the family show, you know.
But it's always great to see you at Emirates Old Trafford, Rook.
Likewise,
and, you know,
likewise.
We're delighted that you've come on and you've been part of the Lancashire Legends series, which you thoroughly deserve to be spoken about in that vein. And Farooq Engineer, it's been brilliant to share some of your career, some of your stories, and how you came across playing for Lancashire. And we really appreciate your time, Rook.
Well, I'm sure we'll have a few more laughs when we meet together and raise a glass or two. But it's been an absolute pleasure playing for Lancashire, being invited for Lancashire, made to feel like a Lancastrian. And my heart is here. My heart is with Lancashire for keeps. God bless you all.
God bless you. Brilliant. Absolutely fantastic.
Take care, buddy. Cheers.
Well, good afternoon and a warm welcome back to the Riverside at Chester Street for the afternoon session, day 2 between Durham and Lancashire in the Bob Willis Trophy, with Lancashire 102 for 3. That wicket just on the stroke of lunch. What a Brucey bonus that would have been for Durham heading into their lunch interval, because they've managed to prize out the Lancashire captain Dane Willis. A little edge behind to Sean Dixon at first slip off the bowling of Gareth Hart, and ended a very handy partnership. It was worth 55, I think, in the end. Certainly just reached a 50 partnership when they managed to break Bohannon and Willis up. It was a big boost for Durham, and probably means it was about an even session that I think at lunch. I think had Willis and Bohannon got to lunch at kind of 102 for 2, having been 33 without loss at the start, I think Lancashire would have been pretty happy with that, even though they'd lost 2 opening batsmen. But that wicket just on the stroke of lunch, evening things up perhaps. So Liam Livingstone and Bohannon come out to the middle now. I think Durham would be pretty happy with largely how they bowled there. I thought it started very nicely this morning with Chris Rushworth and Ben Rain in tandem. And Salisbury's bowled 6 overs for 14. Bryden Cast perhaps just searching for it a little bit more than the other seamers. But we're set for the afternoon session. Forecast is good. All this talk about thunderstorms. I've been chatting about thunderstorms this morning. The local weather forecast suggesting they could be here tomorrow, which is rubbish. We don't want that. They can stay away. But for the time being, we've got some nice bright sunshine. And not particularly kind of wall-to-wall blue sky. There's a lot of cloud cover above us, but there's the odd little gap in the cloud to allow the sun to burn through. The breeze is as strong as it was yesterday, but it does feel a fraction cooler than yesterday. The breeze, which is drifting towards us here at the Finkel end. But here we go, first over after lunch, and there's runs here for Liam Livingstone. Ben Rain bowling it, and Livingston probably going to get 4. He does. He's off the back foot, up onto his toes, and guides that ball through the gap between gully and second slip down towards the boundary for 4. So Livingston moves to 7, and Lancashire 106 for 3. If you missed the morning session and you only just joined us, perhaps you were busy on your Sunday morning, but you're settling in for a bit of afternoon coverage of this Bob Willis Trophy match. There is a live stream to accompany the commentary via Lancashire Cricket. Head to their website or to the Durham Cricket website and click on the link for the pictures, the live stream, different multi-camera production. All looks very impressive. And if you're out and about today and you can't sit down and watch the pictures, then you can download the BBC Sports app, or if you can download the app, that's one way to keep across the commentary. Follow all the cricket coverage on the BBC as Rain bowls, and that's driven by Livingstone through extra cover. That's 4 runs, successive boundaries. It's a lovely cover drive by Liam Livingstone, and he moves up to 11, and Lancashire to 110 for 3. So the BBC Sport website and app, and it's on the radio in the Northwest if you have access to medium wave on BBC Radio Lancashire 855. For coverage on the wireless. So lots of different ways to follow the afternoon session. And it's been a lively one because Livingstone's got back-to-back centuries, one steered down through gully. Sorry, back-to-back 4s, one down through gully and one through the covers. And he's jabbing this one out into the offside, but fielded at point. No run. Scott Reed and Martin Emerson with you in the commentary box. 110 for 3. In reply to 180 all out, but the 3 wickets to 4. Mentioned that Willis one just prior to lunch, caught by Dixon off Hart for 32. The others to fall. Alex Davis was the first out this morning. In fact, the first over of the morning, caught by David Benningham at slip. Second slip off the bowling of Ben Rain, and Keaton Jennings caught by Lees off Rushworth for 18. Rain to Livingstone, who drives, but stopped at a cover point. There is no run.
Dean Wilson from the Daily Mirror with an exclusive. Ben Stokes has played his last test of the summer as he heads to New Zealand to be with his family. He's withdrawn from the England squad for the rest of the summer. There's nothing from Durham at the moment, and he hasn't made any statement, just that he wants his family's privacy to be respected.
Rain comes over the wicket to Livingston, who shoulders arms through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Don't want to speculate as to the reason why he's gone back, but of course his father was really poorly in South Africa earlier in the year. Was that sort of Christmas time when England were playing back in the last year, and he was in hospital for some time there. But we have no knowledge of why he has left the England team and will not be playing for the rest of this summer.
Final ball of the first over after lunch, and Livingston tries to cut this, looking for a ferocious cut shot, but playing a miss and through to the keeper. End of the over, 110 for 3, Livingston 11 and Bohannon on 22.
Sun is shining. Just looking at the weather forecast earlier on, and there's this. It just looks like somebody's got a huge jug of cloud out in the North Sea and just pouring it over the north of England. And it's obviously a cold front that's hitting the coast, and then it's sort of spreading. So it's going south right down towards Great Yarmouth and north up into Scotland and creeping across us. But we have got a bit of sunshine now. There's been quite a grey day so far. Gareth Hart, who broke that partnership before lunch, coming into bowl here from the Lumley end, and is left alone by Bohannon. We were discussing the LBW appeals against Bohannon and Dane Villas before lunch. We watched them again and again, and they both looked like very good shouts which weren't given by the umpire Neil Pratt. The scorers reckon they've looked at them and they were missing the stumps, but well, the Dane Villas one particularly took such a large stride forward, it was difficult. As Hart comes in, that's driven past point, and there should be a couple of runs here for Bohannon, chased by Carse. Well, Carse slips and falls down under one knee as he's about to turn and throw the ball, and then his throw to the keeper's way off the mark ends up being stopped by Jack Burnham, backing up at square leg. Yeah, Villas took such a large stride, and he went down low on one knee, and the ball hit the pad roll, so it was low, it was low enough, but the question, because he'd gone so far, did that save him? And the umpire wasn't certain it would have gone on to hit the stumps, but Hart again comes in and bowls. That's edged along the floor from Bohannon. That should go for 4 to third man, and crosses the rope just down below our commentary position. Anyway, he was given not out, and the scorers said they felt that it was missing the target, but from what we could see on our monitor, they both looked like extremely good shouts.
No, they're definitely good shouts, and they were close ones, weren't they? But I think we said at the time, certainly the second one with that big stride that you just described there, you could certainly see the leg and middle stump. He got forward and across, so I suppose there's enough doubt in that, I guess, for him to give it not out. But they were certainly big, they were good shouts, definitely.
Well, in an indirect way, it led to his downfall, because the keeper decided to stand up to the stumps as he is doing now, and Bohannon plays this one off past square leg for 1 off Hart. Got to that late, judging by Hart's reaction. Anyway, Ned Eckersley got the helmet and stood up to the stumps, and then that Dane Villas couldn't make that giant stride anymore. And although it was Chris Rushworth who made the appeal for LBW, it was Gareth Hart who came in, and third ball, he nicked Hart the first slip. So the pressure that Durham had been building paid off just before lunch. Bohannon on 29 from 31ers at the non-strikers end. Livingston on 11 from 8. 117 for 3 here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Lancashire. Hart bowls. Oh, and that's gone into the keeper's gloves as Livingston looks to play that back past the bowler.
I've got the statement now, Martin, from the ECB. They've just issued the statement with regards to Ben Stokes. It says that England all-rounder Ben Stokes will miss the remainder of the Test series against Pakistan for family reasons. Stokes will leave the UK later this week and travel to New Zealand. He will miss England's 2 test matches against Pakistan at the Ageas Bowl starting on Thursday the 13th of August. The England and Wales Cricket Board, along with Stokes' family, request that all media respect the family's privacy.
Hart in again, and that is driven by Livingston out into the covers, stopped by Bryden Carse. No run. Well, he didn't play for Durham last year. He was here one night with the World Cup along with Mark Wood. And my daughter was helping me to score in a T20 game, and she got a photograph taken with the two of them, but that was the only time I saw him last year. The year before, he played briefly at Cheltenham in a championship match. And quite often, when it comes to things related to Ben Stokes these days, we hear them from the other end first before Durham hear anything official.
So Ben Rain starts his second over after lunch in balls to Bohannon, who's forward in defence, and there is no run on 17 for 3. Yes, that tends to be the case now, doesn't it, with England players? Obviously it's centrally contracted, so things are dealt with by the country rather than the club. So whatever the reasons, we wish Ben and his family all the best as he travels back to New Zealand. Rain to Bohannon again, nicely forward, leaning into it and pressing the ball up to mid-off, and there is no run. 29 not out, Josh Bohannon last week down at Worcester. He got a 44 in the first innings. And 3 in the second innings. Bohannon batting at 3, as he has done in this game. Just slowly edging his way up the batting order last season. He plays this one defensively to the covers, and there's no run. Having emerged in the Lancashire team really at kind of 5 or maybe even 6 actually, thinking about it. Slowly edged his way up the batting order and finished last season at 3. Clearly has ambitions of trying to nail this position down as his. And the sun now burning through very brightly. 2 slips in a gully, waiting. Ben Rain for Durham's in. That's flashed away through the onside by Bohannon. Just in front of square, out towards the boundary. It won't reach the rope. Cameron Steele as well to get across the ground there to field the ball right at the very edge of the square. Bohannon comes back for a couple, so he's up into the 30s now. 31 not out. Lancashire 119 for 3.
Where did you see the ECB statement then?
Yeah, they just put it out on Twitter.
Ah, right. There's somebody sticking to the speed limit.
Rain over the wicket to Bohannon. And it's played back down the pitch by Bohannon. Stopped by Rain, or at least partially stopped with his right hand. And there is no run. Quiet roads this morning, wasn't it? Driving across to Chester Street. Absolute breeze this morning. Will it be a little busier tomorrow? I guess so, Monday.
Yeah,
and again,
I would imagine so.
A lot of people still working from home, aren't they, though? So it's
yeah, true. But yeah, it was last Monday coming across here. It was quite busy on the roads. I was surprised I'd not really been in traffic for quite a while, you know.
Final ball of the over for Rain, who's into Bohannon, clipped out to mid-wicket. Again, Cameron Steele's quite busy after lunch. He's in action again there at short mid-wicket, shortish mid-wicket. And in behind it to stop the ball. That's the end of the over. So Bohannon 31. And Lancashire 119 for 3. Got my binoculars in. That says 40 overs of the Lancashire innings. It does, yeah. 40 overs bowled. Well, they're allotted 120. Spoke to Paul Allott today, and if you're watching the live stream prior to the play starting, you'll have seen the chat with Paul Allott, and he said it clearly has an effect now. There's a different way that teams have to bat in their first innings because they are restricted to 120 overs. Got to bear that in mind. But he did say that Lancashire's primary target is to make sure that they at least bat through the 120 overs. They've had 40 so far, 119 for 3.
Hart. It's not, it's rain, isn't it? No, it's Hart.
It's Hart, yeah.
Can't see. My eyes have gone blurry. Everybody's face has just gone blurry there. The sun shines on them. It is Hart. He's bowled into the keeper's gloves. No run.
Quite tight field on the offside. There's a short extra cover. And there's Sean Dixon at first slip, and there's a gap to to Alex Lees.
Hard in again, balls. Livingston plays that out towards short extra cover to Dixon with a wide-rimmed hat on. Something's upset the seagulls across the road in the park. They all suddenly lurched into the air and are squawking away.
So Lees at kind of gully, then there's a point, which is Cameron Steele. Is that short extra cover that Martin just mentioned in the white sun hat, mid-off. Deep extra cover, mid-wicket, mid-on, deep backward square leg.
In comes Hard again, cut hard by Livingston. He's clattered that away past point for 4.
Well, he might not have played too much cricket, Liam Livingston, over the course of the last few months, but if you're going to bowl it there with the pace that Hart's bowling at, short, wide, sat up nicely, absolutely lashed it away, didn't he, for 4 runs. Moves to 15. What was Liam Livingston's season last year? Let's have a quick look. In the county championship, just under 600 runs, 599 runs, and an average of 46. Top score of 114, 1 century, and 5 times he got to 50. Liam Livingston last season in the county championship. A very impressive return for him in the middle order for Lancashire last year. 600 runs at 46. Standout batsman for Lancashire, standout player for Lancashire last year across the 3 formats was their captain, Dame Willis. He got 1,000 runs in the championship and an average of 80 with 2 centuries and 7 50s.
Hard balls, and that is played back up towards Rushworth at mid-off. It's a dot ball from Livingston.
Yeah, a little spell in the Big Bash as well during the course of the winter. I think he may have played for Perth. I'll have a quick look, but I think he may have played for the Scorchers, the Perth Scorchers.
In comes the bowler again. This is off towards the leg side, off the pad. And on leg by is signalled. Just went behind square leg.
He did, yeah, the Perth Scorchers was his Big Bash team over the course of the winter. And 2 Lancashire players involved in it, because Richard Gleeson played for the Melbourne Renegades as well.
And that is left alone. And that is the end of the over. Score is 124 for 3, and the deficit continues to drop. It is now 56.
Yeah, lost those 3 wickets, but narrowing the gap between the 2 teams in terms of the deficit. 180 Durham made in their first innings, so now 124 for 3. It'll be Ben Rain. Finkel end of the ground, with Livingston moving a half step forward towards the bowl as he plays it with a very straight bat. Back to Ben Rain, who Fields off his own bowling. Short sleeves for Rain.
Don't know if you saw yesterday with the hot weather down south, the common ground around Wentworth Golf Course was on fire. And there was a ladies' professional golf tournament taking place.
Right.
They had to abandon it. It was the Justin Rose had put money in the tournament.
Rain to Livingston. It's guided off an angled bat beyond the reach of gully down towards the wide third man boundary. Jack Burnham chasing after it, and Livingston has come back and is run 3. Lancashire move up to 127 for 3.
So you got Sunningdale golf clubs in that area as well, and they're both near each other. Wentworth, where the PGA is based, and just down the road you've got Virginia Water and Royal Ascot. But there's bushfires started, and they started to get heavier, and you could see the flames through the trees were off one of the greens.
Ooh. Rain over the wicket to Bahanan, who drives, but for no run up towards mid-off.
So they were saying the fire brigade was saying that they'd got on top of the fire, but they were worried that it would spring up again with hot temperatures over the next few days, so they suspended the tournament.
Yes, I didn't see the pictures, but as I was driving up to Durham on Friday night, I was listening to a bit of the golf coverage on 5 Live, and they were mentioning the fires that were burning.
I think it's Chobham Common which was on fire.
There's a little delay here. Who's gone off there for Durham? It looks like he's
Matty Potts has come on. And is it Ben Rain?
He's struggling a little bit.
No, it's Gareth Hart.
Okay.
What's he doing? He's cut his hand.
Here comes Rain over the wicket and bottles to Bahanan, who's going back. This will be 4 down towards third man. He's going back in a slightly open face of the bat. Runs along the ground towards the boundary in front of the health club. And Bahanan moves to 35 not out, 131 for 3.
I think he's cut his thumb.
Okay.
Trying to stop a ball. It's been quite a loose-ish affair after lunch from a Durham point of view. These 20 minutes, they've had 29 runs pretty quickly here, Lancashire. They need to try and tighten things up with the ball, Durham.
2 balls left for Ben Rain in this over. Bahanan plays it into the offside for no run. Yes, they were excellent, I thought, in the morning session. There was a little bit of I think when Carr spat up the hole, perhaps it was just got away a little bit, but in the main, across the session, Durham bowled nicely. It was set up by Rain and Rushworth first thing this morning. They bowled well in combination with each other. Livingston's got to 18 off 17 deliveries. And Bahanan now 35 not out. 2 slips and a gully weight. Here's Ben Rain running away from his right arm over the wicket bowls and left by Josh Bahanan. Ned Eckersley, the keeper, takes it in front of first slip and hands the ball up to second slip. That completes the over. 131 for 3. Livingston 18, Bahanan on 35.
How you localise a story. BBC Cumbria Sport. Cumbrian all-rounder Ben Stokes is to miss the... He's Durham all-rounder for us. He was a schoolboy when his parents came over, because Jed coached rugby league. I think he did both Workington and Whitehaven. So, but there's not a shred really of any New Zealand accent in Ben's voice. He does sound very Cumbrian. It's back on then, so trying to think which thumb it was that he was having attention to. He's going to continue bowling, and it was his right thumb, which has now got a white cover on it, sort of plaster across it. Comes in here and bowls, and that's poor ball, and that's thumped away for 4 by Livingston. Wide of off stump and a half tracker. I think Durham might now need to think about what they're going to do here with the bowling, because that lead is dropping constantly. It's now 45, and in no time at all you can see Lancashire could well be in front next half hour.
Yeah, you just can't bowl that type of delivery, can you, really, certainly to a player like Liam Livingston.
Yeah.
He'll crack that one away. Second time he's served up a half volley outside off stump.
Just wondering if it's affecting Hart's control of the ball, the fact he's now got his thumb bandaged up. That is a better delivery though, so maybe not. That was right on the money. Played up to mid-on, dot ball. Richard Wilson says Durham must have the most accurate bowling attack in the country because they seem to consistently hit the opponent's bats. But then he has 3 exclamation marks, so I don't know how to take that one. Sun is shining here. As Hart bowls, Livingston plays a length ball from around about middle and leg up to mid-on, no run. Paul Allott's walking past us for the 472nd time today. Glenn Chappell's joined him now.
It's a very gentle lap of the outfield though, isn't it?
Yeah. Wonder if he's got a fitness watch on though, and he knows how many
I think he has, yeah.
miles he's walking.
Yeah.
There's no spectators to get in the way of, isn't there? That's one of the things. Hart once more, bowling to Livingston. Slows the ball down out the back of the hand there. Tries to cut that one, and Livingston plays at it and then realises it's a slightly slower ball. It looped towards point, but landed just short. Michael says Jed Stokes played for Workington Rugby in 1982 to 1983 and coached 2003 to 7, and then Whitehaven in 2008 to 2010. Yeah. So I think it's Whitehaven Cricket Club that Ben's linked to. Comes the bowler, and that's a thick edge along the floor, stopped by Lees in the gully. Whitehaven News, Ben Stokes to be made a freeman of the borough of Allerdale. That was printed last year. Hart in, bowls. That's gone out through the covers from Livingston. 1 run, there's a fielder way out there. Sean Dixon. Michael reckons Paul Allott is walking 500 miles with the Proclaimers. Maybe.
It's time for a sanitising break.
Is it?
Looks like that way. Yeah.
Let's have a squirt then.
Better had to, don't we? Umpires are peeling off the jumpers.
Yeah, it's got a bit warm out there for them now.
Yeah, it's a very gentle meander around the outfield for Paul Allott and Glenn Chappell. Very gentle Sunday afternoon feel to it. Little stroll.
Need some oil on that window.
Ah, it's a bit squeaky, is
Yeah.
that? It's a bit squeaky.
Never used to squeak.
Squeaky.
I wonder what life would have been like if they'd built this media centre at the other end of the ground. Wouldn't have had a view of the castle probably, but we're always in the shade here. We used to be in a little porter cabin at the far end of the ground for a while, and on an afternoon it used to get sweltering in there, and then we'd try and open the vent windows, the top windows, and then the batsmen would complain they were reflecting the light back towards the middle. It was like being on the set of Tenko.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. We'd probably be complaining, wouldn't we, if we were in the sun? It's too hot, it's too bright. Just feel I've warmed up a little bit, and this cloud is breaking up a bit now. Patches of blue sky on show for the first time today, really.
As Livingston waits, Rain comes in and bowls. Steered up to mid-on. Rushworth fields, and there's no run. 136.43.
Seeing one of my wife's colleagues has just tweeted some footage of the Tanfield Railway. First passenger train. Well, it's Tanfield Railway have tweeted this, in fact. The first passenger train departs East Tanfield Station after 147 days. Really nice to be back operating some steam trains again. The world's oldest railway.
Rain to Livingston, who's forward in defence, and there's no run.
World's oldest railway. I thought that was the Darlington and Stockton. Tanfield Railway is not too far from here, actually. You would head out of Chesty Street and head as if you were going to go up to Stanley and up towards Beamish, and then you take a little right-hander, Tantoby, and the railway is there, runs up to Sunnyside.
Sounded lovely. Livingston again in behind. Cautiously, carefully. Playing it back from where it came from. No run.
Narrow gauge. It can't be the world's oldest railway. Middleton Railway Trust claim. Is that Middleton and Manchester? The Middleton Railway is the world's oldest continuously working public railway. Now, what does that mean exactly? There's a few riders in there. Tanfield claims it's the world's oldest.
So everyone's laying claim to this. There's lots of different places suggesting it. Right into Livingston, a little fuller on off stump. Clips this one up to mid-off. No run.
The route and structures of the oldest section of the now preserved part of the line between Sunnyside and Causey dates from 1725 and is thus the world's oldest, it claims, for Tanfield. But the Middleton Railway Trust say it's the world's oldest continuously working public railway.
Okay.
Situated in the city of Leeds. It was founded in 1758 and is now a heritage railway.
Ben Rain for Durham to Liam Livingston. It's jabbed down to the ground and it bounces up to Gareth Hart. Extra cover, no run.
Well, where does the Darlington and Stockton Railway fit into all this? I thought that was the first railway. Or was that the first commercial passenger line? It's all getting a little bit claimy. Let's have a look at Darlington and Stockton.
Ben Rain to complete the over into to Liam Livingston, just back of a length, tries to work it through the onside and just flicks the ball out towards Cameron Steele at mid-wicket.
Now there's another claim. The Darlington and Stockton Railway was a railway company that operated in the northeast. The world's first public railway. Is this going to seem to have passengers? Where's it gone? The world's first public railway to use steam locomotives. All right, so, well, how far back do you want your railways to go then? I mean, a lot of them would have been horses pulling wagons on tracks, wouldn't it? But getting a little bit technical this now. Colliery railways. Chris Rushworth replacing Gareth Hart, who injured his thumb before his last over and has now done his spell. Broke the partnership before lunch of Dane Villas and Bohannon. Now somebody's got to try and get Bohannon out. He's on 35. Can Rushworth do it? First ball is guided to point to Cameron Steele. No run there. Keep forgetting we've got a camera in here. Must have been a shot of us recently. Never seen Scott Reed wearing glasses, but I say he's looking very important. Says Michael. They suit him well. Rushworth in again, bowls, and again it goes to point from Bohannon. Richard says the Middleton Railway is the world's oldest continuously working public railway, situated in the English city of Leeds. It was founded in 1758 and is now a heritage railway run by volunteers from the Middleton Railway Trust. That copy and paste button's very good, isn't it?
Who's the politician that goes round on railways?
Michael Portillo.
This is turning into an episode of that. He's always banging about railways, isn't he?
Well, because he does railway journeys, he has to. That's the story of the show.
Is it?
Yeah. Rushworth in. Bohannon plays that off towards the covers. Bernard says the Tanfield Railway was originally a wagonway. That's what I was on about. So it was built to move coal to the River Tyne. Don't know when it started taking passengers. The Darlington and Stockton Railway was the first to take passengers. So they've all got their own little claims to first, haven't they? In their own ways.
I wonder if Portillo's been on any of these particular railway lines.
Probably. He did one journey where he came on the Metro. Came to Whitburn.
Oh.
Rushworth in, balls, inside edge onto the front pad. Ball runs off towards backward point. Yeah, there's a guy I know. Portillo came up to here and he travelled around this area. He did York and came up to Newcastle and whatnot. And he got the Metro to South Shields. And then he went along to Suter Lighthouse and had a look there. And one of the guys I know, Larry from Whitburn, took him on a tour of what used to be the colliery village on the cliff tops at Suter, but it was all knocked down in the 60s, I think. And there used to be a railway line, went right along the cliff tops. Rushworth bowls, played back to him by Bohannon. He gets a foot on it and more or less stops it. So you could get the train from Whitburn Colliery, called the Marsden Rattler, and it went along the coast to South Shields. And there's the railway station at the colliery. Actually, I've seen old pictures of it. It was quite big. Like so many of these things, it ceased to exist and was ripped up. Rushworth in, bowls, left alone outside the off stump. Easterly breeze you can hear on the microphone. The flag on the top of Lumley Castle is at full pelt, the St George's flag pointing west. It's got out warm again though, because Vic's in his shorts and t-shirt on his big deck chair, all catching the rays.
He's got some company though, hasn't he, today? Got some friends.
4 members of the ground staff there. And, 2 in shorts and a couple in their waterproofs, and one of them's even wearing a fleece.
It's unheard of for ground staff, isn't it? It's always kind of shorts. It's the default uniform.
Yeah.
Ben Moran from the Finkel end. See Liam Livingston. Played defensively into the offside, no run.
I've started something now. Mikey Mike says, my dad always told me the railway in Roker Park was the first in the world. Another spurious claim, hashtag. Michael reckons the oldest railway station is Liverpool Road Station in Manchester. Where's that? Have you been there?
Not that I know of. There's Livingston clips it into the onside, but for no run.
It opened in 1830.
Okay. I'm not really a train enthusiast, so this is not really.
This all started with a photograph of a little narrow gauge railway up the hill. Nice to see it open again, anyway. Oh, some dogs fighting in the car park.
Livingston plays it back down the pitch and fielded by Rain off his own bowling, no run.
Black Labrador and a little terrier playfully fighting by the looks of things. Use your money on the terrier or the Labrador.
These little terriers, you can't rule them out.
I know.
what they lack in size, they make up for in bite, enthusiasm. There's a bit of a delay because Ben Rain, I think, wants the umpire to have a little look at the ball. So he's going to bring out his little magic device and see if the ball will fit through the hoop. He's dropped it.
We were watching the test match the other day and my daughter said, "Daddy, why has the umpire got a pair of handcuffs?" It's out of shape, look.
Looks that way. One umpire is it Malander at this end? I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah, get rid of it. It's not taking any wickets. 45.3 overs.
Malander and Pratt now have a conversation, both looking at the ball.
They have a ring and it has to pass through the ring from numerous different angles. And if it sticks, then it's considered the ball's out of shape. I'm sure it can be battered back into shape.
Well, they might get a chance to change it here because it's a thorough examination, isn't it?
Yeah, Paul Coughlin running on. He's got a face mask on, the surgical gloves. He's bringing the spare box of balls. So I'm going to write this in my notebook because I haven't written anything for a while. Ball changed. 45.3 overs, did I say? Yeah.
Captain's coming up as well. He's got the wicket keeper for Durham. He wants to have a little look as well. Which one do you reckon, umpire? That one? No, this one, I think. What about that one? No. Yep, nope, happy with that. New ball selected. It's somewhere in the region of 45 overs old.
It's 45 and a half. Do you think, when they take a new ball, don't they, and then obviously an innings ends, so do you think somebody writes on the ball how many overs old that ball was, and when they put it in the box of spares?
Well, there must be something written on it, yeah, unless you're just judging blindly. Well, that looks like it could be about 45 overs old. Must be a little guide or something on there. Anyway, got a different one. What will this one do? Rain comes into Livingston. A big appeal for LBW from Ben Rain. And Livingston brings his bat and pad down and then looks at the edge of his bat, Liam Livingston, as if to give us a big clue that he felt as though he inside edged that onto his pad. Big shout from Rain. Backed up by the keeper and the slips.
With the new ball. The new old ball. Instant dividends.
1-3-6 for 3, Lancashire. Oh, I think he did hit that onto his pad. First view on the replay. Rain just gives the ball a little shine on the top of his right thigh. He's back into Livingston, reaching for it and pushing into the offside along the ground through to cover. And there is no run.
I've just been sent a freeze frame of us two. And that camera in the corner there.
Yeah, gone for the old glasses today. Well, it's because I've forgotten my contact lenses. I brought the packet of contact lenses, which has only 2 sets in there, and I used one yesterday, so I've only got 1 set left. Got about 90 at home, but forgot them with me. This is edged and taken. Yes, Livingston's gone.
How many balls is that? That's 3 balls with the new ball. Isn't it? 45.6.
Livingston's gone for 23. Playing it off the back foot, trying to force it through the offside. Thick edge to slip. Bedingham takes his second catch of the innings. Rain picks up his 2nd wicket. And Liam Livingston out for 23 from 35 deliveries. And a wicket maiden for Ben Rain. Change of ball halfway through the over. It's produced the wicket. The 4th to fall. Lancashire are 136 for 4.
2 for 32 from Rain. 6 maidens in his 14. How often do you see that? I wrote that down because if I hadn't written that down, there wouldn't have been a wicket, would there? I needed to write that down. So they changed the ball. 45.3 overs, 136 for 3. 3 deliveries later, it's 136 for 4.
That ends quite a tiny little partnership for Lancashire between Livingston and Bohannon, but it was busy, wasn't it? It was quite busy after lunch between those two. Well, they've got through Dane Villas and they've got through Liam Livingston and got Lancashire 4 down, still behind. Stephen Croft, the new batsman, he had a really good game last week. 63 in the first innings, 52 not out in the second innings. Batting with the tail really towards the end, Stephen Croft. So he hit the ground running for the start of this Bob Willis Trophy, and now he's coming out to bat with Josh Bohannon, as he did in the first innings actually for Lancashire at New Road last week. But intriguing little period again, because with probably Balderson in next and then into the bowlers, so they'll field there and they've got a chance now. They've opened up a little door here, having seen the back of Villas prior to lunch, Livingston 40 minutes after lunch. And there is a chance for Durham now. Stephen Croft, the new batsman.
He's had a couple of knocks against Durham, Stephen Croft. Riding Carson to the attack. This change ball, Bohannon turns it out towards the square leg area, and the leg bye is signalled. Croft got 72 against Durham in 2014 and 54 in 2016. He's tapping away at the ground now. He's 35 years old, from Blackpool. Been at Lancashire since 2005 and has a boatload of runs to his name. 8,378 in first class cricket, including 1300s and 50 50s. Cars is bowling to him from the Lumley end. Oh, now that skids through low, and the keepers ended up taking it down the leg side after it passed the off stump. Croft's highest score, 156 against Northampton 2014. He got 472 runs last year.
The average of 47 for Stephen Croft with those 472 runs, highest score of 78.
Up to the stumps he comes again and bowls. This is turned off towards fine leg for 1 run.
Somerset have been bowled out for 222. So crikey, they were about 50 for 5, weren't they, this morning? So Jamie Overton made 68 from 43 balls. I think his brother Craig made 50 as well. Somerset 222 all out. So Northampton should require 322 runs to win.
Bohannon is on 35 from 111 balls. And he plays that one from Cars out into Burnham in the covers.
Career best score of 68 for Jamie Overton as well.
Cars in, bowls. Ooh, it's wideish of off stump and chopped down into the floor by Bohannon. It bounces back up around about head high. I thought it was going to land on his helmet for a moment, but it lands in front of him again. He was looking around all over trying to work out where it had gone.
Final ball of the over coming up, and we'll take a look at some of the other scores. I mentioned that Somerset won. Northants have started their reply. They're 4 without loss. The target is 322.
Cars in, driven out towards the covers. Good stop from Jack Burnham, who does a forward roll and snatches the ball at the same time. Last time we saw him doing a forward roll, he just had his stumps obliterated by Matthew Fisher last week. That was a good piece of fielding. End of the over, and what's the crack with Josh Bohannon? Because he had some painkillers earlier today, and he's being given some more now. Has he got an injury? Physio from Lancashire's just on, he's having a drink of water as well. Over 8's -1. Lancashire 138 for 4, are 42 behind now. Bohannon has been seen to, is now walking back into the middle. Stephen Croft is taking his guard from Neil Malander. Sun is shining in Chesley Street. The cloud cover continues to break up. Lots of little white fluffy clouds around at the moment, like little balls of cotton wool floating above us. Rain to Croft then from the Finkel end. That one stays quite low, and Croft gets onto it late. Very low on the bat, plays it out towards the covers, dot ball. weirdcricket@yahoo.co.uk if you want to email us, or at Marty Cricket on Twitter, or indeed at Scott Reed. Right in, he's got 2 slips in a gully. Croft plays this though to steal mid-wicket. Safely along the ground, it's no run. Oh, now Paul Allott's going the other way now. That's going to confuse viewers. Spent all morning going in a clockwise direction, and now suddenly he's anti-clockwise. Rain comes in and bowls, and that is defended. Just played back in the offside into the ground by Croft. Rain has 2 for 32. Here comes the bowler, and that is defended on a length. Ball just comes to a rest right in front of the stumps, in front of the crease. Ben Raines started this match with 270 wickets in first-class cricket. Best figures were last year, actually, in a win at Hove. Took 6 for 27. He also got 5 for 26 against Middlesex and 5 for 47 against Leicestershire in Leicester last year, as he helped Durham beat his former team. Released by Durham about 2012, I think it was, and joined Leicestershire and was there until the end of 2018. Came back to Durham last year. Croft stands with bat raised as like a baseball player, and that's thumped away off Rain through the covers for 4, wide of mid-off. Moves on to 5, 142 for 4. We're talking just after lunch, about 20 minutes after lunch, that added 29 runs in 20 minutes, and at the rate they were going, they'd probably wipe out the deficit in the next half hour. Well, that boundary is the first for some time. Livingston gone. If we've had maiden overs since then, till It's the first scoring shot in 3 overs. Well, that's an edge. Now then, was that off the ground or not? Have to see that one again. That is the end of the over. And 142 for 4. Just watching where this pitch is. Can't really see where the ball was, to be honest.
So I'll bring you some scores from the other games. I'll do that through the course of this over. Bryden Cast coming in from the lonely end to Bohannon. Bangs that one in short. And it's a magnificent take by Ned Eckersley. And Bohannon's not a tall man, didn't have to duck too far, but it was a terrific leap and catch from the Durham wicket-keeper.
That previous edge at the end of that, did you see where that ball went there?
I didn't see it, no.
Right.
I was waiting for the update.
Well, you can't tell on the update either. He edged it. It was sort of wideish of gully.
Okay.
I'm just wondering how far off the ground it was.
Cast back into Bohannon. Well, that's edged and beyond the reach of Lees at gully, down towards third man. 4 runs. It didn't come particularly quickly off the bat. It was to the left of Lees, who just couldn't reach it. And down towards the boundary for 4. 146 for 4 now, and Bohannon up to 39.
James Franklin, the Durham coach, has recovered the ball, threw it back, and his sunglasses came flying off his cap, and then seemed to attach themselves to the back of his head, hanging down the back of his neck.
It's quite handy.
Yeah.
Dropping on the floor.
He's watching the action. Him and Marcus North, the director of cricket, is down, leaning against the fence, just to our left.
Well, it's an important little period now, isn't it? Because this is a significant partnership to try and break from Durham's point of view, as Bohannon clips his next delivery just behind square on the leg side for a single. Moves to 40, 147 for 4. They want Lancashire to be in front, or to at least be level, and then in front with these two together, because they've got George Balderson to come, and then into the bowlers, really. Bailey can bat a bit, but...
I was just saying while you were away doing your update about how we were discussing in the first 20 minutes after lunch, 29 runs scored, and we said at this rate they'll have wiped off the deficit in the next half hour, but they're still 33 behind. They've slowed right down, haven't they?
3 slips awaiting. His Crofts on strike. He leaves his delivery from Cast through to the keeper, no run.
Actually, they tightened things up before that new ball came. Looking at the profile of the dots on the scorecard.
Yeah, Liam Livingston, the man out since lunch, out for 23, caught by David Bellingham off the bowling of Ben Rain. Second catch for him and a second wicket for Rain. I've got Croft waiting with 3 slips behind him. Cast bowls and Croft up onto his toes to defend it into the onside. So in the North Group elsewhere, Yorkshire made 264 at Trent Bridge in their first innings, and Nottinghamshire in reply are 147 for 4. And Leicestershire are playing Derbyshire this week at Grace Road. Leicestershire 199 in the first innings. Derbyshire's reply is 243 for 3. So lead by 44 with 7 wickets remaining, Derbyshire. On the back of that brilliant win at Trent Bridge last week. Carson is a ball which he then plays a little short but wide, and Croft just leans back and allows it to travel through to the keeper. End of the over. 147 for 4. So there are 2 other games in the North Group. In the Central Group, Worcestershire 455 for 8 from their 120 overs. That's a terrific effort by Worcestershire with the bat. And the big contributions there were Brett D'Oliveira 174 and Jake Libby 184. So 455 for 8 from their 120. Glamorgan have just started their reply, 39 without loss. And elsewhere in the Central Group, Somerset against Northants. Northants 20 for no wicket. Their target to win is 322. And Warwickshire 75 for 3, replying to Gloucestershire's 210 all out in Bristol. There are 3 games in the South Group. Hampshire 132 for 3, replying to Middlesex 252. Sussex against Kent. Kent are 133 for the loss of just 1 wicket, replying to a Sussex total of 332. 1 more game to bring you.
Rushworth in the attack to replace Ben Rain from the Finkel end. Don't normally see him bowling from this end.
And that final game in the South Group is at Chelmsford, where Essex are playing Surrey. Essex 262 all out. Surrey's reply into the 34th over, 81 for 4. They've got Laurie Evans, who they've signed on loan from Sussex, and Will Jacks, who's 54 not out.
Laurie Evans, wasn't he at Warwickshire for a period as
He
well?
was. He was at Surrey, I think, to begin with. He's kind of gone back.
Previous ball from Rushworth, bowled here to Bohannon, was just defended on the offside. This is the second one of the over, played straight back to the bowler along the ground.
Is Rushworth from the Finkel end for the first time?
Did he have a couple of overs yesterday?
I don't think he did. I think he bowled all his overs from that far end.
Yeah, he
yesterday.
normally. Yeah, I'm just trying. He normally bowls from the Lumley end, but he did switch for a short period last week against Yorkshire. Bowled a handful of overs from this end. Don't normally see him running away from us. We normally see him running in. Bohannon plays that down towards third man for a single. .148 for 4. Remember, Durham were all out yesterday for just 180. Rushworth to Croft. Croft gets right behind the line of that one and plays it back to the bowler. Rushworth tries to flick it up with the outside of his foot, and it doesn't work, so he has to bend down and pick it up instead. Then he throws it to Ben Rain to give it a polish. We've got this funny moment here where it appears the sun is shining on the wicket only, doesn't it? And all the rest of the ground's in shade. Just the way the light is catching the way the strip has been cut. Rushworth turns. Red boots on. And that is once again defending an off stump. Well, the white boots, but the bottoms, as he runs away from us, you just see these red flashes. Bright red soles on the boots.
Yeah, it appears to be a popular choice this year, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? That's this year's colour, yes. A few years ago it was a blue heel for a while, wasn't it? And then the next year it became a sort of orangey pink heel. There's a man with 2 kids at the far end of the ground in the car park taking a selfie against the fence with the cricket ground and the game going on in the background. Rushworth to Croft. Slightly slower ball this time. And taken by Rain at mid-on, end of the over. I think there's just the 1 run from it, down to third man.
Is the health club open today or not?
It is. I saw some people on one of the running machines. There's a woman on there now. I say a woman, it could be a man. Tinted windows. I think it's a woman. There's somebody else at the far side of the gym who I can't see other than their shoulders. They're bobbing up and down because there's a steel support pillar from the balcony is obscuring most of them.
Cars running in towards us. Bohannon, a little push into the offside and calls Croft, and Bohannon agree that there's a single there. He's up to 6. Brings up the 150 for Lancashire, 150 for 4. Nope, the scoreboard's beating me to it. Apologies. 149 for 4. Bohannon just moved to 42 with it though.
I would imagine you have to book your times in the gym, do you? And
Yeah,
there'll be no
so.
showers available or anything.
No.
You probably have to get ready at home.
Not gone back to mine yet.
No.
Cast balls to Croft, who tries to cut a ball that's wide of off stump through to the keeper.
No, Jonathan Doidge last week was staying in the hotel in Durham, and he said he had to book in.
Right. Yeah, I've not ventured back there. I know they've got lots of different things in place, haven't they, to make sure everyone's socially distanced and everything is sanitised and clean, so the gyms are doing their best to try and get open and get people back in.
Yeah.
3 slips waiting, Cast to Croft, but Croft leaves it through to the keeper. I suppose if you book a slot for Sunday afternoon, though, you get a chance to watch a little bit of cricket while you're doing a jog or a run on the treadmill.
Can't remember the last time I was in a gym. Pop in occasionally when I'm away with Durham, depending where we are. But
Cast again to Croft. A little straighter this ball this time, and it clipped across the pads through the onside. No ball as well was signalled by the umpire, and Croft's come back for 2. Quite a few bowlers have struggled with no balls from the Lumley end in the game. It does bring up the 150. I was a little bit too eager before, but it does bring up the 150 runs for Lancashire. Halfway into the 51st over. 225 minutes to get to 150, and it's come at the expense of 4 wickets of Jennings, Davis, Willis and Livingston. Croft on 7. It's Cast, a big strong lad, and he's up the stumps and bowling, and Croft is going back and pulling through the onside out towards a deep backward square leg boundary, and it reaches the rope for 4. There was 2 chasing after it. Fielder got a long leg. There's also a square leg.
6 no balls from Cast now, I think.
Croft moves to 11 with that 4, and Lancashire to 157 for 4. Yeah, Cast's 9.4 overs have come, costed 55 runs. He quite found his rhythm just yet in the game. Struggled a little last night. Certainly struggled with his line last night. Struggled bowling to Keaton Jennings in particular. There's another no ball from Cast. Umpire Pratt at that far end calling it.
Was it Cast? Was it at was it Hove last year when he developed a problem with no balls? And then there was a worry that he'd also been warned about the way he was bowling and beamers and that kind of thing, and there was a risk that I'm sure he ended up being taken out of the bowling. He wasn't allowed to bowl anymore.
Right, okay. In again to Croft, who's pushing into the offside. Stopped by Cameron Steele at backward point, and there's no run. And there's a slight trudge to his walk and body shape as he walks back to his mark there. Brandon Cast, he's still plugging away for his team. He's got 1 ball left of his 10th over. 57 runs so far against his name. Can he get through this over with a wicket perhaps? Oh, it's a good ball actually. Pushes it outside the off stump. He brings Croft forward and beats him through to the keeper. And there's no run. Chris Rushworth goes up and says, "Hey, have a high five, mate." Oh, he doesn't quite fancy taking it, and he gets a little slap on the backside from his teammate. And the no pulls his shirt up above his face, covering his face as he walks back to his fielding position. Just not quite working for Brandon Cast just at the minute. End of the over, 159 for 4. In contrast, Rushworth bowling beautifully at this end, having been brought back into the attack.
He took 5 for 43, Cast, at Sussex last year, which was a career best at the time. As Rushworth comes in and bowls, and he snips back in. It looks a bit too high, but Hannon goes forward to play it. There was certainly some issue. I can't remember what it was now, but I thought he'd been taken out the bowling attack and had been warned about his bowling, but I think there were a number of no balls. There was a period when Durham didn't have him bowling, but then I think Neil Colleen, the Durham coach, tweeted me later that day with some clarification to say it wasn't quite as how I'd made it out at the time. Rushworth up to the stumps and balls, and this is played by Bohannon down towards third man for 1. 160, just 20 behind now. 160 for 4. Rush within from the Finkel end and bowls. Croft comes back into his crease and plays the ball safely back towards the bowler's end.
Some noisy cars around today, aren't they?
Just a recent check on Durham Sussex scorecards, and it's brought up 2 from this year, matches that never happened. So, Rushworth bowls. That one is defended by Croft off towards short mid-wicket.
Matches that never happened.
Yeah, well, they're on the Cricket Archive list because they were fixtures that were published, weren't they? But of course, they've never taken place.
Yes, I'm with you. Yeah. Abandoned.
Yeah.
Cancelled. What did they use it? What word would they use to describe that? Cancelled, perhaps. Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're cancelled, aren't they? So Durham should have started the season at Hove this year on Easter Sunday.
Well, that'd be nice.
Yeah. Rushworth in bowls. It's gone through the keeper. A long way to take your Easter eggs, though. Probably melt on the train. And then 29th of August. Here. Durham against Sussex. 20 days' time.
I've no idea where Lancashire should have been this week because I've basically decided just to ignore it for what the fixtures that.
Well, we were in. I saw the other day I should have been coming back from Tunbridge Wells, which was quite surprising.
Oh yes, you were. Where you going to be there? Were you?
Yes. Rushworth bowls again, and he's pushed off towards point this time. No run for Croft. They all looked like they were shaping up for a hand sanitizer moment there, but it hasn't emerged. What's the date? 9th of August. Friday the 7th. Test match. Where would we? Durham would have been playing Essex in Chesley Street today in the 50 over league. Well, there you go. And last week they would have been in Worcester again. There was a period in the season where they were going to go and play a county championship match in Swansea. When that finished, then up to Worcester for a championship match.
It's Carty's back in, continuing away, plugging away. These runs, however, for Bohannon. Oh, but the second could be quite tight as he comes back for 2. Playing into the offside, has managed to squeeze 2 out there. Josh Bohannon moves up to 45, score to 162 for 4.
They're going to play. So they played away to Glamorgan in Swansea for 4 days, then a couple of days break, and then start a 4-day game against Worcester, and then after that a T20 or vice versa, then across to Leicester for a T20, then home. So that was going to be nearly 3 weeks on the road, that one.
That'd have been busy, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Bohannon standing as tall as he can in the crease, and pushing into the covers and calling Croft through. Perhaps just a little sign that Croft and Bohannon to try and keep the score ticking along if possible. But Bohannon moves to 46 not out, 163 for 4.
Stephen Mullaney has just fallen to the bowling of Adam Lyth, the spinner, for 50, trying to sweep Notts 163 for 5 in the 52nd over against Yorkshire at Trent Bridge.
Lancashire at Trent Bridge next week. due to be at Emirates Old Trafford, but they've had to switch it to Trent Bridge. It's cast to Croft, nudged away into the onside for 1 run. Moves to 12, 164 for 4.
Michael says Hampshire should have, Lancashire should have been playing Hampshire at in the 50 over competition at the at the Rose Bowl.
Right.
So that's where you should have been this week.
Okay. Actually, therefore, no. I think that game was scheduled to be on the Isle of
Wight, was it?
Yeah, I think so.
Ah. Well, they announced the fixtures, and then a lot of the venues changed, didn't they?
Cast to Bohannon. Steers that down to backward point, playing away from his body, just to let it run off the face of the bat through the offside for 1.
Durham were meant to be hosting a home game against Gloucestershire in Scarborough.
Oh.
As part of a cricket festival.
Okay.
Because I think there were meant to be concerts on here.
Right.
Little Mix and Boys Own or somebody.
Oh, good. I'd have got a ticket for that.
Hmm?
I'd have got a ticket for that.
What, for Little Mix or Boys Own?
Yeah, definitely. I'd have been right across that.
Yeah. They might have been playing at a stadium near you.
Sounds like a cracking night, doesn't it, to me?
Different nights, different gigs.
Oh, they weren't both together? Oh, right. Cast to Croft, who leaves through to the keeper, no run. Slightly more sedate over this from Cast. He's not overstepped just yet. He's got 1 ball left of it.
Of all the gigs they've had here in recent years, I think the only one I would have gone to was Tears for Fears.
Okay, yeah.
I think that was last year.
Right. Quite a few cricket grounds have had to cancel concerts this year. Losing out on money. And to tighten the belt when he's tight. 3 slips or crouch down. Cast in, balls. Croft chops it back towards the bowler. And that's the end of the over, and Rushworth is jogging up to say a few extra words of encouragement to Cast. As indeed, a little tap on the back from David Benningham as well. You can tell he's searching for it, Bryden Cast, but he's plugging away, doing what he can to try and get himself a bit of rhythm. End of that over. Lancashire 165 for 4, Bohannon 47, Croft on 12. Approaching 3 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon. Live coverage of the Bob Willis Trophy fixture.
Sunday afternoon. Good night time. Oh, where were you? Rushworth.
I think that was a song, folks.
To Bohannon. Inside edge under the pads. And then all runs off towards square leg. 1 run. Had quite a loud click there of timber. Rushworth right arm over. Full length delivery to Croft, who plays the ball off towards mid wicket. No run.
Mentioned Bohannon edging up the batting order for Lancashire over the course of the last 12 months or so. Chris Rimmer sent me a little message about the positions that Bohannon has batted. This is his 24th innings, and he's batted at number 3 7 times now. I suspect most of them was towards the back end of last season. But looking at the different positions he's batted, he's been up and down the order a few times.
Rushworth again comes in and bowls, and Croft plays the ball back towards the bowler.
So he's batted at number 3 7 times, 4 once, 5 twice, batted at 6 just 3 times, which does surprise me. I thought he might have batted there a few more times. He's batted at 7 twice, at 8 times, and he's been as low as 9. Perhaps may have been for because of a night watchman. Perhaps there's a case with batting at 8 times as well. But he'll be hoping that number 3 is his position in the team for a while to come.
Rushworth up to the stumps, balls, and that's defended by Croft. He's had one little scare, that LBW shout. Other than that, he's batted really well.
He has. I think he applies himself. He shows great patience as Bohannon. Both last season, indeed, when he made his debut back in 2018, his debut came at Surrey in a day-night match when we had those day-night county championship games, and he came out to bat about 8:30 at night, facing Mornay Morkel with a pink ball under the lights, and he got through that. It was a really hostile spell he had to get through, and the following day he got a 50, and those kind of attributes we've seen quite a few times now. I think he's a really good player. I enjoy watching him bat.
Well, this will be his 5th 50. He needs 2 to get there, but Croft is on strike at the moment. He's on 12 as Rushworth bowls. And he's defended. There's only Bohannon's 18th first-class game, so hasn't played in that many matches. Only 23.
Aye, yep. I think he will have been benefited from a season last year playing a lot in Division 2. I think Rob Jones, who's not playing in this game, but again, he played a lot last year. Part of the team that were able to win the promotion back to Division 1. So a full season in and around the first team. I think these guys will have benefited from that.
Was that, how many promotions have they had? About 4 in the last 8 years or something?
They've been up and down like a yo-yo.
Yeah, like Worcester. Rushworth bowls. That's wide and short and left alone. So they went down in 2014 and then came straight back up again.
Well, they first went at the end of the over, isn't it? Yeah, 166 for 4. They first went down in well, not the first, but they won it in 2011, then got relegated in 2012. Came back in 2013, got relegated in 2014.
So they're up 2 years that time. No,
they were up only 1. They went straight back down.
So they got promoted in 2013, yeah.
Yeah.
And then went back down. Hand sanitizer time.
Yeah, indeed. And then went and came back up again in 2015. And then I think they stayed up until 2018.
Well, they did. Because in the end of the 2016 season, Durham thought they'd relegated Hampshire because Durham managed to stay up. They were near the top. Went to Taunton in a game that ended up finishing in about 2.5 days on a dust bowl of a track, and they needed 56 to win on the final day with half the team left, and they were bowled out in about 17 minutes or something for hardly got a run. And they could have gone top. They would have gone top with a win that week, and then the following game after that they lost heavily at Middlesex, and instead of looking like they were going to maybe have a title tilt, suddenly it turned into a relegation battle. And that was, we were talking this morning, weren't we, about that game in the August of that year when it got down to the last ball of the game, I think, wasn't it, or 2 balls to go or something, that match at Old Trafford when Lancashire won, chasing, what was it, 107? They won by 1 wicket. So anyway, Lancashire went down that year and then came back up. So in 2016, I'm mixing my seasons up there. 2016 was when they lost to Taunton and then lost to Middlesex, and then they eventually got a couple of wins on the board towards the end of the season, and they secured survival with a victory here over Surrey, and then went to the Rose Bowl the following week and beat Hampshire. And at the time, Lancashire were threatened with relegation, weren't they? And well, Lancashire playing Worcestershire in the final game of that season. So at the end of the season, it looked like Hampshire was going down. Of course, Durham got relegated by the ECB for financial issues.
Change of bowling. Carse out of the attack, and Hart replaces him. Keeper stands up. Bohannon's on strike and through to the keeper, the first delivery. So Carse's spell has come to an end. It was a bit of a battling spell for him. Hart, who brought that partnership of Willis and Bohannon just before lunch, looking for his second wicket into Bohannon off the back foot, plays it through the offside. That will probably bring him 50. He does. Comes back for at least 2 as the ball is scooped up by the boundary rope. So a half century for Josh Bohannon. 51 not out, 129 deliveries, 5 fours. Nicely played by Bohannon, his first 50 of the season. Made 44 last week against Leicestershire. Another real gritty, gutsy knock here by Josh Bohannon. 169 for 4, so edging nearer to being level with Durham. currently have 6 wickets in hand. Croft is on strike. Here comes Hart running in towards us from the Lumley end. Balls to Croft, who plays a forward defensive up to mid-on. There's no run. The field for Croft with Hart bowling as the sun shines. There's one slip, which is Sean Dix, and then there's a gap to David Bellingham, who's at gully. 3 in the offside, just in front of square at cover point, extra cover and mid-off. There's a mid-on, there's a short mid-wicket, and then 2 on the leg side boundary at deep mid-wicket and long leg. Hart to Croft, pushing to Lees at cover. And there is no run. Ground staff are up and about. Well, at least a couple of them are. Victor's still sat in his deck chair. And why wouldn't you be? Looks very comfy. So various members of both the Durham and Lancashire coaching staff having little laps of the outfield. Oh, they're having another little look at the ball. They changed it a few hours ago, but
it was 45.3 when they changed it.
Okay, so
what are we now? 54.
10 overs or so. Out comes this little device to see if it'll fit through the handcuffs. Stephen Croft wants to have a look as well. By showing Croft the ball as well. Ned Eckersley comes to have a look. Here comes a little box of balls.
Well, he seems to be holding on to part of the seam, the umpire, so I think the seam might have split. So there's another wicket due then, isn't there?
So went a treat last time, didn't it? Because Livingston edged that change ball to Bellingham at slip. So here we come, little box of balls. We'll do it all again.
54.4 overs.
We'll have a little root around in this box, see if they can find something that looks good and looks appropriate. Various players having little conversations. Stephen Cross having a change of gloves.
That's lasted 9.1 overs. If you want to get in touch, it's at Marty Cricket on Twitter, at Scott Reed on Twitter. You can email weircricket@yahoo.co.uk. It's always nice to hear from you. Just a bit nosy, like don't know what you're up to on a Sunday afternoon as well. Are you in the garden with a chilled drink listening to us, or
very nice,
cranking the barbie up, or in the allotment as Jamie was this morning?
So we've selected a new ball for the second time in 10 overs.
Jack Burnham shouting words of encouragement to his teammates. Hart will bowl with this.
Yes, he's got 2 balls left of this over. Croft on 12, 169 for 4. Here comes Gareth Hart running towards us. And balls to Croft, who pushes up to mid-on, and there's no run. Hart with 1 wicket, Rain with 2, Rushworth with the other. A couple of catches for Bellingham, 1 for Dixon, 1 for Lees. Top score for Lancashire in the innings, Josh Bohannon's 51. Top score in the game so far, Alex Lees, who made 66 for Durham. All out for 180 yesterday, Durham. Here's the final ball of the over. And Croft just leaning forward and dropping the ball into the offside. That completes the over. 43 remaining left, or 44 left in the day's allocation. Lancashire 169 for 4.
7 minutes past 3, and it is August the 9th. And the lead is 11 still, so where will Lancashire be come the end of the day? Approaching tea last week, Durham were doing quite nicely in their second innings against Yorkshire. 221 for 3. Myself and Jonathan Deutsch were talking about, well, it looked quite conceivable they would bat out the night. I don't even think they made tea. Collapsed. Lost 4 players in a row for Ducks. Burnham got 2. Absolutely fell apart. Well, the man they need to try and remove if they can here, Durham, is Josh Bohannon. He's on 51 from 129 balls at a strike rate of nearly 40. Rushworth is bowling from the Finkel end. Bohannon defends a length ball and it runs off to the covers.
Mark Sands on Twitter with regards to Lancashire's fluctuations between the two divisions says, in summary, up and down like a fiddler's elbow. And hello to Izzy Duncan. Hello, Izzy.
Is she watching us?
I don't know, she's either watching or listening. Ahoy there. Miss you, boys. Miss you too, Izzy.
Well, it's just describing that match at Taunton in 2016 when Durham capitulated on the Saturday morning. I never even got on air. There's Rushworth bowls, and that's chopped past point for 4 by Bohannon. Shortish delivery then dispatched. He moves on to 55, 173 for 4. The deficit just 7. On the Friday night, Isabel drove me up to the cider barn.
Oh, nice.
At Cheddar.
Okay.
Near Cheddar Gorge.
Yeah.
We had to drive up the gorge actually, and it was gorgeous. Beautiful area, that.
Very nice.
So anyway, Mick Jagger's brother was playing in a band, so we went to see him. In comes the bowler. That's played away off the back foot by Bohannon up to Salisbury at mid-off.
This sounds like Isabel knew that Mick Jagger's brother was playing.
Well, she's friends with the family. She did know, yeah. So we drove up there. It was a beautiful summer's evening, and this cider barn's perched on the side of this hill, and from one side of it you could see for miles. You could see all the way back across the countryside to Glastonbury Tor. It was a gorgeous summer's night, lovely sunset, and it was great crack in this cider barns. People in there enjoying themselves. Really good night. And Durham capitulated the next morning as Rushworth bowls. That's played back to him. So I'd done my 11 o'clock update, and Isabel started on air with our Somerset colleague, and it was all over before I had the chance to pick the mic up. 5 wickets fell in about 17 minutes. It was chaos. Well, after the match, the Somerset skipper, Roy Rogers, Buck Rogers or whatever they called him, as Rushworth comes in, bowls, keeper standing up the stumps now, and it's played back up to mid-off. Chris Rogers, wasn't he? The Aussie? He was the captain that year for Somerset, and he actually criticised his own groundsman, and he said he got the pitch wrong. It was too dry and it broke up too much, but there was so much dust coming off it. And ball pitching down the leg side and suddenly going off towards first and second slip. It was chaos. But you couldn't complain about a pitch which had too much spin. I think the regulations have changed now.
I think they have.
But anyway, after the press conference, I think John Lewis didn't want to make an issue about the wicket because he felt they would sound like bad losers. But when the Somerset skipper did mention the wicket, as Rushworth comes out here to bowl, that's his play to cover to Gareth Hart. No run there for Josh Bohannon. 173 for 4 at the end of the over. I thought, right, well, I don't really look at wickets. You know, you see these people going out and staring at them on a lunch break and that. I don't know what they're looking for, do you? They lost a contact lens or something. But I never bother going and looking at the wickets. Anyway, I decided I would go and film that one, and as I came back out of the pavilion, the groundsman had flooded the square, so there was nothing to film. So
173 for 4. Gareth Hart, 5 overs, 1 for 22. He's going to continue.
Anthony Gibson, the Somerset commentator, had a game of golf with him at his golf club the day before the match started, Burnham by Sea.
Hart to Croft, clipped very neatly through mid-wicket by Stephen Croft. You might get 4. Has he timed that well enough for 4? Well, he's going to be restricted. It's a good piece of work out in the deep.
It's Carson. I couldn't see where the rope was there. He must have been pretty close to it. I'm just looking where Paul Allott's walking now compared to where the line where Carse is. It's very difficult to see the rope on that side of the ground. In fact, it looks like it disappears at one point, doesn't it?
Croft moves up to 14 with odds 2. Lancashire now within 5 of drawing level with Durham at 175 for 4. Croft still in the crease, bat just above stump height, and then brings it down to defend this next delivery from Hart into the offside. There's no run. Lees quickly onto that.
I hadn't played golf for a few years, but I went and played with Anthony in Burnham-on-Sea. Beautiful views. The golf course goes out into these huge sand dunes, a bit like Birkdale, really.
Okay.
But you're looking right across the Severn Estuary. Some incredible views looking across towards Wales at one point. I lost a few balls that day, but still enjoyed it. I wish I'd played it when I used to play off about 15 or 16.
Hart to Croft. A little tentatively onto the front foot, but keeps the ball out, smothering it into the offside. A thin inside edge, perhaps onto the pad, and then deflects up towards Lees. I imagine Anthony Gibson's half-decent golfer.
Yeah, well,
I can imagine that being the case. A colleague covering Somerset. Kevin James keeps threatening to take me for a round of golf when we're next down at the Ageas Bowl.
Well, the last time Durham played there.
It's Hart to Croft, slow ball, which he just turns through mid-wicket for 1 run. Moves to 15, 176 for 4.
Was that match in 2016 when Durham thought they'd relegated Hampshire, and I drove down the day before, took my golf clubs, and we went to play the course in the New Forest, and it just absolutely chucked it down. It came down like stair rods, and we sat in the clubhouse for a while and had a sandwich and a bowl of soup, and it got heavier and heavier.
Hart to Bohannon, comes off the inside edge of the bat. He takes his bottom hand off the bat there as he's trying to force it through the offside, and it disappears to square leg. Bohannon to 56 and Lancashire to 177 for 4.
Anyway, we just abandoned it as a bad do in the end. But
oh yeah, don't blame you.
It's a really nice course out in the countryside. There's ponies wandering around, wild ponies wandering around the New Forest.
Fair weather golfer. I'm not doing it in the rain.
You wouldn't have teed off on a day like that. It was just absolutely ridiculously wet.
Final ball of the over. Croft waiting for Hart.
No
quite the final ball of the over. No ball. As Croft defends to mid-off. What is it with the Lumley end this week? Been loads of them.
Maybe it's on a separate plate. It's shifting in time. I did used to play a lot of golf at one time, and then my back went. I had an operation, and then we've had 3 children since, and the sort of golf days disappeared.
Hart to try and complete it again. Croft plays another forward defensive, a mirror image of the previous one in truth. End of the over, 179 for 4.
Scott off to do an update for Radio Lancashire. Yeah, golf's one of those games you've got to play it regularly as well to keep your eye in and keep your hand in. And after hacking around courses for years, I decided to have a few lessons, and that actually worked well. Just iron off a few rough edges and get to understand the principles a little bit more of how the clubs work and your stance, your setup. You take a lot of the unknowns out of it if you're religious with your setup and address the ball the same way. Talking about Justin Rose earlier and the tournament he'd put on at Wentworth for the professional women, which was halted yesterday because of wildfires in the area. And I watched an instruction video, that DVD that he brought out a few years ago, and there was some really good advice in there. That helped as well. And on the odd occasion, actually got around 9 holes without dropping a shot here and there. But you do need to play regularly. 179 for 4, and Matt Salisbury's going to come back into the attack now. Josh Bohannon's on 56. He's on strike from 36 balls, and the deficit is 1 run. Salisbury comes in and bowls, Bohannon blocks, and they're still not even at the halfway stage of the innings, actually. 57.1 overs. Remember, the first innings is a maximum of 120 overs just to try and get games moving on. The points remain the same, the bonus points, other than if you draw a game, you now get 8 points instead of 5. Salisbury comes in and bowls, and Bohannon just looks so comfortable out there. Easily defends this one. Just gets his bat behind the ball, steps across and plays it firmly and safely into the ground each time. Salisbury to Bohannon, and again it's a defensive shot, picked up short on the offside. Just got an accidentally closed all the windows I was looking at on the computer. Well done. Salisbury once again to Bohannon, bowls, and he looks to cut that one, and it's a wideish ball though, and he's got nowhere near it in the end. Missed the news earlier, no more Ben Stokes for England this summer. This is played off the back foot by Bohannon, nice shot, and he's got that out the middle and it's racing towards the pavilion boundary. Hart drags it away from the rope. I think Hart's now deciding that actually, has it come to rest on the rope? Where is it? I think he hit the rope as he was trying to pull it away. 4 runs. Ben Stokes will not play for England again this summer. He's leaving the UK to head ho to New Zealand to be with his family. They haven't said why. Durham have actually put the statement up on their website now. Salisbury bowls, and that's played towards point. Stopped by Burnham. And that is the end of the over. So Lancashire now take the lead. They took the lead with that 4. So it took them 56 overs to get in front. I think it was 55.5 overs, wasn't
it? Yeah, they're in the 56 when they went in front. The bowling figures just go.
About just before you said it.
Sure.
There's about 8 times last year, I think, when Durham ended up behind at the end of first innings.
How far behind on first innings will they end up in this game? We shall see as Croft pushes forward at this next delivery from Hart, but through to the keeper, and there's no run. This being a. I mean, George Bolton, I think watching him bat last week and speaking to George himself and to Mark Chilton about his batting, I think ultimately, if all goes to plan, he'll probably be more of a top-order batsman, George Bolton. So he certainly can bat, but it's still relatively, obviously, still very new to first-class cricket. But then after that, into the Bailey as a bowling all-rounder. Played into the offside by Croft for no run, but you're in. Durham are into the bowlers, so this is a very substantial and significant partnership for Lancashire. The size of their lead on first.
47 now. This.
Thank you. So that's their lead on first innings, and it's edging up towards a half-century partnership, as Martin just mentioned. Depends a lot on the way that Croft and Bohannon bat here, you would think. Hart back into Croft, who's forward in defence, and there's no run. I was going to mention the bowling figures that Matt Salisbury's only bowled 6 overs. 6 overs for 14. Rushworth 19 overs, 1 for 33. Carse 11 overs for 62. But touched on that, it's been a wee bit of a struggle for Bryden Carse so far in the game. Rain 15 overs, 2 for 36. Then just 6 overs for Salisbury. Here's Hart into to Croft, full of ball and off stump, which he drives. It's burst through the fingers of Alex Lee, so Croft can nip through for a single. He's up to 16. Lancashire now 184 for 4. Brings Bohannon back on strike. Taps his bat to keep us crouching down behind the stumps. Umpire at square leg. Neil Maloney with his arms folded as Bohannon's up onto his toes and playing it back towards the bowler, but for no run. Paul Allott has a bit of company now for his lap. He's got Graham Onions to natter to. He's had Lee Richardson, Lancashire's sports psychologist, earlier on today, and now he's got Graham Onions to have a little chat to as he slowly meanders his way around the outfield for lap number goodness knows how many. Very gentle pace today though for Mr. Allott. And driving, but not with any timing. Up to mid-on, there's no run. End of another quick over. Gets to them pretty sharply, doesn't he, Gareth Hart? He's bowled 7 overs now. Lancashire 184 for 4. Croft has 15 and Bohannon on 60.
Still surprised that Durham allowed Graham Onions to leave. He was offered a 1-year deal based on red ball with incremental payments if he played any white ball stuff, and I think he was trying to get into coaching as well, and that was what Durham offered. He ended up leaving, which was sad, and Lancashire offered him a 2-year contract with some coaching duties involved as well. So is this the end of the 2nd year? Third year.
Yeah, it is. I think he signed a new contract.
Yeah. Salisbury bowling here to Croft, and that's gone off towards point. Now I remember him telling me that he was going to leave, and he'd been offered a deal to go to Lancashire, but he was waiting for the official confirmation. And I got a phone call in my hotel room at Worcester. It was the last game of the season, and it was about a Durham player going to Lancashire. What did I know? As Salisbury comes in. Oh, now then, that's out. Croft's gone. That thumped in really low, right under the pads. Anyway, I expected them to tell me about, you know, Graham Onions, and they said it's Keaton Jennings. What are you on about? Where's that come from? Let's watch this one again. Oh, angles in nicely. He was overreaching Croft to try and play that one. So that ends the partnership. 184, so then he put on 48. Croft is out for 16. The lead is 4.
Now Josh Bohannon becomes the key man, doesn't he, for Lancashire? In terms of what type of lead, size of lead they will have on first innings. George Balderson, the new batsman to come and join Josh Bohannon, but 2 relatively young guys. Bohannon's played obviously more first-class cricket than George Balderson has. And there's a key role to play now. There's Bohannon. Another tiny little wicket that for Durham. I mean, the partnership was decent, edging towards 50. Just keep chipping away, and as I mentioned a few minutes ago, they'll think they've got a real chance of trying to actually restrict Lancashire to a lead of not a great deal with a young man effectively on kind of debut on his second game in Balderson, and then into to Bailey, into Gleeson and Wood and Hurt. Drink being brought out for Josh Bohannon, and his knees there having a little drink. But a reward for Salisbury, who's not bowled too much here, only into his 8th over, but picks up his first wicket.
So, George Balderson is the new batsman, playing in his second match. 19 years old, has played for England under 19s. Born in Manchester, made his debut at Leicester last week, against Leicestershire last week, which was actually in Worcester. He's from Cheadle. Made his debut for the second team in 2018 and plays his club cricket for Hyde in the Cheshire Senior League. And he's on strike, and Salisbury is going to be bowling to him any second now. Got 3 slips in place: backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg. Here comes Salisbury, right arm over from the Finkler end, defended by Balderson up towards mid-off. Salisbury balls, Balderson plays that one towards point. Dot ball. Bernard can't believe, even in these strange times, the crowds normally watching 4-day cricket can't be admitted. Yet people can gather near some grounds and have less room than what could be achieved inside a cricket ground. Salisbury comes in and bowls, and that has gone off towards point, collected by Hart. The only people coming in the ground, the way they've fenced off certain areas, there's different zones, so the media come in through the bottom gate and are allowed round to the press centre, and that's it. We don't go over to the pavilion or anything. We leave through another gate, because once we've come in the morning, our gate is then shut off, so nobody else can get in that side of the ground. Salisbury bowls this one down the leg side, taken low by the keeper. We have a temperature test each day and a question about, has anything changed with our health? Any symptoms of coronavirus? The players come in through separate areas, and then they don't change here as in post-match. They leave and have to go home to shower and stuff. Hand sanitizer every 6 overs. The 12th man with surgical gloves on and a mask on whenever he comes out into the middle, and the physios as well wearing those. If you want to come to the Sticky Wicket pub inside the ground, you have to go through gate 1, I think it is, and there's a fence across the car park, so you can't then wander around from there. New over from Hart from the Lumley end. This is played out towards mid-on, no run there for Bohannon. And I think you have to book a table for a certain time to go to the pub. And then there's another fence, and then people coming to the health club, they go through a different gate and they park at the far end of the ground. So people we're seeing occasionally appearing at the far end of the ground are either on their way to or leaving the health club. Well, one man's been leaning on a fence for quite some time at the far end, but he might be a photographer. This is defended by Bohannon. Length. The man just leaving the gym in a luminous green top. No doubt off home for a shower.
Yeah, it's obviously deeply frustrating for cricket fans that they can't get in to watch the counties.
This one's played back by Bohannon up to mid-off. Off Hart, no run.
Of course, the first round of Bob Willis fixtures, there were 2 games scheduled to have some crowds in at Edgbaston and the Oval, but that was cancelled, wasn't it, on the eve of the season starting?
Yeah. Hart once more. Bohannon plays straight up to Rushworth at mid-on. No run. Yeah, they had been hoping this was going to be the game. I think they're still hoping there will be some spectators allowed in for some of these first-class matches, and certainly paying spectators for T20 games. Hart balls, and Bohannon plays again into the offside. Lancashire 184 for 5, so they're 4 ahead, 5 down, and overs-wise, they've just gone past the halfway stage of their first innings. If they were to ban out the full 120, this is the 61st over. In comes the bowler again, and this is played off through square leg for 1 run. Picked up by Bryden Carse. That is the end of the over. 185 for 5. Just seeing here Adam Mountford, the Test Match special producer, tweeting about Atif Nawaz is going to be part of the TMS team for the final 2 Test matches against Pakistan. He is a stand-up comedian with a big interest in cricket, and he was with us at Lord's at the back end of last season with myself and Kevin Hand. We did the Middlesex Durham game for 4 days there. He's had a little sitcom that him and a pal wrote, sketch show, appeared on BBC last year.
With Salisbury into Bohannon, a risky shot, but straight to mid-wicket, no run.
From memory, he lives in Watford, or maybe St Albans, somewhere around there.
Somewhere in Hertfordshire.
On that M1 corridor.
Excellent.
Now, Durham fans might be interested, because I'll just retweet this. He's just done a bonus podcast with Shoaib Akhtar.
Oh,
former
superb.
Durham fast bowler.
Salisbury to Bohannon, full of length and off stump, and just steers it down through backward point for a 1 run. 186 for 5.
Remember Shoaib Akhtar and Neil Killeen cleaning up Derbyshire in a one-dayer a few years ago, about 2004. And with it being a white ball match, I was just amazed at how quickly he was bowling.
Didn't he bowl the 100-mile-an-hour ball?
Well, they said he did.
Okay.
But there was so much publicity ahead of that World Cup that journalists were convinced they were just going to be told he had anyway.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. But his Twitter name is Shoaib 100 miles an hour.
Ah, right, yes. Bowled some weights and swings and misses as Salisbury angles one across the left-hander through to the keeper, no run. Shoaib Akhtar, he was great to watch, wasn't he? Fantastic. Well, that's a really good test series that he's set up there. It's a shame, obviously, that Ben Stokes is not going to be a part of the final 2 test matches, but what a good series we've got in store, because Pakistan look a terrific team. As we knew before, they had a good bowling attack, and if a couple of their batsmen can fire.
Yep.
Salisbury into Balderson, that's played up to mid-off, but for no run.
That 17-year-old fast bowler as well.
Yes.
It's just you never really hear of test players that young, do you?
No. Scary. What are you doing at 17?
Failing my driving test. Riding a bike.
Salisbury to Balderson, edged and put down at first slip.
Dixon, I think it was, wasn't it?
Okay.
Yeah. It went flying across him. He got a hand to it and it popped up in the air, and he was diving backwards to try and see if he could get it at the second attempt. It was a sharp chance.
Balderson with a lifeline. 7th delivery's faced, yet to get off the mark. You know, watching that back was a sharp chance, as you say, as Salisbury balls to Balderson, who's forward in defence, and there's no run. As he edged it, went quickly off the bat, and it went low to the left of Dixon at first slip, about shin height.
I think the last player we saw get a life in this game was it Jack Burnham yesterday when he edged that one to Keaton Jennings, and we couldn't tell if it had carried or not.
Yep.
He was on 5, but he was out the next over, still on 5. So Balderson's 7th delivery there was on none when he was put down.
End of the over. 37 remaining in the day's allocation. Lancashire lead by 6 at 186 for 5.
Hart comes in and bowls from the Lumley end, and it's played back to him by Bohannon.
I'm sure Josh Bohannon will trust his young partner at the other end, but we're starting to think, Bohannon, that there's still a lot of overs left, but now 5 down with Bailey and Hurt, who will fancy their chances of contributing with the bat to come, but he has a big part to play here, Josh Bohannon.
Hard again. Bohannon plays that to Rushworth along the floor up to mid-on. It's a dot ball. Andrew's asking, why is Ben Stokes out the next 2 tests? All we know is that ECB has announced today he is flying back to New Zealand to be with his family, and nothing else is being said, and they wish for privacy, so we have not been given any more information than that. And he will not play in the final 2 tests against Pakistan. Hart up to the stumps. That's a wideish ball, slower ball. He cut it at the back of the hand there, and batsman was happy to let it go by. You hear that bird? That's one-pied wagtail singing for his pals. He's quite loud, isn't he?
Where is he?
Oh, there's 2 of them now. Hey, nice to see you here. Oh, I didn't know you were coming.
Where are you looking?
Right on the boundary rope down below us.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they're quick, aren't they? Quick across the ground.
I think it might be a mother feeding a young'un. There's Hart balls. That's gone off to point to Cameron Steele, no run. The mother seems to be racing around the outfield down near us and finding grubs, and then racing back to the other bird and feeding them to it. Might be the first time they've flown the nest. We've got quite a few different birds nesting in our garden this year. Hard in. And it's played back up the field. Back up the track to the bowler. No run. There's a little nesting box out on the front, and we've had some great tits in there. There's been some finches, blackbirds, and some sparrows nesting in the back garden. And you notice them this year because of lockdown. You start to notice more wildlife. Hart comes in and bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump, and through to the keeper it goes. Pheasants wandering around the marina as well in recent weeks. Been living on the grass bank just above the marina. Did you see that video of the sheep that came down off the Great Orme at Llandudno? Basically took over the town one night.
I did not know.
Because there'd been nobody around for weeks. Everything was shut down, and they all came off the hills and they were walking around the town centres.
Well, the sheep,
yeah. Well, they were mountain goats.
Right.
And then in Newcastle city centre, the police CCTV cameras caught a deer walking around the city centre one night.
Wasn't someone dressed up as a deer,
No.
was it? Okay. Salisbury to Balderson, who leaves through to the keeper, no run. Right, I see, the wildlife are taking over.
Yeah, and there was an Italian hilltop town where the wild boars reappeared on the streets from the forest. We're running around. See, given its chance, nature will return.
One 8-6 for 5. Salisbury from the Finkel end, running away from us over the wicket and balls. Driven by George Balderson, but picked up by Ben Rain at mid-off. No run.
That is a tiny little fluffy chick, the wagtail. It's sitting on the rope. Let's hope the ball doesn't come this way. Wipe it out. Wonder if it is the first time it's left the nest.
It's bamboozled by what's going on in front of it. Who are all these people in white? What's going on? It's watching now. Balderson drives and gets off the mark with this and played very, very neatly down the ground for 4 runs. Lovely straight drive by George Balderson. It'll settle him down. His first runs in just his 3rd innings as a first-class cricketer. Lancashire 190 for 5.
Well, the ball went about 10 feet to the left of the pied wagtail there, but it has now flown away, so despite its fluffiness, it can fly.
Oh, these goals this morning, Martin. Oh,
Yeah.
dearie me. Horrendous.
Don't really notice them much where we are.
Over the wicket comes Salisbury to Balderson, but down the leg side, taken by the keeper, no run.
I remember staying in a hotel in the centre of Scarborough in 2015 for a championship match, and my lord, were they loud there. And they start up about 4 or 5 in the morning.
Yeah, they woke me up this morning, yeah.
You need some earplugs in.
Well, I had the windows open because it was warm.
Ah, right, well.
There's no air
Did you then close the window?
No, I kept them open. It was too warm. Just have to put up with it. Oh, they were squawking away.
Up on the roof of the hotel.
Well, it sounded like they're right outside my window. Salisbury to Balderson. And that's driven down the ground. He calls Bohannon through for a little sneaky single.
Good diving stop there from Ben Rain. That was away for 4 otherwise. He came round from mid-on.
Moves to 5, 191 for 5.
What happens is they all come in on an evening and they all settle down on the river and float around all night on the river asleep, I think. But occasionally something will come and startle them and they all shoot up into the air. A few weeks ago I just cleaned all the windows, the conservatory roof, the lot, and then there were hundreds of seagulls above our house. I thought, what's going on here? And somebody had turned up and was chucking loaves of bread into the car park and into the river, so that had attracted them.
Salisbury moves in with Bohannon on strike. That's pulled through the onside. It's stopped partially at mid-wicket. Bohannon wants another one, so comes back for 2. 193 for 5, and Bohannon 64 not out. That's the end of the over. It was Lees at mid-wicket who got something on that to take the pace off the ball, but it was a ferocious shot from Bohannon, well stopped by Lees.
We are 3 overs away from tea. But after those seagulls had been circling our house, I had to get the hose pipe out and clean the windows down again.
Keep you busy.
There's nothing good in bread for birds. If you go to the Wildfowl and Wetlands Trust, there's a sign saying don't feed bread to the birds. There's nothing good in it at all. Just stodge. But then I think, wasn't there a thing last summer, a report suggesting a lot of birds were starving because people were no longer feeding them bread?
Can't win.
Durham could do with another little wicket here. 13 behind they are at the moment. Competitive wicket, slowish track. And I've photographed hard as well, Lancashire, for the runs, especially Josh Bohannon with 64. 3 more and he's the highest scorer in the match. Hart is coming to bowl to Balderson, and that is turned off past square leg for 2. He moves on to 7 from 14 balls. Strike rate of 50%. 5 away from a batting point as well. Haven't seen a batting point here this year. Durham were out for 103 last week. Yorkshire were out for 199 and Durham were out for 180 yesterday. Somebody else sticking to the speed limit. In comes Hart once again. Nips back in and jams between bat handle and thigh pad. Ball comes to rest just next to the crease.
Might just be a very noisy car.
Well, A, it wasn't a car.
Is it not?
No.
Okay.
What you get during the Sundays in the summer, a lot of the bikers will head off in one direction on a morning, go around the Dales or Northumberland or wherever. Hart in, bowls. This one's played off towards point. In this area, Carter Bar, the border with Scotland, there's quite a few gravitate up that road or cross Northumberland, up past Headon on the Wall, out towards Kielder, Bellingham, that's a popular motorbike route, and then you've got the Yorkshire Dales, and Weardale and Teesdale, and the other run they do is down to Helmsley, so over Sutton Bank and that way, along through Billsdale. They're all twisty roads. Hart bowls. Is defended, and then just mentioned the Wildfowl and Wetland Trust on a Sunday afternoon, and I think a Wednesday night as well. There's a burger van turns up there, okay. And a lot of the motorbikers meet at the end of the day's riding, so you can get a few hundred there. And they all come to have a cup of tea and a bite to eat and swap tales of where they've been and what they've been doing.
Very nice.
Two balls left of this over from Hart to Balderson, and he's just put that beyond the grasp of Hart and gets a single as the ball is picked up behind the stumps at the far end by Rushworth.
Gone to tea in a few of the games in the Bob Willis Trophy. We'll bring you a few scores perhaps as we edge towards tea here at the Riverside, Emirates Riverside to give it its full name. Some games well advanced, in particular the game at Northants, between Northants and Somerset. Could be done today, that.
Peter Moore Lane has sent a picture of Lancashire wildlife. It's a picture of Lanky, the giraffe, the mascot, with a wheelbarrow for some reason.
Has he got a wheelbarrow?
Don't know. He did send a tweet earlier, which I never read out, but I'm trying to find now.
Well, while you do that, I'll bring an update on that game at Wanties Road. Northamptonshire 79 for 3. So Somerset needs 7 wickets to win. Northants need a further 243 runs.
He said in reference to Scott Reed looking important in a previous tweet, which was about your glasses, wasn't it? He goes on to say he is important. His majestic, dulcet tones emanating from my smart speaker on a Sunday afternoon symbolises summertime in England. His voice, a beacon of hope, a sail legend.
Had too many gins, I think. Here is Salisbury to Balderson, who's pushing it into the offside, just in front of square, and he wants one, and Bohannon reacts to it. And Balderson moves up to 9, and score moves on to 197 for 5.
Sail legend.
He's had too many gins.
Do you live in? I didn't think you lived in Sale.
Aye.
I thought you were Aldringham.
No.
Well, that's on that tram line somewhere, isn't it? They're all out there somewhere. Over that way.
Right. So what's going on elsewhere in the North Group? Let's have a little look, shall we? There's Salisbury. Bohannon on strike. He's in and bowling to him. It's played up to mid-on. No run. Nottinghamshire 231 for 6 against Yorkshire. Yorkshire made 264. So Notts 33 behind with 4 wickets remaining. And Derbyshire against Leicestershire at Grace Road this game. Leicestershire 199 all out. Derbyshire 287 for 5. So they lead by 88 runs. Salisbury bowls and deflects down to the keeper with a stifled appeal from the bowler. No run. The central group, I mentioned that Somerset Northants game, but elsewhere they're at tea at New Road with Glamorgan 88 for 2, replying to Worcestershire's 455 for 8 from their 120 overs. And there is one more central group game. It's in Bristol, where Gloucestershire were bowled out for 210, and Warwickshire 133 for 4 in reply. They're at tea there. Bohannon turns this ball across his pads into the onside. Stopped by Alex Lees at mid-wicket, and there is no run. And in the South Group, what's going on in the South Group? Middlesex against Hampshire. Middlesex 252. That's all out. And Hampshire replying 196 for 4, so 56 behind with 6 wickets remaining. There are 2 other games in the South Group. Salisbury to Bohannon, looking to push it back down the pitch, and it just comes off the inner edge of the bat and deviates out to mid-wicket where there's no run. Kent are 220 for 1. They're at Canterbury this week, and they're taking on Sussex. Bring you a few more details of that scorecard. Jordan Cox, who's a 19-year-old batsman for Kent. Salisbury into Bohannon, who's defending, and there's no run. There's 101 not out, and Jack Leaning 51 not out. So Kent 220 for 1. They're trailed by 112 runs, but obviously with a stack of wickets remaining. And finally, Essex against Surrey. Essex 262 all out. Surrey in reply at tea in Chelmsford are 136 for 5. They're trailed by 126 runs. Here at the Riverside, Chester Street, Lancashire 197 for 5, and Balderson's on 5, Bohannon's on 64, so lead of 17 runs. And we are rapidly approaching tea on day 2.
Yes, just 6 balls to go. And Gareth Hart is being signalled by his wicketkeeper, who's telling him put the ball outside the off stump. Bowling to the left-handed Balderson, and that's completely the opposite way instead. That's gone down a fine leg. Might go for 4. Salisbury slides in and just keeps it away from the ropes. Good work there. I didn't think he was going to get across to that in time. Came around from long leg to fine leg. Excellent work. They run 2. So Ned Eckers, he was leaning off to his left behind the stumps and saying, put the ball out here, wide of off stump. Hart nodded and gave him a thumbs up to say, yeah, seen your instruction, and then that one went straight down the leg side. 1 run away from a batting point as Hart comes in now and bowls. It's defended on off stump, runs up to Rushworth at mid-off. Balderson goes for a little walk towards square leg. Here comes the bowler again. And he's pushed out to the covers, no run. Taking the time over this delivery. It's nearly 4 o'clock. Hart round the wicket now to the left-handed Balderson. The ball squirts along the floor to Burnham at point. Two balls left. The first ball went for 2 down towards fine leg, and then the next 3 have been dot balls. And the lead is 19 at the moment. Hart is defended again. This time rolls slightly wider of point, but Burnham comes and collects it anyway. So it may be that we have to wait 20 minutes to see the first batting point on this ground this year.
Looks that way, doesn't it?
August the 9th. Hart comes in and bowls. That is cut to point, and that is the over, and that is tea. So 199 for 5. The lead is 19. Bohannon 64 from 165 balls. And Balderson dropped on none, is on 11.
Indeed, well battered Josh Bohannon. Excellent 64 not out at tea on day 2. Just to for listeners on medium wave back in the northwest on 855 on medium wave, you're heading back to the main FM output, and then we'll be back here for the start of the final session in around about 20 minutes.
67 overs gone. See you soon.
Good evening, welcome back to the Riverside Stadium, to Chesley Street for Durham against Lancashire for the final session on day 2 on this Sunday afternoon. The umpires are wandering out, the Durham boys are out there as well, and the 2 Lancashire batsmen are slowly drifting out to the middle. Josh Mahannan's 64 is an excellent 64, and he'll continue with George Balderson, who is 11 not out, and we have 32 overs remaining in the day's allocation. I'm Scott Reed, and Martin Emerson's alongside me for this final session.
When we get to another 23 overs, the new ball's due, isn't it? So. I thought you'd forgotten where you were there, Scott. Did you?
No. I was.
To be fair, when I got the
right
towards the end of last year, I could not remember which hotels I was in, what room numbers I had.
Did you end up collecting room keys as well, or cards? I've got about 3 different cards from different hotels in my wallet. There is Rushworth to start things up after tea from the Finkel end, bowling to Bohannon, nudging the ball into the onside, and there is no run.
I worked it out one year in the, I think it was the 2014 season, because of the fact Durham played MCC in Abu Dhabi, so I went out to cover that. By the time the season finished, I spent 68 nights in hotels. But that was in the seasons when you played everybody twice in the championship, so in the last 2-3 seasons it's only been 14 games in the championship instead of 16, so there's about 8 nights disappear.
Rushworth over the wicket, and deflects off the pad of Bohannon as he shapes to play it leg side. Ball just balloons into the offside, there's no run.
I remember being in Northampton at the end of last season.
And did it rain?
It was quite a gloomy sort of foggy, misty week. Anyway, Durham had won the week before at Middlesex, so came home for a couple of days, then drove back down to Northampton. But I was ready for, I'd had enough of hotels by then, I tell you.
Rushworth past the umpire to Bohannon, who's forward again, just steering it into the onside, no run.
We were approaching the end of the season then, and I was certainly ready for a long run in my own bed.
And a holiday.
Yeah. I think we went to Lanzarote last year. As nice as some of the hotels are, it's, at one time when we used to go to the away games, of course, there'd be quite a number of other journalists there as well, so there'd always be a few of you to go out for a meal on an evening and a beer. And these days, quite often just me.
Rushworth to Bohannon from the crease off the back foot, try to chop it into the offside, no run.
You're the only visiting journalist for this game, aren't you?
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep.
There were a few last week. There were about 3 or 4 up from Yorkshire last week, but yeah, the newspapers have generally stopped sending people to away games now. At one time, the Nationals would have their own writers travelling around the country, but that doesn't really happen anymore.
Rushworth to Bohannon, having to defend it into the offside, no run. The keeper standing up behind the stumps. There's a short straight mid-on. There's a mid-wicket, a regulation mid-on. There's a mid-off, extra cover, a couple of slips, deep square leg, long leg. But Gareth Hart is the one that's catching the eye, his fielding position, because he is just a few inches away from the cut strip on the onside, kind of 3/4 of the way down, maybe not quite that far actually. Bohannon plays forward, back to the bowler, and that completes the first over after tea. And Chris Rushworth starts off with a maiden. So Lancashire remain on 199 for 5. 68 overs into their first innings. Bohannon on 64. Balderson on 11. The lead is 19.
If you want to email, it's weircricket@yahoo.co.uk. The Durham match with Leicestershire is now going to be in Leicester. It was originally scheduled for here, but the local lockdown has started to ease in Leicester, so I'm trying to think where to stay next weekend for that match. So I don't want to go in Leicester City Centre itself. Stayed there a number of times in the past, but are there any nice villages with hotels anywhere that anybody knows that. Just a few miles outside of Leicester. That you might be able to point me in the right direction of, and I can have a look, see which ones are coronavirus secure, etc. As Carr starts the first over after tea from the Lumley end. That's bowled through to Balderson and left alone.
I stayed. Well, Lancashire played Leicestershire at Oakham.
Oh, lovely.
Last year.
Well, that's Rutland, isn't it? That's gorgeous, that.
That was very nice, but I don't know how far a drive into Leicester that would be for you.
Well, you've got to go out through the Vale of Beaver, don't you?
Okay, but that was lovely. That was very nice.
Yeah, it's nice round there. There's a cracking little pub called the Finch Arms or the Finch Inn at Hambleton Village, which is on a little peninsula that pokes out into Rutland water. Beautiful little village, that one. As Cars balls this to Balderson, he leaves that one alone as well. I took my daughter there on our way back from Northants a couple of summers ago, and it was red hot. Used to have lovely views rolling down the banks of the reservoir towards the lake, but when we went in the beer garden last time, somebody had built a house. A fence had been put up with some trees, so couldn't see anything. Paramedics look like they're having a game of cricket over there in front of the old scoreboard. They're throwing a tennis ball around. Here comes Cars again, and that's gone off towards backward point. Dot ball. Yeah, there's a lot of countryside around the Leicestershire area, isn't there? You know.
Yeah.
It's a traditional sort of hunting area originally.
You should be able to find somewhere.
Well, I've stayed in up at Hinckley a few times because I've got a friend who lives there, and I've stayed on the canal there in one of the hotels in the next to the marina. This is quite nice. I might venture that way. I don't know. Cast to Balderson with a short one. Balderson ducks under it. Keeper takes it down the leg side.
As Cars will be hoping here. He's starting up after tea. And, he's had a couple of different spells, and he's trying to battle his way into a bit of rhythm and a bit of form. I'll be hoping he can try and this latest spell will work for him.
When the teams stay in Leicester, they normally stay. There's some hotels on one of these big retail parks like Foss Park, and the other one just up the road. Ooh. That one's a shortish one and comes around the chin strap. Just gets the bat handle out the road there, Balderson. Yeah, so they normally stay out that sort of direction, but there's nothing around there really. It's just like these chain restaurants and retail parks that you get, you know. So I don't know. I'm at sixes and sevens.
I can tell you're not
sixes and sevens.
You're not sure.
Here's the bowler again. That is defended. That is the end of the over. Ball just went off to the offside there. No run.
Yeah, maiden for Cars. A little over of calm for him. He'll be hoping, as I say, he can get a good little spell here. He has had various ones throughout the course of... Well, last night he opened the ball, didn't he, with Chris Rushworth, but was quickly pulled out the attack. He couldn't quite get it right, and then he struggled a little bit again today, but starts off with a maiden. That will do him good. Bowling in tandem with Rushworth, who has again bowled superbly. 20 overs, 6 maidens, just a 1 wicket for 33, but bowled ever so well last night and again today, Chris Rushworth. And he's got the keeper standing up once more with Bohannon on strike in this kind of tight onside field with fielders inside underneath the batsman's eye line as he bowls to Bohannon, who defends into the offside. No run. Mid-on, mid-wicket, short, straight mid-on, a deep square leg and a long leg. 1 slip, extra cover, 3rd man. 199 for 5. They've been on 199 for 5 for a little while now, Lancashire. And Rushworth shuffles in past the umpire. Bohannon waiting for him, bends his knees. And this will take Lancashire to 200. And a batting bonus point.
The first one on this ground this year. And it came at 4:28.
In the 70th over of the Lancashire first innings. So yes, they will have a little dart with a new ball, won't they? Because it's 20 overs away after this one before a new ball becomes available. Give them about 9 overs potentially with it tonight. There's Rushworth in to Balderson, who's defending. And there is no run. So 200 for 5. Balderson has 11 and Bohannon has 65. I shall have to update BBC Radio Lancashire listeners. Back shortly.
Rushworth to Balderson. It's pushed off towards cover. Durham keeping things tight here. Progress has been quite slow from a Lancashire point of view. And the run up to tea. Obviously had their minds set about getting into tea. Now it's how far these two can build. Oh, now that swings away and Balderson tries to drive down the line and plays the wrong line. Should have left that one alone there. Been a late swing from Rushworth. Bit of a rash looking shot from where we're sitting. The lead is 20. Yeah, that was always angling away. It wasn't even late swing, it just angled away. Sun shining now as Rushworth comes in from the Finkel end and bowls again to Balderson, and he edges and he's gone. Well, after that rash shot in the previous over, previous delivery, he's then edged that one to second slip, and he is out. I think it was Bedingham who took it. Yeah, Bedingham. So Balderson dropped in the slips earlier by Dixon on seventh ball, is then caught by Bedingham at second slip.
Yeah, good stuff by Rushworth. I mentioned he bowled really well again for Durham last night and started well today. And he's probably a wee bit unlucky just to have got only the 2 wickets. He's bowled well for Durham. And that lifeline in the end for Balderson, as you mentioned, he was dropped on 0, wasn't he? But, yeah, didn't last too much longer. The young man at the start of his first-class career for Lancashire.
Well, the ball before, I don't know if you saw it, but it was a wide-ish delivery from Rushworth, and he tried to drive it, nearly edged that behind, and it never swung or anything. It just started off going wide all the way, and he shouldn't have gone anywhere near it. So I just don't know what was going on in his mind, because then the next ball, one angles back in at him and he just clips it straight to the slips.
So Luke Wood is the new batsman.
So Rushworth needs 3 more wickets to have 500 in first-class cricket for Durham.
Oh, excellent.
Luke Wood can bat a bit.
Yeah, Wood can bat a bit, and Bailey will probably come in next, and he can bat a bit. So there is still a little bit to come, but
Luke Wood against Durham, 65 not out in 2015 in a winning course for Notts at Trent Bridge.
There is Cast running in towards us, Bohannon on strike, couple of slips waiting. Dabs the ball into the offside. Josh Bohannon, no run. The game has moved on, hasn't it? Lancashire 6 down, there's still 28 overs left after this one. New ball due in 20 overs time if Durham require it. Bohannon with a real blinding little innings here. This is excellent for Lancashire. He's had some support from Willis and from Livingston, but been terrific so far. And deliberately just pushing this through third man for a single, easing the ball down through towards Alex Lees on the boundary. moves to 66, 201 for 6. It brings Luke Wood on strike. Coverage of the Bob Willis Trophy, day 2 between Durham and Lancashire at Emirates Riverside. We're in Chesterley Street. Accessing coverage perhaps either on Lancashire's website or on Durham's website, Lancashire Cricket, Durham Cricket website. So multi-camera feed with commentary, or on the BBC Sport website and app, or on the radio frequencies on BBC Radio Lancashire as well. This is Wood up onto his toes and playing this very neatly just in front of square on the offside. Just going to slice in the ball off the back foot. Square of the wicket for a couple, so he's off the mark straight away. He moves up to 2, and Lancashire to 203 for 6. There's lots of different ways to cover the Bob Willis Trophy. T20 fixtures will be out in the next couple of days, we believe, as well, so there'll be extensive coverage of that as well. Plenty of cricket in the next month or two, which is great to see. There is Cars to Wood, defending into the offside. There is no run. 203 for 6, Lancashire. It's a better start, this, by Bryden Cars after tea. I think the best little period of these bowls so far, this spell. Getting encouragement and advice from the experienced Chris Rushworth, who's at mid-on. Here he comes, elbows pumping back and forth. And Wood pushes out towards the offside, thinks of one, and Bohannon sends him back. It's Cameron Steele just backward of point fields, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think the T20 fixtures are out sometime on Wednesday, is it?
Okay, right.
3 or 4 days. We've talked about 4 days yesterday, weren't we? So by my maths and my fingers, I think probably during the thunderstorms on Wednesday.
Lovely. Yeah. Weather looks grim for this week, doesn't it? Wood again up onto the toes and pushing into the offside, no run.
It might be one of those weeks, you know, where on the face of it, it looks like it could be bad, but you could dodge the showers and get away with it. You might have a decent week.
I hope so.
Yeah. I don't think you will.
No,
right. Where
okay.
you're going.
Right, I'm going to the Peak District.
Your tent's going to wash away. Is it waterproof?
I have no idea. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm completely out my depth with it.
Did you nick it from the brownies? Does it have a ground sheet in it?
203 for 6. Wednesday, Thursday, couple of days off. Going to the Peak District. It's going to be a disaster.
Get yourself up round the Cat and Fiddle. Take your bike and cycle over that hill.
I just stay at home.
Rushworth then 2 for 34 from 21 overs. 6 of the maidens bowling now to Wood. That's gone off towards the leg side. There sounded like there's a bit of bat in that. In fact, there was. Wood's on 204 for 6.
Daniel Gidney's recommended a place for you to stay in your trip to Leicester.
Yeah.
Sketchley Grange in Hinckley.
Oh, I've stayed there before.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
He recommends that place.
It had a swimming pool.
Well, that would be closed, wouldn't it, the swimming pool? Or can they open now?
I think they're open now, but would I go in it? I don't know. Probably not. Yeah, I stayed there once for a T20 match as Rushworth comes in and bowls. Just playing off through. Square leg for 1. Now the problem with Sketchley Grange is a nice hotel.
Yeah.
But it's quite a distance from the other part of Hinckley where the restaurants and places to eat are. So
tricky.
Yeah, the night I stayed there was this incredible electrical storm. It started about 4 in the morning. Rushworth comes in and bowls, and absolutely flying here. Bohannon, he's pushed that down towards third man. I'm more watching him running and the speed than where the ball's gone. He's got 2 runs there. Absolutely like the clappers.
He's quick, isn't he, Bohannon? Leading run scorer in the match now. 69 runs to his name. 66 for Alex Lees in the Durham first innings.
Rushworth again comes in and bowls. Well, he's played down towards backward point for 1 by Bohannon.
Yeah, Luke Wood on his Lancashire debut picked up 1 wicket yesterday, 1 for 40, but I thought he bowled really well at the start of the game in tandem with Tom Bailey. I thought it was a terrific opening partnership between those two. So maybe his figures don't quite reflect how well he bowled in that 7-over spell.
Rushworth in, and that's driven out through the covers. It's a nice shot. It was slightly over pitched, and Woods fired it off towards the old scoreboard boundary, and he'll get 2.
Yeah, yesterday Bailey bowled 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 4. So Bailey was outstanding at the start, and then Wood having to work with Bailey in combination with Bailey on debut, looking to impress his new teammates and then try and back up the work that Bailey did. He bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 19, Luke Wood. So it's a really good opening spell for Lancashire, but now has work to do with the bat.
Here comes Rushworth. That's off the pads. I think there might have been a little bit of bad in that as well. That's the end of the over. 210 for 6, BBC Radio Newcastle. BBC Radio Lancashire.
Didn't play too much first-class cricket last year for Notts. Luke Wood, just 5 matches and 87 runs, but did get a 50, 52. And he picked up 11 wickets as well, but played more in their white ball team, didn't he? His move to Lancashire towards the end of last season was confirmed. He was cast bowling to Bohannon. Comes off a thick edge down to third man for 1 run. Bohannon moves to 71, 211 for 6. Durham at Leicestershire on Saturday, Lancashire at Trent Bridge on Saturday. And take on Nottinghamshire. The game originally penciled in for Emirates Old Trafford, but having to switch down to Trent Bridge to maintain, and I quote, the biosecurity, the integrity of the biosecurity at Emirates Old Trafford. The back foot by Woods slapped away through the offside, but for no run. Understandable, there's a lot of games, international games, and with the local issues, little spikes that there have been in Manchester. Wanting to make sure the ground is okay for international cricket. So Lancashire travelling down to Notts instead this weekend. Here's Cast from the Lumley end of the ground, running in towards us. Luke Wood on strike, short ball, and he rocks back and pulls for 4. Down towards the long leg boundary, just swivelling back and pulling into the ground. It bounced and rattled its way towards the covers and disappeared underneath the covers to our right-hand side. 4 runs for Luke Wood. He moves to 9. Lancashire 217 for 6. Cast again. Little watery sunshine trying to burn through. His shadow follows him as he comes in and bowls to Luke Wood, who tucks it off his pads into the onside. Wanted 1, but Cameron Steele at mid-wicket across the ground, a few paces to his left of field. And there's no run. A chat between Bohannon and Wood. Just a little bit of hesitation there, a little bit of uncertainty, a yes or no. Cameron Steele denying the possibility of an extra run. Cast back into Wood. Runs down to Jack Burnham at Gully. And there is no run. Three slip fielders. gully, cover point. Mid-off is Ben Rain, who's polishing the ball. Chris Rushworth, without his floppy white sun hat on, he's at mid-on. Steele at mid-wicket, and there's a long leg. Cast bowling to Wood, but down the leg side, a tumbling take from Ned Eckersley. Thought for a second that was the end of the over. He was up on his feet, the Durham skipper, and about to jogging up to the other end, and looked up to the scoreboard and realised there's one ball left. 77.5 overs gone of the Lancashire first innings. A maximum of 120 overs for each side in the first innings in the Bob Willis Trophy this year. Cast to complete the over the wicket to Wood. Again, worked across the pad through the onside. And that does complete the 78th over of the Lancashire first innings. Sorry, the 73rd over. Correction, 73rd. 217 for 6. Wood has 9, and Josh Bohannon is 71 not out.
Oh, hand sanitizer.
Oh, and squeeze, yeah. Need to try and look at getting some scented hand sanitizer. Need to invest for that for next week's trip to Trent Bridge.
Well, as a gift to Dave Prescott.
Yeah, gift to our colleague from BBC Nottingham. There we go.
I think his birthday's in February, from memory, or March. I did go down to Newark on the train about 2 years ago for his 60th. His local cricket club. Steve Mullaney was there with Luke Fletcher. He's written a book with Luke Fletcher, hasn't he, during lockdown?
Has he?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's due out any time now.
Right.
From all good booksellers and probably a few run-of-the-mill ones as well.
Good old Luke.
The Bulwell bomber.
Is he playing? Not this week.
I don't know.
Let's quick look.
He nearly got 100 here a couple of years ago. He was in the 90s and he slipped over. He set off for a run. In about 94 or 96, and he slipped over and tripped over his cricket bat and ended up right in the middle of the wicket and got run out. I thought Dave was going to cry on it.
It was so unfortunate, wasn't it? I remember seeing the video of that. Oh dear, poor Luke. He's not playing this week.
He's not. He's a big lad, Luke, isn't he? So here's Salisbury coming in from the Finkel end. He's played away by Bohannon down towards backward point for 1, or more down towards the third man area, really. He moves on to 72, 180 balls. Batted ever so well.
Speaking of knots, a 253 for 6 against Yorkshire. So 11 runs behind, 4 first innings wickets remaining. Day 2 at Trent Bridge. Tom Moores on 29, Samit Patel on 29 as well. And the other North Group game is Leicestershire against Derbyshire, and Derbyshire are 345 for 6 to lead Leicestershire by 146 runs.
In comes the bowler. Played back to him, bump ball, he leaps up and snatches it with his right hand. Wood on strike.
The game between Northants and Somerset has progressed rapidly again over the course of the last couple of days, but Northants are 119 for 4 in their second innings. They need a further 203 runs to win, and Somerset now require 6 further wickets for victory.
Salisbury in bowls. It's off the thigh pad. Dot ball. Ball rests on the track.
Kent are 268 for 1 against Sussex, who made 332. This game's taking place at Canterbury. Jordan Cox 138 not out, and Jack Leanin 72 not out for Kent.
Here comes the bowler. That's whipped away towards mid-wicket. Good stop from Burnham. Wood leaning into that one.
Surrey 154 for 7 at Chelmsford against Essex, who made 262. So Surrey still 108 runs behind with 3 first innings wickets remaining.
Here comes the bowler again, and it's played through his legs, and it's stopped just behind Matt Salisbury by Gareth Hart.
Warwickshire 165 for 5 against Gloucestershire in Bristol, who made 210. Gloucestershire, so Warwickshire trail by 45 runs. Who have we not mentioned here? Middlesex against Hampshire, not mentioned that one. Hampshire 234 for 5.
Salisbury balls played up to Hart. No run. Hart fielding at mid-on. That's the end of the over. 218 for 6. There's 25 overs remaining in the day. And the lead now is 38 points-wise. Durham have got 2 of the ball so far. That's 6 wickets. And Lancashire got 3 with the ball and 1 with the bat.
So Hampshire 234 for 5. That's replying to a Middlesex total of 252. The game being played at Radlett. I think you're up to date. No, Worcestershire Glamorgan, didn't mention that one. That's the final one. So Worcestershire 455 for 8 from their 120 overs. Jake Libby and Brett D'Oliveira with big centuries there for Worcestershire. As Cast comes in and balls to Bohannon, turned away through the onside for a single. Takes him to 73. Score moves on to 219 for 6 now. And Glamorgan replying to it 121 for 2. And there are some kind of cutouts, aren't there, of famous figures in the stand at New Road. You spotted them on Twitter yesterday.
Yeah, it was Eric Cantona was one of them.
And a few football grounds do that, kind of put cutouts of either famous people or just supporters who've paid for the privilege of having their face on a piece of plastic in on the stand. But Worcester have done the same thing at New Road. Eric Cantona was not at New Road for last week's game between Lancashire and Leicestershire. Cast comes around the wicket to Wood, who turns the ball into the onside, but there's no run. You are up to date with all the games across the Bob Willis Trophy. I say there are live commentary across all those fixtures and score updates and reports on the BBC Sport website and app. A live streaming of the game with Lancashire and Durham's website. There's Cast, he's in and bowling, that sort of thick top edge by Luke Wood, and down towards the boundary. He might even get 4 for it. He will get 4 for it. A very valiant effort down towards the boundary. And a scamper after the ball by Sean Dixon, but 4 runs for Wood takes him into double figures. Moves up to 13. Lancashire to 223 for 6. Great to see so many counties offering up these streams for the supporters to watch. Obviously games behind closed doors, and it's a privilege to be here to be able to describe the action to you. As Cast bowls to Wood, full of ball and off stump, and that'll be 4 again. He's driving and it comes off a thick edge down towards the third man, a wide third man boundary for 4 more runs. Wood moves to 17, and Lancashire to 227 for 6. I understand the frustration from supporters who can't get in to watch a bit of cricket, and you get through winter knowing that the summer's around the corner and the cricket returns and a chance to see your cricketing friends. Unfortunately, at the minute, just having to wait a wee while longer. Cast down the leg side to Ned Eckersley, who takes it a few paces to his right hand side, and there's no run. But lots of different ways to listen or watch the cricket. First class competition for 2020, the Bob Willis Trophy. This is game number 2. Both these sides, Durham losing at home to Yorkshire last week, and Lancashire with a home defeat in inverted commas to Leicestershire at New Road. Cast to Wood. Oh, he's
Nice
clattered
shot.
that one through the covers, and that'll be another 4. So he's hit 3 4s in the over there, Luke Wood. It was a good shot. Yeah, he just gave himself a bit of room, didn't he? And then threw his hands at that, and it rattled its way through extra cover for 4. So he's to 21, and the score moves on to 231 for 6. The lead now up to and beyond 50. It's 51 runs, the lead, still with 4 wickets remaining. So it's getting to that point now, really, for Durham, where that lead is becoming an issue. Perhaps more about trying to prevent runs than necessarily bowl Lancashire out. Try and make it nice and tight where possible. Lead is 51 with 4 wickets remaining.
Salisbury turns. This is over number 13 for him. 1 for 28 so far. 3 maidens. That's pulled out to short mid wicket. Cut off by Alex Lees. It's a dot ball. Bohannon bouncing up and down in his crease here as Salisbury comes in. It's pushed up to mid-off, no run. Is Neil Mallender in deep discussion with Chris Rushworth, or is he staring at us?
I don't know.
He's nodding at something that Chris Rushworth's just said. Thought we were getting the Dawood Milan stare there. Salisbury in, right arm over, balls. Played to Burnham in the covers, no run.
He wasn't happy with the open window, was he, David Milan?
He was the only one who noticed it, and I can't understand how, because as a left-hander he should have been looking to the right-hand side of the press box and not the left-hand side. And it was pointed out that during a game at Lords last year, towards the end of the season, they were pulling down 2 stands at the nursery end, and there were lorries going past and flashing lights and cranes and diggers and noise and everything, and nobody complained about that at all, and he played in that match. So this is played away by Bohannon now through mid-wicket. Lees couldn't get it, and it's mopped up in the end on the edge of the square by Cameron Steele. They run 2. So 233 for 6.
Nicely run actually by Bohannon. He wanted 2 straight away. When it got underneath Lees at mid wicket, he called 2 as soon as it left the bat. But nice running by Josh Bohannon.
Salisbury bowls. Played up to mid off. No run. Still quite a lot of action to come today. We're at nearly 5 o'clock. There's still another 23 overs left after this, so they're coming in here. It's played up to mid-off. That's the end of the over. So you're looking at about an hour and a half. So it's going to be another 6:30 job. It's always 6:30 anyway, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Having lost an over this week, they were adding extra overs in last week to try and recover time lost to the rain, and then it would rain again, so those overs were passed over to the next day, and so on and so forth. The longest day they were meant to have against Yorkshire last week was a 97 over day, which would have been 1 more than normal in a normal year in the county championship.
Yes, the Bob Willis Trophy down to 90 overs rather than the 96. 120 overs in the first innings for each side. Follow on from 150 moves up to 200 runs. New ball is at 90 overs, not 80. And the draw is worth 8 points, not 5. Well, that's quite a long chat between captain and Ben Rain. So there is a bowling change. Cass being replaced. And Ben Rain comes into the attack. Rain 2 for 36. He dismissed Alex Davis in the first over of the day this morning. It's been a long day for Alex. Sat in the dressing room. Might have spent a bit of time in the nets. But the very first over of the day found the edge of Davis's bat, cut by David Benningham, and also dismissed Liam Livingston, Ben Rain. So here he comes into the attack, trying to get a third wicket of the day. Looking for Luke Wood's outside edge, but through to the keeper, and there is no run. The wickets to go today. Davis for 8, caught by Benningham off Rain. Jennings for 18, caught by Lees off Rushworth. Villas for 32, caught Dixon bowled Hart just before lunch. That dismissal of Dane Villas. And then Liam Livingston after lunch for 23. Rain bowled right arm around the wicket to Luke Wood, who pushes up to mid-on. There's no run. Livingston edging behind, and Benningham taking another catch off Rain. And Stephen Croft LBW to Salisbury for 18. And the final wicket so far today has been George Balderson. As Rain comes in and bowls to Wood off the back foot, that's played back down the pitch and gathered by Rain off his own bowling. And there is no run. Yeah, Balderson was caught by Benningham, his third catch of the innings. The bowling of Rushworth claiming his second wicket. You see Josh Bahanan 75 not out. Luke Wood on 21. Rain back into the attack. He started with 3 dot balls to begin with, coming in from the Lumley end. Back into to Wood, but there's runs here for Luke Wood. And he works the ball down backward of square on the leg side. And Wood's up to 22 from 27. He's been quite busy. Lancashire move on to 234 for 6. It's the turn of Lancashire's captain Dane Villas to have a little lap of the outfield. With his hands buried deep into his pockets, he's got his thick coat on, a Lancashire jacket, and he's chatting to Graham Onions as they stroll around the outfield. Josh Bahanan twirls the bat around. There's a little look towards the leg side. There is a short mid-wicket, there's a mid-on, deeper mid-wicket, a long leg, 1 slip, third man, point, cover, and a mid-off. Bahanan waits for Rain, and he plays forward and defends back down the pitch. Picked up by Ben Rain, and there is no run. Rushworth tosses the ball to Ben Rain, but he drops it and then rather slowly has to bend forward and pick it up. And just pushing to mid-on for this next delivery by Rain, angled a little into the pads, and Bahanan eases the ball to mid-on. The end of the over, so Rain's first back into the attack. 16 overs, 2 for 37 for Ben Rain. Lancashire 234 for 6. Bahanan on 75. Luke Wood 22 not out.
Fire engine shooting up the hill past Lumley Castle. Evening sunshine here in Chesley Street. 22 overs to go. And Bohannon is at the non-strikers end on 75, while Wood has 22. In comes Salisbury. Somebody's car alarm's going off. Dot ball, played up to Rushworth. Yeah, ironic if it's in the ground, there's hardly any cars in the ground. Now that also adds to the other thing. I haven't got a clue what my car alarm sounds like.
Could be yours, yeah. Could be mine. Not many cars around here, is there, as you say?
Oh.
Yesterday we had some movement behind the bowler's arm in a game that's being played behind closed doors.
Salisbury up to the stumps, and this is in the air, but it's safe, it's away, over square leg and away for 4. There's Ben Rain fielding down at fine leg. He was never going to get round to cut that off. Just an easy little flick out into acres of space there for Luke Wood. He's already on 26. Feels like he's only been out there 2 minutes.
Yes, he's been busy, hasn't he? Nice and busy out in the middle. He's run well. As I've said, a couple of, I think he had 3 falls in 1 over, didn't he, from Cars, which helped. But just the job, really, from Lancashire's point of view. Faced 28 deliveries. He's supported Josh Bohannon, but crucially, he's added to the score. He's helped to push that lead up towards 60 at the minute.
In comes the bowler. That is driven up to mid-on. No run there. Gareth Hart collects it. It's gone a little bit overcast again now. It's bright sunshine a moment or two ago. There's been plenty of cloud passing through today, coming in off the North Sea to the east of us. Salisbury to Wood. Wood forward, plays it up to Chris Rushworth at mid-off. Bobbles awkwardly on a drain cover on the edge of the square. Loops up into Chris Rushworth's hand.
Nottinghamshire got themselves into the lead now against Yorkshire. Bring in a score in a minute.
Salisbury bowls. That's edged and it's gone behind, pointing down towards the third man boundary. And it's racing. Carr slides in and stops it just on the ropes. Now, has he got his leg on the rope there? Couldn't tell. Far into the ground. I thought as he slid in, he may have just crossed the rope, but there's not been questioned about it.
Tom Moore's reverse sweeping Adam Lythe for 6 to get Notts in front. 269 for 6. They lead Yorkshire by 5 runs.
He played in that match at Southport, didn't he?
He did.
On loan from Notts at the time.
In fact, I think Peter was there watching, wasn't he?
In comes Salisbury. Oh! Stumps out the ground. And Bohannon has gone for 75, and he's just played around a ball, and he's out. And I'm surprised to see that, to be honest with you. That's been a cracking innings from him, and he's held the Lancashire innings together today. But he departs, bowled for, he played 150 balls, he's played around it. And Salisbury with a little punch of the air there. Bohannon is out for 75. Well, I could have imagined watching him bat all day today. Did this do anything? Just watching it as he just missed a straight one. Looking to flick it off to the leg side, and he's lost his off stump.
Yeah, the off stump went cartwheeling backwards, isn't it? Pretty comprehensive, enjoyable for the bowler. Second wicket for Matt Salisbury. But very nicely played by Josh Bohannon. I was with you, he just felt so calm. It looked like Bohannon would probably bat through the day. He was pretty assured, not offered too many chances. But disappears for an excellent 75. And Lancashire now 7 down. The lead is 61, so they've got Liam Hurt coming out next to join Luke Wood.
Another wicket at the end of the over. It's a 4th in the innings to fall at the end of the over. 78 overs gone here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Manchester. So, Liam Hurt is the new man. Everybody hurts. Oh yeah, that was a good song, wasn't it? And we hope he's got a smile on the end of his face today, though. 26, right-hander, second first-class match, played against Leicestershire last year and scored 38. Comes from Leyland. Loaned to Leicestershire in 2015, made his one-day debut against Durham. He scored 15 and took 259, but Durham made 349 for 7 that day, one of their highest one-day scores, and won quite convincingly.
So Ben Rain to start his 17th over, 2 for 37. Luke Wood on strike, one slip in place. As Wood leans forward and pushes back towards the bowler, stopped by Rain off his own bowling. And hands the ball to Gareth Hart, who gives it a thoroughly good shine on the bottom of his shirt and loops it up to Rushworth, and he'll have a little look at it too. Liam Hurt doing some stretching at the non-striker's end, made his first-class debut in that final match of last season, Martin mentioned, against Leicestershire. Just his second first-class game this for Legs. Full of ball by Rain and off stump, and Wood goes to drive down the ground, one bounce and then stopped again by the bowler, and there is no run. 5:10 Sunday afternoon, Durham up against Lancashire in the Bob Willis Trophy, Day 2. Both sides losing their opening games, and with just 5 group matches and obviously just 3 to come after this fixture. It's a significant game for both sides. Rain into Wood. Little clip through mid-wicket. Gets a single. Wood moves to 30. Score moves on to 242 for 7. It'd be difficult to see the loser, if there is to be one. Being able to progress. You need to win the group, of course. 3 regional groups, and the best 2 placed teams with the most points will compete in a final towards the end of September, maybe even into early October. I think it's back right at the very end of September, the final schedule for. And a draw doesn't really do a great deal for either side neither, but now Liam Hurt's on strike. They have a little slightly more aggressive field here. They brought in a second slip. We've got David Bedingham at second slip and Sean Dixon at first. Third man, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. And Liam Hurt is on strike. He's waiting for Rain, and he gets forward in defence and plays it full face of the bat, pushing it back to the bowler. And there's no run. 16 overs Liam Hurt bowled. In the first innings, 1 for 44. Pick of the bowlers for Lancashire was Richard Gleeson, 14 overs, 3 for 32. Having spent the last 3 and a bit weeks with England's one-day squad in the bio bubble in Southampton. And again, just dropping this next delivery into the onside. And there's no run.
Derek Allen tweets, hello Marty, he says Ellie and Rebecca had 2 games today, beat Warkworth under 13s and then Percy Main under 14 girls. Had the cricket on in between the games. Well done, girls.
Excellent.
Michael suggesting a hotel chain, which I have stayed in many times before. Yes.
This is for your trip to Leicestershire, isn't it?
Yeah.
Next week.
Bernard suggesting hotels around East Midlands Airport.
Oh, right, okay. Well, you can watch the planes.
Still a bit of a drive down, isn't it, from there? It's about half an hour or more on the motorway.
Rain to Hurt, just drops into the offside, wants a single, throw comes in towards the keeper's end, trying to run Luke Wood out. And I think a direct hit, he's gone, isn't he, there, looking at the reaction of the Durham fielders. The pick up and throw from Gareth Hart didn't hit. So Wood is scrambled his way through, and it gets Hurt off the mark with that single, and he keeps the strike. It was the final ball of the over. Hurt to 1, Lancashire at 243 for 7 and lead by 63.
Michael sent a picture. He's watching us in the garden. Looks like a bit of a sun trap there.
Oh, nice.
Looks about wide enough to get a cricket net in there, unless it's just a deceptive angle. Get a bowling machine up in the netting. He's got his Lancashire shirt on as well. I don't get this. I'm going to read this to you, see if you get this.
Okay.
Is somebody from the band Queen called Bohannon, was it? Or is it just an attempted play on words from Philip? He says, enjoying the live streaming and the commentary. Will the new normal works well, he says. Will we see a Bohannon Rhapsody before close of play, or will it be another One Bites the Dust?
It's just a bit of wordplay, isn't it?
Right.
I think so.
And then he's got, I'm claiming that one a few seconds later. I have Googled Bohannon Rhapsody because I thought maybe somebody called Bohannon wrote the song. And there's a T-shirt you can buy with it on the front. As Matt Salisbury comes in and bowls. And this is played back past him. Oh, and Rushworth misses it. The batsman there, Liam Hurt, and Luke Wood were watching for ages before they decided to run, as the ball squeezed between the two fielders converging from mid-on and mid-off and went on down towards the boundary rope. So he gets a single. 64. Peter's asking, what's the arrangements for these Bob Willis Trophy games in a bio-friendly sense? Players and media hold up in the same hotel, or do you travel in each day? I think it's a choice, really, as Salisbury comes and bowls. Last week, Jonathan Doidge stayed in the team hotel, and this week, your boyo's decided to opt for the seaside, because he does like the BBC side of the sea. So.
I was in the hotel with the players last week at New Road, but it's because the hotel was right on the ground, so it's quite convenient.
Durham normally stay in a hotel in the centre of town, but I always try and stay in the ground if I can there. Salisbury bowls, and that's a thick edge down towards third man from Wood. He moves on to 31.
Yeah, it's not quite as biosecure as the test matches.
No.
The players, for example, are not being tested, neither are the members of the media. In terms of a COVID test, we are tested for our temperature on arrival, and we're asked questions about how we're feeling when we get to the ground, and we have a temperature test, and that's about it. And then observing kind of one-way systems and social distancing.
Salisbury to Hurt. Plays that straight up to Hart. Hurt to Hart at mid-off. Derek says he's up early tomorrow. He's going to be dropped off at Dunbar in Scotland, just south of Edinburgh. I remember going there years ago with my dad. He had a stall on Dunbar Sunday Market. It was an old aerodrome. People came from miles around to go to the market there. And he's walking 180 miles with his daughter over the next week or two to Sunderland on a charity mission.
Great.
Salisbury in, bowls, and this is played up to Rushworth at mid-on. If you Google footsteps for others, there's a page you can help raise money. Tom Moores has got his 50 from 99 balls for knots.
That will be a clash between two sides who will fancy finishing top of the North Group, Yorkshire and Notts.
Salisbury bowls. Ooh, I thought there was an edge behind there. Did you hear something?
No, I didn't, but I thought there was just the way he played it.
Was there this sort of gap in my ears waiting for the click that never came? Is that what it was? Michael says he's been in the garden, was too hot. It's like Ibiza out there, so he's come back inside. He says, I do have a few cricket balls and a set of stumps that I do use in the garden, and I'm getting a ball machine soon as well.
Oh, superb.
Wow, there you go then.
Tremendous.
I remember when I was a kid, the lad I used to play cricket with at Whitburn, John Humphreys, who now lives down Berkshire area. He had a bowling machine in his garden. It was unheard of at the time. And then when the West Indies players went on strike a few years ago, Shivnarine Chandapal was facing a bowling machine in his agent's garden in Florida before he got his visa to come and play here.
we got left today? Is it 19 on the scoreboard there?
Yeah.
There's Ben Rain around the wicket to Luke Wood, who plays forward and pushes that back towards Rain. And there is no run. What lap are we on here for Paul Allott, Lancashire's cricket director? He's still slowly meandering around, albeit he's had a bit of he's a different company, hasn't he? He's had Graham Onions for a bit, Dame Villas for a bit. He's now got Glenn Chappell and Mark Chilton to talk to. Keeps dragging him out the dressing rooms to join him as he does the laps of the outfield. Rain to Wood. Played to mid-off, no run.
Probably doesn't want to go in the dressing room. I was under the impression the players wouldn't spend that much time in the dressing room. They'd spread out across the stand.
I think you're right. I think you are right.
The team coaches and stuff were being, I was told a few weeks ago, they would be in boxes in other parts of the ground, and the match assessor would be in another room as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. The Leicestershire players last week were using the the cafe next to the press box at New Road.
Yeah.
They were using that as their changing rooms.
Right.
Forward goes Wood, plays up to mid-off, and there's no run.
As well as the normal changing area upstairs in the pavilion, or not?
No. Lancs were in that one, in the pavilion, on that big, the balcony where the dressing rooms are, and the Leicestershire players are in the cafe.
So did Lancashire use both dressing rooms then?
I think that maybe the umpires used one, and then Lancashire used one, and then the cafe was converted into a kind of a makeshift dressing room for the Leicestershire players. It does have a balcony in front of it where you can sit out, so they were up there. Rain to Wood, turns it into the onside. There's no run. I was covering quite a lot of football when that restarted, and football clubs were creating all sorts of makeshift dressing rooms in various parts of the stadiums because they just couldn't have everybody together in the normal kind of dressing room space. And players getting changed in directors' suites and executive boxes and press rooms.
I know the Crystal Palace team got driven home to London from Liverpool in 22 people carriers.
Wood with a single here, just working this next delivery from Ben Rain to backward square leg for one. He's up to 32, and Lancashire now move up to 246 for 7. The lead moves on to 66. Brings Hurt back on strike.
What was the Yorkshire lead last week? 96? Yeah. 96. Jamie says it's been a good day for the Bolton batsman, Josh Bohannon. Out for 75 a few minutes ago.
Hurt's on strike now as Rain bowls to him. It's clipped to mid-wicket, and there is no run. That completes the latest over. 246 for 7, a lead of 66. Yes, he batted very well, didn't he? Josh Bohannon is 75. Last week he got 44 in the first innings against Leicestershire, and then 3 in the second innings, but a decent year last year for the Red Rose. Finished 2019 in the county championship with 472 runs, a score of 174, an average of 52.
Samit Patel out for Notts. Notts are now 286 for 7 and lead by 22. In comes Salisbury, and that's driven back past the bowler and stopped by Gareth Hart. Left-handed Luke Wood on strike. It's gone a bit dull out there now, and sort of like where you might think you would see the floodlights, but then as I look to my right and the east, where the cloud cover is coming from, some blue sky, so the sun will pop out again in a minute. .46 for 7. Salisbury balls, and is defended by Wood. It bounces down into the ground and back into the bowler's hands.
He's looked good, hasn't he, Luke Wood? I mean, he's obviously the 32 he's got. I mean, I think he got 3 fours in 1 over off Brandon Carse. A couple of loose deliveries which he put away, but he's kind of looked good in defence. He's kept the scoreboard ticking over. Played nicely with Josh Bohannon. Good debut with a bat, Luke Wood. So he got a 50 last year, didn't he, for Notts in the Championship?
He's got 1,200 runs in first-class cricket in 41 matches. Salisbury bowls. This is played to Burnham, short mid-wicket. Burnham looking to flick the ball onto the stumps at the bowler's end, but doesn't actually pick it up. Where am I with him? Where's he gone? There he is. 25 years old, born in Sheffield. Nottinghamshire for 5 seasons from 2014 to 19. Loaned to Worcestershire in 2018 and Northants last year. I think he might have played against Durham for Northants last year. Formerly in England under 19. So started the day 1,211 runs. So he's got 32 more to add to that. And this is his 41st match. That one's a dot ball out towards mid-wicket as well. His highest scores 100 against Sussex in 2015. He's had 5 half-centuries as well, including a 65 not out for Notts against Durham in 2015 at Trent Bridge. So he can bat a bit. Salisbury in. Wood plays that this time to Rushworth at mid-off.
A couple of quick wickets at Wanties Road, I think, just looking on Somerset's feed.
Well, Notts 286 for 7 against Yorkshire. Samit Patel and Tom Moores had put together a partnership of 99 when Patel was out for 38.
Northants are still 6 down, 148 for 6. So Somerset need 4 more wickets.
Salisbury bowls to Ward, who drives that one straight back past the bowler for 4. Was over pitched, he saw it coming and slammed it away. And that's 250 runs for Lancashire, and they have a second batting point. So 250 for 7 after 82 overs.
Lovely shot, wasn't it? Beautiful from Wood. He say a little over pitch, but goodness, he got onto that quickly.
Well, he has 36 now. He's sailing away towards a 50. At the other end, Hurt on 2 from 8 balls. 250 for 7. 17 overs to go, so when we're down to the 15 mark, there's an hour's worth of play. And then with 9 overs to go tonight, the new ball can be taken. That's because Lancashire batted 9 overs last night.
Yes, it was a very tricky little 9 overs, wasn't it? But Rushworth bowled really well from one end, but there was a little loose from Carse at the Finkel end, and those Davis and Jennings were there this morning, but they were quickly removed inside the first half an hour of play this morning. Keaton Jennings and Alex Davis.
Derek says, for club cricket, both teams change outside at opposite ends of the field, and the pavilion is for the toilets only.
Okay. Rain into to Hurt, who defends, back down the pitch, no run.
One person at a time can buy drinks. It's all common sense and well organised. A big well done to everybody involved. Yeah. Well, I know the dressing rooms are out of limits for the club teams around here. So at Whitburn, the players, I think, arrive in their kit and leave in their kit. And yeah, the only people inside the building are in and out to use the loos downstairs or socially distanced going to the bar with a one-way system through the bar.
Rain over the wicket, pushes the ball wide of off stump and left by Liam Hurt. Club cricket been so desperate to get there, get some cricket and get the season underway, get some games being played. I think, and certainly I know that back in Lancashire, a lot of clubs were kind of ready to go. They had loads of different systems in place, and the one-way systems and social distancing, and they had all the kind of their own plans in place, and they were just waiting for the go-ahead and then the official regulations to come through. But great to see a recreational game over the last few weeks up and running. Hurt plays into the offside. Gareth Hart is at extra cover to field. No run. 250 for 7. Hurt's on 2. And Wood's on 36. I shall have to leave you for an update.
I can hear Whitney Houston coming from somewhere. Rain from the Lumley end to Hurt, who tries to drive through the line of the ball and put it out through the leg side and inside edge onto the pad. No run. Rain goes back to his marker. Rain balls. That's pushed off the point. No run. How many times has he gone round today? Paul? 12. Just checking with Paul Allott. He says he's only done 12 laps of the ground today. I thought he would have done more than that. There's just patchy cloud everywhere here, lots of little cotton ball type patches of cloud all drifting in off the sea. There's rain balls. Oh, and Hurt plays at that one and has been caught behind. Thought for a second he might have played and missed there. He's gone. He's out for 2. 250 for 8 now. So 9 added. How many balls did he face? 14 balls. Ned Eckersley taking a simple catch behind the stumps. Off the bowling of Ben Rain. Rain 3 for 40 from 19 overs, 7 of them maidens. So 273 wickets for him now in first class cricket. And another wicket to fall at the end of the over. What is happening? .6 overs. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 wickets to go. Last ball of the over, including the last 3. Tom Bailey, the new batsman, or is it Richard Gleeson? It's Bailey. "12 laps of the ground he's done today. I thought it would have been more than that.
He's been very slow today,
Do you think
Paul.
he just plucked a number out there?
No, I think he's been counting them, but it's been a very gentle approach by. I mean, last week at Worcester, he was going for it. His first lap, he must have done it in a record time. But it's been more of a gentle meander, hasn't it? It's been very casual, very Sunday feel to it. Very kind of hands in the pocket. Let's just have a little natter and stroll around the edge of the boundary rope. And more of a gentle Sunday feel to it. At 250 for 8, a lead of 70. Tom Bailey, the new batsman, but it is Luke Wood on strike and Gareth Hart coming in from the Finkel end to bowl right arm around the wicket to Wood, who plays forward and eases the ball back down the pitch and picked up by Hart off his own bowling. There is no run. Just one member of the Durham ground staff sitting on those white plastic seats, square of the wicket. The big red and white coloured deck chair is vacant at the minute. As Hart balls again, forward goes Wood. Defends back towards the bowler. And there is no run.
That Hurt wicket, last ball of the over.
Oh, another one.
Yeah,
okay.
5 of the 8 now have come from the last ball of the over, including the last 3.
There's a short extra cover in place there underneath the batsman's eye line as Hart balls to Wood on the front foot. The ball squirts out to a backward point for a single.
Lead is 70, so they added 9, those two. He's coming back the other way now. He's going a little bit quicker this time.
He is. He's up the tempo. I think Paul Allott realises he's been a little bit slow today, a bit sluggish. He's still up the tempo a fraction.
Peter says, I've loved my previous trips to Durham for one-day matches and T20 games when Lancashire have played there. I stayed at the Washington Premier Inn next door to a Toby Carvery, which was epic. It overlooked Chevy's nightclub. I think it's called Champs Sports Bar now. Yeah, do you know which part of Washington that is in? It's in a part of Washington called Emerson.
It's a dodgy part.
But with 1 M rather than 2. Not spelt right.
Tom Bailey, the new batsman, taking guard. And Hart comes over the wicket to him. Plays that into the offside, but for no run.
251 for 8. Tim says, nice to hear you for the first time this year. Hope all is well on the Roker Riviera. Yeah. Tim in Saddleworth, who hasn't had to battle, or I would imagine has battled less with the leaking Pacer train on his daily commute into Manchester. I might be wrong, he might still be going in every day.
Bailey swings and misses with the keeper standing up as Hart bowls.
I've not been on a train since all this began. Somebody I know went on a business trip to the Midlands a few weeks ago, and there are only so many seats that you're allowed to sit in the carriages, social distancing, and this woman came in and sat next to him. He said there were only the 2 people in the carriage. She could have sat next to him.
She had the entire carriage to choose
Yes.
from. Dearie dear. Hart, final ball of the over. Forward goes Bailey. He's a tall man, gets a decent stride in and pushes the ball back to the bowler. End of the over. 15 remaining today. Lancashire 251 for 8. So a lead of 71 runs.
And we're in the final hour then. So 25 to 7 it looks like the finish will be. Under these coronavirus altered days, it's 15 overs an hour instead of 16, so 90 in the day instead of 96. Ben Rain going to continue. He's taken 3 for 40 from 19 overs, including 7 maidens at 2.1 an over. Ned Eckersley's just had a tactical chat with him, has now ran back down to the other end to get behind the stumps. Rain's going to come around the wicket here to the left-handed Wood, who's on 37 from 61. Big appeal. He played across the line. Let's have a look at this one. Was he outside the line of off stump there? See the replay in a moment or two. Possibly going down the leg side, actually. It was around about the knee roll, but it was angling across, and he's coming round the wicket as well to the left-hander. Wood waits bat raised as Rain bowls. This is played to short mid-wicket to Gareth Hart.
Northants 8 down to Somerset, 2 wickets away from victory. Northants 153 for 8.
2-day job, eh?
Indeed, yeah.
Pitch inspectors will be bombing up the M1 in their Ford Cortina. The leather coats on and a green flashing light on the roof. And a trowel in the boot. Rain in from the Lumley end. It's played back to him via the ground. They have a match liaison officer at all the games now, don't they, who is being described on our scorecard this week as the referee, Steve Cummings. Never been known as referees before, have they?
No, I thought they were cricket liaison officers, yeah.
CLOs, weren't they?
That's the one.
Yeah. Rain round the wickets to Wood, who goes for a quick single, plays it up to Chris Rushworth at mid-on.
9 down now, Northants. Somerset were 99 for 8, weren't they, in the first innings on day one? Probably going to win by 100 runs.
Two balls left. Coming over the wicket now to the right-handed Bailey, who defends. The ball goes short on the offside, stopped by Gareth Hart.
Notts at 8 down, 293 for 8, a lead of just 29. Derbyshire 8 down as well, so a couple of wickets fallen at Grace Road. Derbyshire 388 for 8, but their lead is a very, very good one. 189 runs in front, Derbyshire, so with 2 wickets remaining. Kent is still batting, still just 1 down.
Last ball, Rain turned round the corner by Tom Bailey for 1 to fine leg. He stands with his hands on his head. He thought he'd beaten the batsman there.
End of the over, 2-5-3 for 8. Just going back to that game at Canterbury, a 19-year-old Kent lad who's played for their seconds, Jordan Cox, who's, as it stands, 152 not out. And Jack leaning on 99 to Kent, 311 for 1. In reply to Sussex total of 332. Daniel Bell Drummond made 43, but he's the only wicket to fall in Kent's first innings. Still 21 behind, but batting very nicely at Canterbury. Here comes Hart to Bailey. That's played beautifully just in front of square on the offside. Lovely shot by Tom Bailey, down on one knee, driving through the offside for 4 out towards a deep point boundary. Moves to 5, 2-5-7 for 8 now.
I said Steve Cummings. I'm mixing Stuart Cummings, the cricket official, up with Steve Cummings, the former professional cyclist who was retired in the last year. Stuart comes from a bit of a rugby league background as well. I think he was the match official at Southport in the heat. In that room. Many moons ago now.
Hart to Bailey. Brings his bat in front of his pad and defends to mid-on. There's no run. 2-5-7 for 8. Lancashire. First innings replying to that total at Durham, made 180 in their first innings. Durham. Alex Lees with 66, and then 23 not out by Ben Rain, and 18 from Gareth Hart. Barely drives, but cut off by Rushworth at mid-on, no run.
Stuart Cummings was awarded an MBE for services to rugby league and was a Super League referee, and then stepped down 6 years ago to join the ECB to work with the umpires. Played minor counties cricket, I think, in Cheshire.
Hart over the wicket bowls. Bailey again looking to drive, but comes off the inside edge and drops out to mid-wicket, no run. So he's the match referee. I wonder where the referee's room is. Over in the pavilion.
Well, it's meant to be next door to us, but I have to say,
Okay.
James Whittaker last week, whenever I saw him, he was on the balcony of the pavilion.
Right.
I don't think he came over here. So he may well be in a room over in the pavilion as well.
Hart from the Finkel end again, balls. Bailey from the crease, with the keeper standing up. Not got much room to manoeuvre. Strikes the ball cleanly enough, but straight to cover where Alex Lees fields, no run. And they've dropped the man at point and square leg back to the boundary. Chance for Bailey to take a run and try and keep him on strike. Deep square, deep point, long leg, one slip, short mid-wicket, short cover, mid-off, mid-on. Final ball of this over from Gareth Hart to Bailey. It's clipped up to mid-off from a low full toss. That's the end of the over. 2-5, 7 for 8. Lancashire lead by 77 runs. Luke Wood on 38, Tom Bailey on 5. Northants are hanging on, but it's the final pair out in the middle. Musarabani and Glover batting for Northants. In fact, they've just been bowled out. So Somerset have won. They've won by 167 runs. So the first result of the second round of Bob Willis Trophy games has come inside 2 days at Wanties Road. A victory for Somerset by 167 runs. It's some recovery after being 90 odd for 8, I think it was, on the first day, to win by such a big margin. That's the first result through. A little bit of a delay here. Again, the captain, who's Durham's wicket keeper, is jogging up to have a word with the bowler. Ben Rain. 2 umpires are stretching the back of their hamstrings. Still got 13 overs left to go tonight, so there's a decent amount of cricket left. But not too far away from the new ball. When's that due? 4 overs time, the new ball.
Yeah. Cars balls down the leg side. Keeper takes it quite a way across to his right.
Notts have lost their 9th wicket, 297 for 9. Tom Moores is still there, 62 not out. 2 wickets for David Malan. Yorkshire made 264. Johnny Bairstow playing for Yorkshire this week. Made 5 with the bat. Harry Brook made 62 and Thompson made 98 for Yorkshire.
Oh, now that's a leading edge. Now, if there'd been somebody at point, that would have been a simple catch, but there wasn't. It's gone all the way to Burnham at the point boundary. And throws the ball back to Ned Eckersley, who's shielding his eyes from the sun with his left hand. Takes the catch with his right.
Yeah, there's not too much sun, but just a little bit coming through the clouds, which have drifted across the ground. But a beautiful, bright, sunny day yesterday. Loads of blue sky and sunshine. A little cloudier today. There is a forward short leg in place for the new batsman, Tom Bailey.
Cars. Right arm over. Bailey plays that to point. Stopped by Hart.
The addition of Luke Wood not only obviously strengthens Lancashire's bowling attack, he's a left arm seamer, so you get the different angle with the left arm seamer compared to the right arm seamers. There's a different variation in their attack, but he clearly strengthens their batting as well. Tom Bailey's no mug with the bat, Bailey. And he chipped in with a couple of 100 runs last year, 207 runs as well as his wickets, Tom Bailey.
Here comes the bowler, and it's pulled out towards long leg. Salisbury's behind it, right in front of the pavilion steps. Run. Paul Coughlan's sitting on the ground, chatting to Matt Salisbury. He's just off the pitch, 12th man. BBC Radio Newcastle here with you. Day 2 in Chesley Street. Reminder, close of play, we'll get our interviews. We'll play them into you tomorrow morning. 11:15 start. And then live commentary your way from 11. Might be raining in the morning, actually. So, cast bowls. It's pushed up towards mid-off. If it is raining, then obviously we'll not be doing that. But last weather forecast I looked at suggested we could be raining from about 7 till 11 tomorrow morning.
Oh, well, that's no good.
Might be just the odd passing shower.
Surrey have been balled out as well. They're all out for 187. Surrey all out. Sorry, the end on 187. Apologies. Essex take a first innings lead of 75 in the game at Chelmsford.
Cast bowls. That's gone down the leg side. And the keeper fumbles it. This will be a bye. Struggling with his line and length at the moment.
He has done, to be fair. Apart from that little spell after tea where he bowled quite nicely, he has struggled a little bit throughout the game, Cars. Trying to bowl his way through it, get himself into some rhythm.
Now, the weather forecast altered again tomorrow, but we do have the little triangular warning for thunderstorms for the next 2 or 3 days. Cars. Oh, that's better, and he nearly got a wicket there. That pitched on a length and stayed really low. And Bailey just got the toe of the bat to it, and it squirted down through the slip cordon. One of the fielders in the slip cordon, I think it was Bedingham, got a hand on it. Managed to stop it racing away too far. He got a run, but that had a little bit of uneven bounce in it there.
It did.
That would have been a wicket on the end of the over as well. 263, sorry, for 8.
Ooh, yeah.
87 overs gone.
That did stay low. Just a little heads up for those listening on the medium wave frequency. So back down in the northwest of England, medium wave 855. At 6 o'clock, you will be leaving us. So if you're on medium wave, that's the way you're listening to it. Then, if you can gain access to the BBC Sport website and app, that's probably the easiest way to try and find the commentary, or head to the radio stations in Newcastle, Manchester or Lancashire and follow the links to the commentaries. Hart bowls to Bailey. It's played down into the ground and stopped at extra cover, no run. And of course you can watch the pictures and listen to the commentary via Lancashire Cricket's website and Durham Cricket's website. But medium wave 855 in the northwest will be leaving us at 6 o'clock, but back tomorrow from 11. Hart's right arm over the wicket bowls. Bailey cuts the ball into the offside. It doesn't get past Alex Lees. He's been quite busy in that position at cover. 3 fields on the offside. There's a point cover. There's a mid-off. Rushworth at mid-on lobs the ball back towards Gareth Hart. Is into his 14th over, 1 for 40. Comes in from the Finkel end over the wicket and bowling. Worked into the onside by Bailey, but stopped at mid-wicket this time. And there is no run. There's a short mid-wicket, there's a square leg. And a long leg. Cass, all in his own thoughts down there at long leg. He's bowled 16 overs for 90? Can't be. Yes, it is. Yeah. Very tough all day. Bailey turns the ball into the onside. Gathered by Cameron Steele at square leg. And there's no run. Guess you have him, don't you, as a bowler? You have these days. Early season, looking for a bit of form, trying to find a bit of rhythm. Some days it's your day, some days it's not. One slip gully waiting. Hart comes in. Finkel end bowls. Bailey pushing forward. Runs up to Chris Rushworth at mid-on. No run. All the seats are occupied now, square of the wicket. The big deck chair. Victor's in his deck chair and he's got a few mates sat alongside him. Little white plastic chairs square on the ground staff at Durham. In Hart to complete his over, and he brings Bailey forward, and that beats him, and it's through to the keeper, and it's a maiden for Gareth Hart. 14 overs, 2 maidens now, 1 for 40. And Lancashire 263 for 8, so a lead of 83 runs. And the new ball is now just 12 deliveries away. Simon Harmer's been in the wickets again for Essex. He's picked up 6 for 67. Simon Harmer.
In comes the bowler Cast. It's a bouncer, and that's left alone.
You taking a selfie?
I've been asked to.
Dear me. Yeah, he's now fluffing up his hair. He's Martin Emerson taking a selfie.
It's needed for an ID badge at another ground. Cars comes in and bowls. This is turned off down towards fine leg by Luke Wood, who moves on to 40 from 61 balls. Back to Wood.
If you're watching on the live stream, you'll have seen Martin take a selfie.
Depends if they had that picture selected or not, doesn't it? That
no,
camera.
They did. I've seen it.
Oh! Ooh, now that was a good take. There was no... Well, Cast got his arm in the air, sort of half-heartedly inquiring whether there was any touch on that. Bailey on 7. The ball went down the leg side. A really good take from the keeper, diving a long way across to his left-hand side and high in the air. Took it two-handed. Right, now I'm going to share this with my... You never have a picture of yourself when you need one, do you? Cast comes in and bowls. Bailey flicks that past short leg. Cameron Steele there under the helmet. He'll get 2 out towards mid-wicket. Burnham in to throw the ball, and in fact doesn't bother in the end. 2 runs. Bailey moves on to 11. Lancashire 268. They nearly got a 100 lead here. You're wondering what lead will cause a problem for Durham.
Well, it's a good lead already, isn't it? You know, you're edging up towards 3 figures. That's a pretty substantial difference from first innings. To bat well, second time round Durham.
Cast again to Bailey, who tries to drive and plays and misses at one outside the off stump.
The lead last week between Lancashire and Leicestershire was 87 for Leicestershire on first innings. Again, it just felt like a pretty, even on a flat pitch, it felt like a good lead. You're 90 in front before you start, and in the end that lead was pretty significant. Lancashire were all out for 230.
In comes the bowler again. That stays low as well.
Yeah,
Pitches on a length, it stays low. That is the end of the overcast. His body language doesn't tell a good story, does he? He just looks a bit fed up.
Yeah, you feel a bit sorry for him. I thought he'd bowl a decent spell after tea. That's probably the best he's bowled, with 3 or 4 over spell. But a tough couple of days for him. Plugging away. So this would be the final over before new ball is due. Yeah. And continue with Carson Hart. So I'm expecting to see probably Rushworth and Rain with the new ball. Certainly Rushworth.
Yeah.
Gareth Hart then from the finger end, right arm around the wicket. Luke Wood on strike. Just trying to work it into the leg side. The keeper, Ned Eckersley, comes from behind the stumps. In fact, we can see Rushworth now at mid-off, twirling his arms around, windmilling his arms around with his white sun hat on, and twisting his hips back and forth. Like that myself, keep loose. So he's going to get the new ball in just a few deliveries time. Comes Gareth Hart again for Durham. Into Wood. Wants a run through the onside. Jack Burnham at mid-wicket, just chasing after the ball and picks it up low down to his left-hand side. Wood get to single, so he's up to 41. Lancashire move up to 267 for 8. Brings Bailey on strike. Keeper drops back now. One slip and a gully. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, square leg, long leg. Bailey again with an angle back, trying to steering into the onside. It runs up towards mid-wicket. Jack Burnham fields, and there's no run. 2-6-7 for 8. Almost at 6 o'clock, so just a little reminder for you. Medium wave listeners in the northwest on 855, you're going to be heading to different programmes, but commentary continues online via the BBC Sport website and app, and that one hits the pad of Bailey, and you can watch the pictures and listen to the commentary via the official websites at Lancashire and Durham. Medium wave listeners back with us tomorrow morning from 11 o'clock. Two balls left of the over, and then Ed Eckersley will be looking at Chris Rushworth, saying, right, new ball, try and get this wrapped up. Bailey again just steering it into the onside, and there is no run. Worked out quite nicely as well, because Durham will have a, if they don't get these 2 wickets tonight, then they'll still have a new ball-ish tomorrow, because only 9 overs remaining, so should they require to come back tomorrow, they'll still be pretty new, the ball.
Well, it was a 9-over-old ball this morning, which Ben Rain got the first wicket of the day with. Davies out for 8.
Bailey pushing up to mid-off, and there is no run. So there's the end of the over. Rushworth already is removing his cap and peeling off his jumper. So he'll come onto the attack to replace Cars. But 9 to go tonight. Wood on 41, Bailey on 9. Lancashire 267 for 8, a lead of 87 runs.
Jen Davenport says, Champs Sports Bar, that's proper canny. I haven't been in. It used to be called Chevy's or something, didn't it, I think, years ago. Tim says he's not on the train, he's bought a car, so he now drives to work. You'll be pleased to know, as am I. The Dresden Pacers are now being scrapped, yeah. Well, one of them's gone into the Railway Museum, hasn't it? New ball is being taken. 267 for 8. So Wood has 41. Bailey has 9. Yeah, that was the thing. It's still modern technology in the north, where these pacer trains, which should have been phased out years ago, still quite the norm around here. And one of them has actually gone into the National Railway Museum as a museum piece. Yet we're still using them. Rushworth from the Lumley end tries a Yorker length ball to Wood first up with a new one, and Wood slams his bat down on it and plays it away. Well, nice to know you can be in charge of your own travel. Tim up on Saddleworth there. Sent us some pictures of the moorland fires last year. In comes Rushworth again and bowls. And another attempted Yorker. Heavy bat this time. That's come right off the toe of the bat. That's one of those that reverberates through the handle. Ball goes up to Rain at mid-off. Where's that gone in the air? Is it out through deep mid-wicket? Safe. Steele is out there, 2 runs. And, Wood is heading here for what would be his 6th 50 in first-class cricket. He's got the 100 against Essex, exactly 100 in Sussex in 2015.
It's an impressive debut, isn't it, with the bat? I mentioned, I thought how well he bowled yesterday morning, right at the start with Tom Bailey, contributing with some runs as well.
This one is played off Rushworth up to mid-on. Top ball.
Still not had a chance to speak to Luke Wood since he arrived at Lancashire, but I think he kind of made the move up to Manchester, and basically kind of when he landed in Manchester, you know, he was locked down. The city went into lockdown, as everybody did. I've not yet had a chance to speak about how he settled into life at Lancashire.
Rushworth balls, that's driven by Wood, and Cast comes across from mid-on to stop the ball on the edge of the square. 1 run. Well, David Bedingham arrived in Durham and basically in a flat on his own for the first 2 months or something, because he came over from South Africa and then lockdown began, so that was his introduction to life here.
Yeah, I think Luke Wood had a similar experience.
I think he did wander down to the ground one day to do an interview outside with one of our TV colleagues, Ian Reeve, who actually knows him anyway from Beddingham's previous life playing for Plumtree in the Nottinghamshire League. Rushworth to Bailey, the right-hander. Bit of an inside edge onto the 5-pad there. And that is the end of the over. About half an hour's play left as Coggers comes running on, masked and all, with kit for his colleagues. Has he got the hand sanitizer there as well? Feels like a while since we've had a squirt.
Yeah, okay, no problem.
Have a little squirt, eh?
If you're doing it, I'll do it.
Yeah. Hope this stuff doesn't seep into your bloodstream. I bet you've got a few overnight millionaires in the hand sanitizer business who, in a few years' time, will be, how did he make his money again? Oh, can you remember that hand sanitizer bubble? Oh, like the .com bubble.
Yeah.
Literally cleaning up, they are.
It will not be Ben Rain with the new ball. It's going to be Matt Salisbury.
Well, he didn't get the new ball last night, did he? It was Salisbury last night, I think.
Here is Salisbury, right arm over the wicket and balls. Turned up to mid-on, there's no run. No, it was Rushworth and Cast.
Yeah, it was Rushworth and Cast. I'm still on my scorecard. Yeah, because the question was asked last night, Simon, one of the reporters asked Ben Rain, why haven't you been given the new ball this season? He said, I don't know. He said, but I just do what I'm told to do. He said, I'll bowl whenever they want me to bowl, so.
Salisbury 2 for 43. Wickets of Stephen Croft, LBW for 16. And he bowled Josh Bohannon for 75. Here he comes into to Wood. Flicked off the hip by Luke Wood up onto his toes. Little clip out to square leg. Jack Burnham loses his cap as he comes up from the boundary to field. Wood moves to an excellent 45 not out. Lancashire 271 for 8. It's Bailey back on strike.
Now this was a tweet from this morning, I think from Carl Seed. I hadn't seen this one originally. 11:09 AM. He said, I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing another Josh Bohannon masterclass today at number 3. Wonderful stream set up with the Lancashire cricket commentary as well.
Salisbury balls to Bailey, who defends into the offside, no run.
But he said, I also worry about Durham's attack with Rushworth and Rain. And then he's just retweeted, as far as predictions go, I wasn't far off. Excellent knock by Josh, and both Chris Rushworth and Ben Rain have been brilliant for Durham as always. But hopefully we'll hear about a positive result for Lancashire after Tuesday's play.
Might not be much play on Tuesday. Looking at the weather forecast. Salisbury to Bailey, to wraps him on the pad as he tries to work it into the onside. Deflects back down towards the bowler. And there is no run.
Wasn't England's run chase yesterday the third highest they'd pulled off or something?
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Possibly the highest against Pakistan.
It's Salisbury again. Finkel end. 2 slips in place. New ball in the hand of the bowler. Into Bailey, who's pressing forward. That beats him through to the keeper. No run.
Derbyshire have got full batting points against Leicestershire. They end on a 408. Harvey Hussain 66 not out. They lead by 209.
Impressive. What a fabulous win it was for Derbyshire at Trent Bridge last week.
Brace Girdle wasn't impressed.
I can well imagine.
I hadn't seen the scorecard.
Salisbury back in, and Bailey in, playing forward and beaten. Pace and carry, you'd expect with a new ball, through to the gloves of the keeper, who takes it about shoulder height. There's the end of the over. Lancashire 271 for 8.
I hadn't seen the scorecard, and I wasn't really aware of how the story had unfolded. And I got a message saying he wasn't impressed. So took it to mean that they'd lost. Had a look, and indeed they had. BBC Radio Newcastle with you. BBC Radio Lancashire. 7 overs left tonight as Rushworth's coming in here to bowl to Wood. Wood plays and misses at 1. Beaten for pace more than anything there by Rushworth. The Pied Wagtails have arrived for their tea. 7 or 8 of them down there at the moment. That one just left Wood in the previous delivery as Rushworth starts the next one. Coming in from the Lumley end. Balls. Wood looks to cut, and that one's left him alone now. We've seen Rushworth do this a few times in this innings where he's butted the player up. Moving the ball around and just then puts a little bit of a wideish delivery in, then the next one's really tight and gets them playing in it. Gets the nibble. He got Jennings earlier today with it. Caught in the slips by Alex Lees on 18. And then Balderson. This is a bit tighter, and it's guided nicely down a third man this time by Wood for 1. The noise of bat on ball sends the Pied Wagtails fluttering into the air, but they're all gradually coming back down onto the grass now. They wag their tails like excited spaniels. Rushworth turns. Comes in a ball to Bailey. Bailey forward to that one and goes for a quick push and shove. Steele with shy that stumps at the far end, misses them. Backed up by Ben Rain though. Good running from Lancashire there. The lead is now 93. So they're in a strong position here, the visitors. And they are 273 for 8, so thoughts of a third batting point not too far away at 300. Let's Durham get the last 2 wickets. 1 more wicket for Durham is the third batting point. Third bowling point, sorry. That's left by Wood. Be 13 overs left for bonus points tomorrow. If the innings is still intact at the end of this one, there'll be 97 overs in. Cut-off point for bonuses is 110 overs. And the maximum time you can bat in the first innings is 120 overs. So if they were to bat at this sort of pace up to 120 overs, they'd have a sizable lead. You'd think of around about 150, 160. Wood drives at that one, bobbles away out to the covers, no run. And that is the end of the over. 6 to go. So we're thinking that play would probably finish around about 25-7.
You know, as you say, they've got one eye on that, getting to 300 and getting the extra batting bonus point. Interesting, isn't it, with the 120 over rule for the first innings, as to how that will impact on the way that teams go about batting, and of course the way that teams actually go about bowling too in the first innings. As Salisbury comes in and bowls to Bailey, full of length, he digs that one out, pushed down the ground, there's no run. So you don't need to bowl a team out twice to win a game now, with the fact that first innings is limited to 120 overs. Might be times when teams will decide that kind of containing rather than taking wickets to bowl a team out might be the best way of going about it. Lancashire did that last week against Leicestershire in the Leicestershire first innings. Just had to slow things down and eat away at a few of the overs. And Bailey defending, just pushing it into the offside, no run. Also wonder how many of these new playing conditions will be carried into next season. Let's assume we go back to 2 divisions. Will they look to take anything from the new rules and regulations into next season? I suppose it depends on how well they are received this year, and the players and the officials think they've worked. Oh, Bailey leaves a ball that comes back in. He had to really bend the hips there to get himself out of the way of that, and it flew over the top of the stumps into the gloves of the keeper. Bailey on 10 from 37 balls faced, 273 for 8. Wood on a very good 46 in 1/2 century so far today. Josh Bohannon in the end reaching 75 before being bowled by this man, Matt Salisbury. And again, he beats Bailey. He's beaten him a couple of times, kind of prodding forward the Lancashire batsman through to the keeper. Just a couple of standout performances across the 2 innings. That 66 from Alex Lees in the first innings, 75 from Josh Bohannon for Lancashire, and now 46 from Luke Wood. 2 balls left of this over, 5 to go. Rushworth will bowl from the Lumley end. He's stretching away at mid-on as Salisbury's in to Bailey up onto his toes and steering the ball through the offside, but to extra cover where there's no run. And they just drop the 2 men out towards deep point and deep square. Should Bailey take a single? Salisbury turns and starts his run up, bouncing his way in past the umpire. Again beating Bailey, who's playing and missing. A little frustration, I'm sure, for Matt Salisbury, having gone past the edge of Bailey's bat a few times. End of the over, 273 for 8. Bailey 10, Wood 46. And a maiden for Matt Salisbury, 18 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 44.
Just suggestions from varying people for hotels at for Leicester next weekend. A suggestion of Oakham.
Oh, that was my suggestion.
Yeah, but it's about a 40-minute drive.
Ah, right.
So it's not that far. It's about 18 miles, maybe. 22 miles, I think it was. Here's Rushworth, right arm over, comes in and bowls, and Wood plays that across towards the covers, no run. Went along the ground. Another suggestion's Corn, which is to the north of Leicester.
Okay.
So I'd be driving down past there anyway, so that might be an idea. That's about 8 to 10 miles away, so that's not too bad. I'll have a look at that. The corn hunt's famous, isn't it? In Leicestershire. Comes the bowler, Rushworth. That's played back to him by Wood, who's on 46 from 76 balls, 77 balls, 77. Well, Leicestershire's got its, you know, you've got the fox on the badge, haven't you, and the hunting horn and all that.
Yep, yep.
So, we'll have a look up there. Stay in the countryside. Rushworth bowls. This is flicked off the legs and down towards fine leg by Wood for 1. In fact, it's a leg bye signalled by Neil Pratt. So he'll stay on 46.
Peter Moore asking what our plans are for food tonight. He said, I remember staying in Sale last year for the Ashes, and I recommended a belting Chinese takeaway to him. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Rushworth balls. There's another idiot, keeps to the speed limit.
I think it's Italian tonight, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's an Italian tonight, Peter. Fish and chips last night. Oh,
By the way, if they're coming past the ground, that's a 30-mile-an-hour road, and if they're going down the dual carriageway, it's 50. You tell me that bike's sticking to the speed limit.
What about my fish and chips? It was enormous.
Massive. It's like a whale.
What?
Rushworth again comes in and bowls. That's up in the air. Oh, and Bryden Cast didn't see it until the last second and couldn't judge where it was going to pitch, and he's ended up backpedaling at mid-off instead of trying to go forward to get the ball. One of those awkward ones where do you go, try and get it and get a mouthful of ball, or do you backpedal and stop the runs? It's a tricky one. It's just bouncing in the no man's land in front of him. Rushworth turns. Comes into bowl. And this is played by Bailey off towards point for a run.
Yep, end of the over 4 left. New ball's not really done a great deal since Durham took it. Sanitising. Stop. We've done ours once, and we did ours just a few overs ago, so I think we're okay.
What was that?
To sanitise the hands, I think we're all right. We sanitised a few minutes ago. But the players will have a little squirt of hand gel. It's 4 overs left. Lancashire clearly here looking at just playing nice and sensibly, and then trying to, I guess, try and get what they can in terms of batting bonus points. The lead is 85. There was a few suggestions from the Lancashire camp last week against Leicestershire. Salisbury comes right on with the wicket and bowls, and
well taken.
Bailey hits it back into the ground and stopped by Salisbury. There's no run. That maybe Leicestershire were just a wee bit too slow in their first innings, and Lancashire felt as though that perhaps they might regret that. And they're kind of just eating up a few overs here, with tomorrow in mind. But I suppose the bigger picture is to try and get to that 300 at least for the extra batting bonus point. Clipped into the onside by Bailey, up to mid-on. There's no run, but clearly no real concern or panic or cause to acceleration at the moment. And 90 overs to bowl tomorrow, and they'll be hoping that the lead will be above 3 figures. It's 95 at the minute, not 85, apologies. So Bailey guides this ball down through gully for a single. He moves to 12, score moves on to 276 for 8. Luke Wood is 46 not out. Looking for a half century on debut for Lancashire. And a little fiddle around with his pads. 2 slips behind him. Salisbury back over the wicket and bowling, shortish ball to Wood, but pushes it up to mid-off. There's no run. Just a 1 run off the over so far, 2 balls left of it. And 3 remaining this evening. Salisbury back in, just brushes past the umpire now, balls to Wood, who's forward in defence. And there is no run. Let's have a little look elsewhere, shall we? See what's happening in the other Bob Willis Trophy games. We know that Somerset have won. They've picked up the first victory of round 2 of this Bob Willis Trophy. Beaten Northamptonshire inside 2 days by a big margin as well. 160 odd runs the victory for Somerset. Wood is bowled this time by Salisbury. He's gone for 46. His middle stump uprooted. And he looks rather quizzically back down the pitch. Salisbury claims a 3rd wicket. Lancashire are 9 down. 276 for 9. Wood bowled for 46.
I was just typing in the BBC live feed about how Wood had reached a 50 on his debut. So he hasn't. He's out for 46.
You typed him out.
That's just coincidence. And that was the end of the over, by the way. The wicket fell at the end of the over.
So what's that now?
94.6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of the 9 to go have been at the end of the over.
Good effort though by Wood on his debut. His teammates applauding him as he makes his way back towards the dressing room. So Richard Gleeson is the last man coming out to join Tom Bailey. But yeah, just going back to some of those other games, a victory for Somerset, beating Northamptonshire today, but looks like the stumps have been drawn at most grounds. This one's still going, obviously, and the game at Bristol still being played, but close of play in the other games. So stumps at Trent Bridge will start in the North Group, and Yorkshire playing Nottinghamshire. In fact, Nottinghamshire have been bowled out for 355, so lead by 91 runs. Close of play there on day 2. And the other North Group game, close of play at Glace Road for on day 2 with Leicestershire 2 without loss. They trailed Derbyshire by 207 runs. Derbyshire all out for 408, as Martin mentioned before, with the batting points that Derbyshire have managed to achieve.
You're over from Rain to Bailey. Bailey plays that one to mid-on. Richard Gleeson's the new batsman. And these are now the last pair at the crease.
So the 2 other North Group games. In the Central Group, Glamorgan have got to the close of play on day 2, 181 for 2, replying to Worcestershire's 455 for 8.
Leads 96 here as Rain balls. Bailey turns that one-handed round the corner down the leg side for 1.
Glamorgan trail by 274 runs at New Road. Staying in the Central Group, the game that's still going on is Gloucestershire against Warwickshire at Bristol. Gloucestershire made 210, Warwickshire replying at 224 for 8. So 14 in front. Victory for Somerset by 167 runs, also in the Central Group. And there are 3 games in the South Group, and I'll run through the latest scores in just a minute.
In comes Rain, and That's defended by Gleeson. It's incredible, that's 6 out of 9 players bowl dismissed on the last ball of the over.
Indeed, yeah. Little quirk. You get a few of them, don't you, in cricket? It's weird how it throws up little quirky facts and stats like that.
Richard Gleeson's highest scores, 31 against Gloucestershire in 2016 for Northants. 34th first-class match for him. And he has 253 runs. Rain ball, slower ball. Gleeson just gets the bottom of the bat on that one and sends it back up to the other end.
Back to the scores, to the South Group. Start at Radlett, where Middlesex made 252 in their first innings, all out for 252. And Hampshire, in reply, 279 for 7, so just 27 in front with 3 wickets remaining.
Rain in from the Lumley end. It's got a bit of bounce in it, that one, and it's played away by Gleeson down towards backward point for 1. Leads 98. 1 ball left of this over and 2 overs to go here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Lancashire tonight. Reaction on the breakfast shows on the varying stations tomorrow, and of course we will be playing you in those interviews tomorrow morning as well before the start of play. Join us about 11:15 on the BBC Sport website. Rain to Bailey, defended. That is the end of the over. Salisbury's taken 3 for 45. Two overs left tonight then.
The 2 other games, just to bring you up to date, with Kent against Sussex at Canterbury. Kent have enjoyed a good day with the bat. 2 batsmen in particular have, Jack Leaning and Jordan Cox. Cox is 167 not out, and Leaning 110 not out. Kent are 338 for 1. His partnership's worth 231 runs, replying to a Sussex total of 332 all out. So Kent are in front by 6 with 9 wickets left in their first innings. Here is Salisbury over the wicket and bowling to Gleeson, who just kind of offers the bat. The ball is through to the gloves of the keeper, and there's no run. And the final game, again, these are all close of play scores. Essex are batting second time round, 13 without loss. They're taking on Surrey. Surrey lost their first game last weekend against Middlesex at the Oval. And Essex lead by 88 runs at 13 without loss in their second innings. Salisbury bowling to Gleeson, who's forward in defence, and there's no run. Jamie Porter with 4 wickets today, 16 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 53. And Simon Harmer with 6 for 67 from his 31.2 overs. Nick Brown and Alistair Cook got Essex to the close of play at 13 without loss. You are up to date, all the scores from the Bob Willis Trophy, day 2 of the second round of fixtures, and we're heading towards the close here as well. Salisbury from the Finkel end, a full ball which Gleeson drives down the ground. Mid-on comes across to try and cut it off, and eventually it is stopped by mid-on.
12th man Paul Coghlan, who looks like he's hurt his finger end there, fielding that one.
Who that was, yeah.
So far when we've seen him, he's had a mask on.
Yes.
And surgical gloves on.
He's been disguised, hasn't he, so far?
Yeah, is he on the pitch instead of Chris Rushworth by the looks of things?
Salisbury back in. Bailey's on strike, unbeaten on 13. That's defended to the 12th man. It's brown curly hair at mid-on. Fields the ball and gives it a bit of a shine.
The lead is 99.
The base of that innings and that lead is that 75 from Josh behind but a 46 from Luke Wood. Can't be overlooked. And Dane Willis made 32 as well. Salisbury to Bailey, who's driving, but to mid-off, and there is no run. So 1 ball left of this over, and then 6 deliveries remaining.
who will bowl the final over.
Salisbury bowls to Bailey, who wants a run and gets one. Actually, just
lead.
Pushed into the offside. That single, as Martin said, gets Lancashire the lead up to 3 figures, 100 in front at 280 for 9. End of the over, so Bailey will be on strike for the final over. Looks like being bowled by Ben Rain. And Gleeson, the non-strikers, end unbeaten on 2. So 100 in front, Lancashire, 280 for 9.
Ben Rain then. Got a bit gloomy out there now. Slower ball to Bailey, who turns that run off towards that long leg. Comes back 4-2. This is, in the context of Durham's batting so far from what we've seen this year, a sizable lead. Comes the bowler. This is played away by Bailey. Out past square leg, he should get 2 here. Burnham collects it. There's a car just come into the stadium with its lights on. It's pretty obvious. It's quite gloomy out there now. Knights are drawing in, Scott.
Aye. I wonder they've gone for 5 days for the final of the Bob Willis Trophy. It could be pretty dark at the end of September into October.
Rain bowls, Bailey defends, and the ball runs out to the covers. Well, that's why the final's going to be over 5 days, isn't it?
Indeed.
So they'll have shorter days because of the light. And 2 years ago, October was gorgeous. You could have played right through October. Absolutely beautiful. I remember walking along the seafront on an October morning, shorts and T-shirt, really sunny and warm. Stopping and sitting in an outside cafe, having a sandwich on a morning. Lovely. Last year you would have been swimming. It was miserable. Here comes Rain again. That's too high and possibly off the bat as well, but other than that, good shout. Bernard's emailed with regards to Ben Stokes going to New Zealand. He said, family always comes first. Yep. Paul Wilson, thanks for the commentary. Should be with you by ball 1 tomorrow, weather permitting. Yeah, I think we're going to be okay, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Rain bowls. Bailey plays it to point and stopped by Cameron Steele. So it's been a good day from the Lancashire point of view.
It has, yeah. It's been first half an hour, obviously losing Alex Davis in the first over, then Jennings went as well pretty quickly, but got themselves level and have moved, as it stands, 104 in front of Durham.
Rain to Bailey. And that is your allotment, ladies and gentlemen. We close the day on 284 for 9. We were talking about allotments earlier on, weren't we?
Indeed we were. Well battered Josh Banner, 75, and Luke Woods, 46, and Dane Villas with a 32. 3 wickets for Matt Salisbury, 3 for Ben Rain as well. But, Lancashire get to the close of play on the second day, 284 for 9. A lead of 104 runs.
Yes, right, that's it from us. We'll get our post-match interviews in a few minutes. Thanks very much for joining us. Thanks for all your messages today. See you tomorrow, 10:45.